Legendborn, written by Tracy Dion, read by Dozy. For my mother. Prologue. The police officer's body goes blurry, then sharpens again. I don't stare at him directly. I can't really focus on one thing in this room, but when I do look, his face shimmers. His badge, the rectangular nameplate, his tie clip, all the little metal details on his chest ripple and shine like loose silver change at the bottom of a fountain. Nothing about him appears solid. Nothing about him feels real. I don't think about that, though. I can't. Besides, everything looks otherworldly when you've been crying for 3 hours straight. The police officer and nurse brought me and my father into a tiny mint green room. Now they sit on the other side of the table. They say they are explaining the situation to us. These people don't feel real, but neither does the situation they keep explaining. I don't cry for my mother's death, or for myself. I cry because these strangers in the hospital, the nurse, the doctor, the police officer, don't know my mother, and yet they were closest to her when she died. And when your people die, you have to listen to strangers speak your nightmare into existence. We found her on Route 70 around, 8, the police officer says. The air conditioner kicks on. The sharp scents of hospital-grade hand soap and floor cleaner blow across our faces. I listen to these people I don't know use the past tense about my mother, the person who brought me into this world and created my present. They are past tense in my heart, my whole beating, bleeding, torn heart right in front of me. It is a violation. These uniformed strangers carve me open with their words, but they're just doing their jobs. I can't scream at people who are just doing their jobs. Can I? I want to. My father sits in a vinyl padded chair. It creaks when he leans forward to read the paragraphs of fine print on pieces of paper. Where did this paperwork come from? Who has paperwork on hand for my mother's death? Why are they ready when I'm not? My father asks questions, signs his name, blinks, breathes, nods. I wonder how he is functioning. My mother's life has stopped. Shouldn't everything and everyone stop living too? She was crushed inside our family sedan, body half crumpled under the dashboard after a hit and run. She was alone until some nice, probably frightened Good Samaritan saw her overturned car on the side of the road. Blood-red twine connects the final words I said to my mother last night, in anger, to another night in February. A night when my best friend, Alice, and I, sitting together in the basement of her parents' split-level home, decided UNC Chapel Hill's early college program was our dream. Bright high school students can earn college credit at Carolina over the course of 2 years, experience life in the dorms, and become independent. At least that's what the brochure said. For Alice and me, early college was 2 minority girls' tickets out of a small town in North Carolina. For us, early college meant bigger ideas and classrooms and adventure. We filled out our applications together, marched right into Bentonville post office after school together, dropped the envelopes in the chute together. If we could get into EC, we could leave Bentonville High and move to a university dorm 4 hours away from home, and away from parents who held us so tight that sometimes we couldn't breathe. A decade before I was born, my mother was an undergraduate at Carolina. a burgeoning scientist. I'd heard the stories for years, seen the framed photos of elaborate chemistry experiments, beakers and glass pipettes, protective goggles resting across her high cheekbones. It was her fault, really, for planting the idea in my mind. That's what I told myself anyway. Our letters came in yesterday. Alice's parents knew she was applying. They'd beamed like they were the ones who'd been accepted. I knew it wouldn't go that way for me. I'd applied behind my mother's back, certain that once I got in, once I had that letter, she'd let go of her need to keep me close. I'd handed her the letter on blue and white Carolina stationery, grinned like it was a trophy. I'd never seen her so angry. My brain doesn't accept where my body is sitting. It catalogs the last 36 hours in an attempt to find the how of this hospital room. Last night, she roared about trust and safety and not rushing to grow up. I'd screamed about unfairness, about what I'd earn, about how I needed to get away from dirt roads. This morning, I was still fuming when I woke up. In bed, I made a silent declaration to not speak to her all day. That declaration had felt good. Today, a nothing normal Tuesday except that for me, it carried the stubborn undercurrent of, "We'll talk later." Tonight, she drove away from work at the end of the day. Then, a car. Now, this pale green room and a disinfectant smell that burns when I inhale. Forever. "We'll talk later" is not the same as "we'll never talk again." The twine from February closes tight around me like I will never take another breath. But somehow the police officer is still talking, shimmering, and shining. The air around him looks alive, like he is drenched in magic. But when your entire world is shattering, a little bit of magic is nothing. 3 months later. Part 1. Order. Chapter 1. A Carolina first year sprints through the darkness and launches himself off the cliff into the moonlit night. His shouts send sleepy birds flying overhead. The sound echoes against the rock face that borders the Eno quarry. Flashlights track his flailing body, all windmilling arms and kicking legs, until he hits the water with a cracking splash. At the cliff above, 30 college students cheer and whoop, their joy weaving through the pine trees. Like a constellation in motion, cone-shaped beams of light roam the lake's surface. Collective breath. Held. All eyes searching. Waiting. Then, the boy erupts from the water with a roar, and the crowd explodes. Cliff jumping is the perfect formula for southern white boy fun. Rural recklessness, a pocket flashlight's worth of precaution, and a dare. I can't look away. Each run draws my own feet an inch closer to the edge. Each leap into nothingness, each hovering moment before the fall calls to a spark of wild yearning inside my chest. I press that yearning down, seal it closed, board it up. Lucky he didn't break his damn legs, Alice mutters in her soft twang. She scoffs, peering over the edge to watch the grinning jumper grasp protruding rocks and expose vines to climb the rock face. Her straight, coal-black hair lies plastered to her temple. The warm, sticky palm of late August humidity presses down on our skin. My curls are already up in a puff, as far away from the back of my neck as possible, so I hand her the extra elastic band from my wrist. She takes it, wordlessly, and gathers her hair into a ponytail. I read about this quarry on the way here. Every few years kids get hurt, fall on the rocks, drown. We're sure as hell not jumping, and it's getting late. We should go. Why? 'Cause you getting bit? I swat at a tiny flickering buzz near her arm. She fixes me with the glare. I'm insulted by your weak conversational deflection. That's not best friend behavior. You're fired. Alice wants to major in sociology, then maybe go into law. She's been interrogating me since we were 10. I roll my eyes. You've best friend fired me like 50 times since we were kids. And yet, you keep on rehiring me. This job sucks, and HR is a nightmare. And yet, you keep coming back. Evidence, if not circumstantial, that you enjoy the work. A shrug. Pay is good. You know why I don't like this. I do. It's not like I planned to break the law our first night on campus, but after dinner an opportunity had presented itself, in the shape of Charlotte Simpson, a girl we knew from Bentonville High. Charlotte popped her head into our dorm room before we'd even finished unpacking, and demanded we join her for a night out. After 2 years of EC, Charlotte had officially enrolled as a Carolina undergraduate this year, and apparently, she'd turned party girl somewhere in the interim. During the day, Eno River State Park is open for hiking, camping, and kayaking. But if you sneak in after the gates close like all the kids here have, it's probably too definitely trespassing. Not something I'd normally go for, but Charlotte explained that the night before the first day of classes is special. It's tradition for some juniors and seniors to host a party at the quarry. Also tradition, first-year students jumping off the edge of cliffs into the mineral-rich lake at its center. The park straddles Orange and Durham counties and sits north of I-85, about 25 minutes away from Carolina's campus. Charlotte drove us here in her old silver Jeep, and the entire ride over I felt Alice beside me in the back seat, shrinking against the illegality of it all. The jumper's unfettered laughter crests the cliff before his head does. I can't remember the last time my laugh sounded like that. You don't like it because it's... I dropped my voice into a dramatic whisper. Against the rules? Alice's dark eyes burned behind her glasses. Getting caught off campus at night is an automatic expulsion from EC. Hold up, Hermione. Charlotte said a bunch of students do it every year. Another jumper sprints through the woods. A deeper splash. Cheers. Alice juts her chin toward the other students. That's them. Tell me why you want to be here. Because I can't just sit in our room right now. Because ever since my mother died, there's a version of me inside that wants to break things and scream. I lift a shoulder. Because what better way to begin our adventure than with a pinch of rebellion? She does not look amused. Did someone say rebellion? Charlotte's boots crunch through the leaves and pine needles. The sharp sound stands out from the droning background of crickets, and the low bass thump pulsing our way from the party speakers. She comes to a stop next to me and brushes her auburn ponytail away from her shoulder. Y'all jumping? It is tradition, she smirks. And it's fun. No! Damn near leaps out of Alice's mouth. Something must have shown on my face because Charlotte grins, and Alice says, Bree? Aren't you pre-med or something, Charlotte? I ask. How are you this smart and this bad an influence? It's college, Charlotte says with a shrug. Smart but a bad influence describes like half the student body? Char! A male voice calls out from behind a raggedy holly. Charlotte's face breaks into a wide smile, even before she turns around to see the tall, red-haired boy walking toward us. He holds a red Solo cup in one hand and a flashlight in the other. Hey, babe, Charlotte purrs, and greets him with a giggle and kiss. Char? I mouth to Alice. When they separate, Charlotte waves us over. Babe, these are the new EC kids from back home. Bree and Alice. She curls around the boy's arm like a koala. This is my boyfriend, y'all, Evan Cooper. Evan's perusal takes long enough that I wonder what he's thinking about us. Alice is Taiwanese-American, short and wiry, with observant eyes and a semi-permanent smirk. Her whole M.O. is dressing to make a good impression just in case. And tonight, she chose dark jeans and a polka-dotted blouse with a Peter Pan collar. Under Evan's scrutiny, she pushes her round glasses up her nose and gives a shy wave. I'm 5'8", tall enough that I might pass for a college student, and black, blessed with my mother's cheekbones and curves, and my father's full mouth. I'd pulled on old jeans and a tee. Shy isn't really my thing. Evan's eyes widen when they take me in. You're the girl whose mom died, right? Bree Matthews? A trickle of pain inside, and my wall snaps into place. Death creates an alternate universe, but after 3 months I have the tools to live in it. Charlotte jabs Evan into the ribs with her elbow, sending him daggers with her eyes. What? He puts his hands up. That's what you said. Sorry. She cuts him off, her gaze apologetic. My wall works 2 ways. It hides the things I need to hide, and helps me show the things I need to show. Particularly useful with the sorry for your loss crowd. In my mind's eye, the wall's reinforced now, stronger than wood, iron, steel. It has to be, because I know what comes next. Charlotte and Evan will unleash the predictable stream of words everyone says when they realize they're talking to the girl whose mom died. It's like a comforting grieving people bingo, except when all the squares get covered, everyone loses. Charlotte perks up. Here we go. How are you holding up? Is there anything I can do for you? Double whammy. The real answers to those 2 questions, the really real answers, not well, and no. Instead, I say, I'm fine. No one wants to hear the real answers. What the sorry for your loss crowd wants is to feel good about asking the questions. This game is awful. I can't imagine, Charlotte murmurs, and that's another square covered on the bingo card. They can imagine it. They just wouldn't want to. Some truths only tragedy can teach. The first one I learned is that when people acknowledge your pain, they want your pain to acknowledge them back. They need to witness it in real time, or else you're not doing your part. Charlotte's hungry blue eyes search for my tears, my quivering lower lip, but my wall is up, so she won't get either. Evan's eager gaze hunts for my grief and suffering, but when I jut my chin out in defiance, he averts his eyes. Good. For your loss. Damn! And with the words I most despise, Evan hits bingo. People lose things when they have a mental lapse. Then they find that thing again from the lost place. But my mother isn't lost, she's gone. Before Bree is gone too, even though I pretend she's not. After Bree came into being the day my mother died. I went to sleep that night, and when I woke up she was there. After Bree was there during the funeral. After Bree was there when our neighbors knocked on our door to offer sorrow and broccoli casserole. After Bree was with me when the visiting mourners finally went home. Even though I can only recall hazy snippets from the hospital, trauma-related memory loss, according to my father's weird, preachy grief book, I have After Bree. She's the unwanted souvenir that death gave me. In my mind's eye, After Bree looks almost like me. Tall, athletic, warm brown skin, broader than I want shoulders. But where my dark tight curls are usually pulled up on top of my head, After Bree stretch wide and loose like a live oak tree. Where my eyes are brown, Hers are the dark ochre, crimson, and obsidian of molten iron in a furnace, because Afterbree is in constant state of near explosion. The worst is at night, when she presses against my skin from the inside and the pain is unbearable. We whisper together, "I'm sorry, Mom. This is all my fault." She lives and breathes inside my chest, one heartbeat behind my own life and breath, like an angry echo. Containing her is a full-time job. Alice doesn't know about Afterbree. Nobody does. Not even my dad. Especially not my dad. Alice clears her throat, the sound breaking like a wave against my thoughts. How long did I zone out? A minute? 2? I focus on the 3 of them, face blank, wall up. Evan gets antsy in the silence and blurts out, "By the way, your hair is totally badass." I know, without looking, that the curls springing out of my puff are wide awake, reaching toward the sky in the night's humidity. I bristle because his tone is one that feels less like a compliment and more like he's happened upon a fun oddity. And that fun oddity is black me with my black hair. Wonderful. Alice shoots me a sympathetic glance that Evan misses entirely because, of course he does. "I think we're done here. Can we go?" Charlotte pouts. "Half an hour or more, I promise. I want to check out the party." "Yeah! Y'all can come watch me shotgun a PBR." Evan slings an arm over his girlfriend's shoulders and leads her away before we can protest. Alice grumbles under her breath and takes off after them, stepping high over rangy weeds at the edge of the tree line. Fall panicum, and mare's tail mostly. My mother had called the stuff witchgrass and horseweed fleabane, back when she was alive to call out plants to me. Alice is almost to the trees before she realizes I'm not following. "You coming?" "I'll be there in a sec. I want to watch some more jumps." I jerk a thumb over my shoulder. She stomps back. "I'll wait with you." "No, that's okay. You go ahead." She scrutinizes me, torn between taking me at my word or pushing further. "Watch, not jump." Watch, not jump. "Maddie." Her childhood nickname for me, Maddie, short for my last name, twisted something deep in my chest. Old memories have been doing that lately, even the ones that aren't about her. And I sort of hate it. My vision goes fuzzy with the threat of tears, and I have to blink Alice's features into focus. Pale face, glasses perpetually sliding to the tip of her nose. I know this isn't how we thought it would be. Being at Carolina, I mean, but I think your mom would have come around to it, eventually." I cast my gaze out as far as the moonlight allows. Across the lake, treetops are the shadowed fringe between the quarry and the murky sky. We'll never know. But, always a but. Something hard slips into her voice. "But if she were here, I don't think she'd want you to... To what?" "To become some other person." I kick at a pebble. I need to be alone for a minute. Enjoy the party. I'll be there soon. She eyes me as if gauging my mood. "I hate tiny parties. They force one into constant exertion." I squint, searching my memories for the familiar words. Did you just Jane Austen me?" Her dark eyes twinkle. "Who's the literary nerd? The quoter, or the one who recognizes the quote?" "Wait." I shake my head in amusement. "Did you just Star Wars me?" "No," she grins. "I New Hoped you." "Y'all coming?" Charlotte's disembodied voice shoots back through the woods like an arrow. Alice's eyes still hold a pinch of worry, but she squeezes my hand before walking away. Once I can no longer hear the rustle of her shoes in the underbrush, I release a breath, dig out my phone.
Hey, kiddo. You and Alice get settled in okay?
The second text arrived 15 minutes later.
I know you're our brave Bree, who is ready to escape Bentonville. But don't forget us little people back home. Make your mom proud. Call when you can. Love, Dad.
I shoved my phone back into my pocket. I had been ready to escape Bentonville, but not because I was brave. At first I wanted to stay home. It seemed right after everything. But months of living under the same roof alone with my dad made my shame intolerable. Our grief is for the same person, but our grief is not the same. It's like those bar magnets in physics class. You can push the matching poles together, but they don't want to touch. I can't touch my dad's grief. Don't really want to. In the end, I left Bentonville because I was too scared to stay. I pace along the cliff, away from the crowd, and keep the quarry to my left. The scents of damp soil and pine rise up with every footstep. If I breathe in deeply enough, the mineral smell of ground stone catches at the back of my throat. A foot over, the earth falls away below my feet, and the lake stretches out wide, reflecting the sky and stars and the possibilities of night. From here, I can see what the jumpers were working with. Whatever cleaved the dirt and rocks to form the quarry had dug at a 30-degree angle. To clear the face entirely, you would need to run fast and leap far. No hesitation allowed. I imagine myself running like the moon is my finish line. Running like I can leave the anger and the shame and the gossip behind. I can almost feel the delicious burn in my muscles, the rush sweet and strong in my veins as I sail over the cliff and into emptiness. Without warning, the whirling spark of afterbreath stretches up from my gut like a vine on fire. But this time I don't shove her away. She unfurls behind my ribs, and the hot pressure of her is so powerful, it feels like I could explode. Part of me wants to explode.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
A wry voice from behind startles me and sends a few birds, hidden in the canopy above, squawking into the sky. I hadn't heard anyone approach through the underbrush, but a tall, dark-haired boy leans casually against a tree, as if he'd been there the whole time. Arms over his chest and black combat boots crossed at the ankles. The boy's expression is lazy with disdain, like he can't even be bothered to muster up a full dose of the stuff.
Forgive me for interrupting. It looked like you were about to jump off a cliff. Alone. In the dark.
He draws. He is unsettlingly beautiful. His face is aristocratic and sharp, framed by high pale cheekbones. The rest of his body is born from shadows. Black jacket, black pants, and ink-black hair that falls over his forehead and curls just below the gauged ears, bearing small black rubber plugs. He can't be more than 18, but something about his features don't belong to a teenager. The cut of his jaw, the line of his nose, his stillness. The boy, who's both young and old, lets me study him, but only for a moment. Then he levels his tawny gaze in challenge. When our eyes meet, a stinging shock races through me, head to heels, leaving fear in its wake. I swallow and look away. I can make that jump. He snorts.
Cliff jumping is asinine.
No one asked you. I have a stubborn streak aggravated by other stubborn people, and this boy clearly qualifies. I step to his right. Quick as a cat, he reaches for me, but I twist away before he gets a grip. His eyebrows lift, and the corner of his mouth twitches.
I haven't seen you around before. Are you new?
I'm leaving. I turn, but the boy is beside me in 2 steps. Do you know who I am?
No.
I'm Selwyn Kane. His gaze sends tiny invisible sparks of electricity dancing across my cheek. I flinch and throw my hand up between us like a shield. Fingers too hot, too strong instantly close around my wrist. A tingling sensation shoots down to my elbow. Why did you cover your face? I don't have an answer for him. Or myself. I try to yank away from him, but his hold is like iron. Let go. Selwyn's eyes widen slightly, then narrow. He's not used to being shouted at. Do you feel something when I look at you?
What?
I pull, but he holds me tightly without effort.
No.
Don't lie.
I'm not. Quiet,
he orders. Bright indignation flares in my chest, but his unusual eyes rake across my face, snuff it right out. Strange. I thought... Suddenly, a shout breaks the night. But this time they're not from the cliff jumpers. We both twist around towards the forest and beyond it, to the party in the clearing. More yelling, and not the happy drunk kind. A low growl close by my ear. I jump when I realize the sound is coming from the demanding boy whose fingers are still locked around my wrist. As he stares into the tree, his mouth curves into a satisfied smile, exposing 2 canines that nearly touch his bottom lip. Got you. Got who? I demand. Selwyn startles as if he'd completely forgotten I was there. Then he releases me with a frustrated grunt. He takes off, speeding into the woods, a silent shadow between the trees. He's out of sight before I can form a response. A jarring scream echoes from the party on my left. Raised voices ring out from the cliff jumpers on my right, who are now sprinting for the clearing too. Blood freezes in my veins. Alice. Heart pounding in my chest, I race to the trailhead to follow Selwyn. But once I'm under the tree cover, the ground is barely visible in the darkness. 3 steps in and I trip and fall hard into bramble. Branches scrape my palms and arms. I take 2 shaking breaths. Let my eyes adjust. Stand. Listen for the sounds of yelling undergraduates. Then, adrenaline shooting through my veins, I jog half a mile in the right direction, with quick, careful steps, wondering how the hell Selwyn could move so fast through the woods without a flashlight. By the time I stumble into the clearing, the party is in chaos. Undergrads push against one another to run down the long, narrow path toward the cars parked at the gravel lot. Beyond the trees, car engines growl to life in a rolling wave. 2 guys struggle to lift the kegs and push them onto the trunk beds, while a small crowd besides them tries to help lighten the barrels by drinking straight from the hose. Beside the fire, a circle of 20 kids cheer while holding solo cups and cell phones high in the air. Whatever, or whoever they're looking at won't be Alice. She'd try and find me, like I'm trying to find her. I reach for my phone, but there are no missed calls or texts. She's got to be freaking out. Alice? I scan the crowd for her, for Charlotte's ponytail and t-shirt, for Evan's red hair, but they aren't there. A half-naked, dripping wet undergrad girl shoves past me. Alice Chin? Campfire smoke billows thick in the air. I can barely see anything. I push through, sweating, churning bodies, calling Alice's name. A tall blonde girl scowls when I shout too close to her face, and I scowl back. She's beautiful the way a well-maintained dagger is beautiful. Sharp, shiny, in all angles. A bit prissy. Absolutely Alice's type. Damn it. Where is she? Everybody out before I call the cops, the girl yells. Cops? I glance up right as the solo cup carrying circle parts. It only takes a second to see the cause of the screams from earlier, and the reason why someone might call the cops. A fight. A bad one. 4 drunken, enormous boys are rolling and swinging in a pile on the ground. Probably football players right out of the preseason and fueled by adrenaline, beer, and who knows what else. One of the giants has another shirt in his hand. The fabric pulled so taut I hear the seam rip. The third is on his feet, rearing back for a kick to the fourth boy's stomach. It's like watching gladiators brawl. Except instead of armor, they're covered in layers of muscle and have necks as thick as my thigh. And instead of weapons, they're swinging fists the size of award-winning grapefruits. The hurricane cloud of dirt they've created has put up so much smoke and dust into the air that I almost missed the flicker of light and movement above their heads. What the... There it is again. In the air above the boys, something is shimmering and dancing. A greenish silver something that swoops, dives, and flickers in and out of transparency like a glitching hologram. The image pulls at a string of memory. The shimmer of light. And the very feeling of it punches the breath right out of my lungs. I've seen this before, but I can't remember where. I turn, gasping, to the student beside me, a wide-eyed boy in Tar Heels t-shirt. Do you see that? You mean the jackasses fighting over nothing? He taps his phone. Yeah. Why do you think I'm filming? No, the light. I point at the flickering. There! The boy searches the air. Then his expression turns wry. Been smoking something? Come on. The blonde girl pushes through the circle of spectators, standing between the fighters and the crowd with her hands on her hips. Time to go. The boy beside me waves her away. Get out of the shot, Tor! Tor rolls her eyes. You need to leave, Dustin. Her vicious glare sends most of the gawkers running. The something is still there, beyond the blonde girl's head. Heart hammering, I take in the scene again. No one else has noticed the silvery mass hovering and flapping above the boys' heads. Either that, or no one else can see it. Cold dread creeps into my stomach. Grief does strange things to people's mind. This I know. One morning, a couple weeks after my mother died, my dad said he had thought he could smell her cheesy grits cooking on the stove. My favorite, and my mother's specialty. Once, I heard her humming down the hall from my bedroom. Something so mundane and simple, so regular and small that for a moment, the prior weeks were just a nightmare, and I was awake now, and she was alive. Death moves faster than brains do. I exhale through the memories, shut my eyes tight, open them again. No one else can see this, I think, scanning the group a final time. No one except the figure on the other side of the fire, tucked between the trunks of 2 oaks. Selwyn Kane. He glares upward, his expression calculating, irritated. His sharp eyes watch the they are not there shape too. Long fingers twitch at his side, silver rings flashing in the shadows. Without warning, through the wisp of smoke rising in the eddies and waves over the campfire, Selwyn's eyes find mine. He sighs. Actually sighs, as if now that the hologram creature is here, I bore him. Insult spikes through my fear. Still holding my gaze, he makes a quick jerking motion with his chin, and a vicious snap of invisible electricity wraps around my body like a rope and yanks me backward, away from the boy and the something. It pulls so hard, so fast that I nearly fall. His mouth moves, but I can't hear him. I resist, but the rope sensation responds, tight pain in my body blossoming into a single utterance. Leave! The word materializes in my brain like an idea of my own that I'd simply forgotten. The command brands itself behind my eyes and echoes like a bell rung deep inside my chest until it's all I can hear. It floods my mouth and nose with dizzying scents, a bit of smoke, followed by cinnamon. The need to go saturates my world until I'm so heavy with it that my eyelids drop. When I open my eyes again, I've already turned to face the direction of the parking lot. In my next breath, I'm walking away. Chapter 2.
Leave. Now.
I'm leaving. Now. That seems right. Good. Best, even. Beside me, Dustin is leaving too.
I need to go.
He shakes his head, like he can't fathom why he hadn't left the party already. I find myself nodding in agreement. Tor told us to leave, and we should do as she says. We're on the gravel path now, the lot a few minutes' walk through the trees. I trip on a branch, lurch to the side and catch myself against a trunk, hand slapping against the jagged pine bark. The quick stinging pain from my already scratched palms cuts through the smokiness of leave and the lingering spice of now, until both words dissipate. Instead of pressing on me like a weight, the command flits gnat-like around my skull. Dustin is long gone. I gulp oxygen until my thoughts feel like my own again, until I'm in my body enough to feel the sweat-damp cotton t-shirt clinging to my back and chest. Memories rise like bubbles through oil, slow and sluggish, until they explode into rich technicolor. Selwyn. His bored expression, his mouth spilling words into the night like a cold wind, until they swept away my intention to stay and replaced it with his command that I leave. His will wrapped around my memory of the flying creature and ground it down into a pile of dust and fractured images, then rearranged that pile into something new, an unremarkable blank space above the campfire with no creature in sight. But that new memory doesn't feel real. It is a thin, flimsy layer, created from silver smoke, with the truth visible in concrete underneath. He gave us both false memories, but now I remember the truth. That's impossible. A voice sends me ducking behind a tree. It's just these four. The rest made it to the parking lot. It's Tor, the blonde girl who yelled at everyone. Can we make this quick? I have a date with Sar. Drinks at the tap rail. And Sar will understand if you're late. Selwyn. This one was nearly corporeal. I had to wipe those last two kids' memories just in case. I stifle a gasp. They both still there at the clearing 20 feet away. Whatever they're doing, they're working together. Tor and Selwyn are visible between trees circling the campfire, looking up. The murky green shape is still there in the sky, flashing in and out. The four drunk football players must be absolutely plastered, because they're now only coming up for air. They sit back, chests heaving, faces bloodied, expressions disoriented. One of them moves to stand, but Selwyn is at his side in the blink of an eye. His hand drops like an anvil on the kid's shoulder, forcing the larger boy back down so hard and fast that I hear his knees crack against the earth. The boy screams in pain, falling forward on his hands while I muffle my own cry. "Dude," another boy shouts. "Shut up," snaps Selwyn. The wounded boy struggles in Selwyn's grip, but Selwyn holds him down without effort, without even looking. Selwyn's gaze hasn't left the flickering thing moving above their heads. After several pained breaths, the boy releases a low moan. "The rest of you, over here with them." The other three boys exchange glances in silent debate. "Now," he barks, and they scurry together on hands and knees to sit next to their injured friend. In that second, I realize I have a choice. I can go find Alice and Charlotte. Alice will be worried sick. I can leave like Selwyn told me to. I can put my wall up again. This time against whatever is happening here with these kids I don't know, from a school I've barely started. I can hide my curiosity, just like after Bree, just like my grief. Or I can stay. If this isn't just a trick of grief, then what is it? Sweat streams down my forehead, stings my eyes. I bite my lip, weighing my options. As soon as I get them out of the way, it's going to bolt, Selwyn cautions. You don't say, Tor says dryly. Snark later. Hunt now. Hunt? My breaths quicken. Pot, kettle, black, Tor huffs, but reaches over her shoulder for something I can't see. Any choice I had evaporates when silver smoke appears from nowhere. It writhes and coalesces around Selwyn like a living thing, wrapping his arms and chest, blurring his body. His amber eyes gleam, actually gleam, like dual suns, and the ends of his dark hair curl upward, topped by bright flames of blue and white. The fingers on his free hand flex and contort at his sides, as if they're pulling and churning the air itself. And possibly, he is both more terrifying and more beautiful than before. Silver smoke materializes and surrounds the boys. They don't even blink, because they can't see it. But I can. And so can Selwyn and Tor. When Tor takes a step back, I finally see what she's holding. A dark metal rod curved in an arc. A downward snap and it extends into a bow. A damn bow? At the sight of her weapon, the tot football players shout and scatter like crabs. Ignoring them, Tor pulls hard to extract a silver bowstring from one end, strings the weapon with practiced fingers, tests the tension. The girl I'd called Prissy draws an arrow from a hidden quiver between her shoulder blades and knocks it without looking, takes a breath, and in one powerful motion pulls the bow up and the arrow back to her ear. One of the players points a shaking finger. What? Where do you want it? Tor asks, as if the boy had never even spoken. Cords of muscle strain at her bicep and her forearm. Selwyn tilts his head, assessing the creature. In the wing. Tor aims. The string tightens. On your signal. A beat. Now. 3 things happen in quick succession. Tor's arrow flies. Selwyn swings toward the boys, spreading his arms wide and murmuring words I can't hear. And the boys stand up. They march around the campfire in a line and walk in my direction. Tor's arrow has pierced the shimmering mass. For a split second I see wings in the campfire smoke. Claws. A thud, and it's writhing on the ground, scattering leaves and dirt, half the arrow sticking up. Whatever it is, it's not much bigger than a possum, but just as angry as one. I shudder. A possum with wings? The football players reach me and I duck out of sight as they pass. My blood runs cold when I see their expressions. Mouths slack, eyes unfocused. They move as if drugged. Is that how I looked? A screech splits the air, yanking my attention back to Selwyn and Tor. A hiss. A voice like metal scraping across glass. Merlin! A blinking confusion. Merlin? As in King Arthur? Selwyn advances on the flickering creature, twitching from Tor's arrow. 5 needle-thin points of light appear at the fingertips of his extended hand. He snaps his wrist and the light spears fly into the ground. The creature screams. Selwyn's pinned it in place like a butterfly to a board. His low chuckle makes me shiver. Not just any Merlin. The creature hisses again in pain, rage. A king's mage! A feral grin spreads across Selwyn's face. That's better. My heart skips. Mage. Magic. It's just a small one, Sel. Tor pouts, another arrow already knocked in her bow. It doesn't matter how small it is. Selwyn, Sel, objects. It shouldn't be here. The thing struggles against its restraints, a flapping sound. Sel clucks his tongue. Why are you here, little easel? He says easel with a long E on the first syllable and a derisive sneer.
Nosy Legendborn.
The easel makes a sniffing sound.
Noisy trait.
Sel stomps down on its wing. Hard. The creature screeches. Enough about us. Why are you here?
Feeding.
Sel rolls his eyes. Yes, we saw that. Found yourself a spark of aggression and blew on it until it became a feast. So intent on gorging yourself, you didn't even see us when we were right beneath you. But so far away from campus, you're a weak, miserable thing, barely corporeal. Surely it'd be easier to feed there, closer to your gate. A grating, rhythmic sound comes from the ground where the easel lies trapped. It takes a moment for me to recognize the sound as laughter. Sel hears it too. His lips curl back. Something funny?
Yes,
the easel crows.
Very funny.
Spit it out. We don't have all night, Sel warns. Or should I say you don't have all night? You're going to die here. Or did you miss that too?
Not my gate,
it rasps. Sel's jaw clenches. What do you mean, not your gate? The creature laughs again, the sound atonal and wrong. Sel's eyes flick to Tor. Still aiming at the easel, she shakes her head, shrugs. Neither of them know what it means.
Not my gate! Not my gate!
Without warning, Sel clenches his hand into a tight fist in one hard motion. The glowing pins draw together. There's a quick flash of light and a bone-shaking scream, and the creature's flickering shape explodes into green dust. My feet are glued to the earth. They're going to find me, I think, because I'm too terrified to run. There could be more. Tor pulls her bow to rest. Sel's head lowers in thought. Sel? Silence. Did you hear me? His eyes cut to hers. I heard you. Well, are we hunting or not, King's mage? She huffs. He turns to face the woods opposite my hiding place, tension radiating across his back and shoulders. He comes to a decision. We're hunting. He mutters a word I don't understand, and the silver smoke from before returns, swirling around the campfire until the flames die, sending the clearing into darkness. Move out. I hold my breath, but Tor and Sel don't turn my way. Instead, they step into the section of the woods he's been scrutinizing. I wait until I hear their voices recede. Even without the fear of what they'd do if they found me, it takes that long to get my trembling limbs under control. Finally, they're gone. A beat of silence. 2. And the crickets begin singing again. I hadn't realized they stopped. From a limb overhead, a bird releases a quiet, uncertain chirp. I exhale in kinship. I'm pretty sure I know how they feel. The easel was an impossible monster that somehow fed off humans, but Selwyn is something else. Something worse. Every living thing in the forest had hidden itself from him. I stand there one more beat, still frozen. And then I run. I run as fast as I can through the shadows and don't look back. Chapter 3. When I burst through the trees, I slow down, all thoughts of the impossible disappearing. Lights flash blue and red against the night sky, and dread, heavy and sour, fills my stomach. A Durham County Sheriff patrol car has pulled into the lot, and my friends are standing beside it, talking to a deputy holding a notepad. Charlotte and the deputy both notice me approach. The deputy, A white man in his 40s flicks his notebook closed and puts his hand on his hip as if to remind me there's no use in running away. The holstered gun on his other hip doesn't go unnoticed. Alice is tucked behind them, a quiet shadow with her head bowed. Her hair falls forward in a thick black curtain, hiding her face. The sight makes my heart ache. When I reach the car, the deputy glances at Charlotte. "This is your friend?" Charlotte nods, then continues rapidly explaining and apologizing. I go to Alice and look her over. "You okay?" She doesn't respond or look at me. I reach for her shoulder, but she twists back away from my fingers. "Alice!" "Now that we're all here," the deputy drawls. Aided by a long, suffering sigh, he strides around the driver's side of his squad car, taking his sweet time on purpose, I'm positive, and leans on the hood. "Miss Simpson, you're free to go with a warning. The next time it'll be a ticket. Miss Chin and Miss..." He tips his head my way expectantly and raises a brow. I swallow, my heart still racing. "Matthews." "Uh-huh." He nods at the back seat of his squad car. "You're both with me." Beside me, Alice's hands shake in her lap. I glance at the squad car's glowing blue digital clock. 10:32. We've been on the dark, empty back road to campus for 11 silent minutes. Neither of us has ever ridden in a police car. It smells like leather and gun oil, and something sharp and minty. My eyes land on a round green and black tin of classic wintergreen, flavored skull and a cup holder between the front seats. Ugh. Beyond the metal mesh divider, a dusty laptop sits attached to the center console. Below it, there's a pile of electrical equipment sprouting coiled wires and covered with dials and switches. The deputy, whose name tag says Norris, fiddles with the radio station until it hits the chorus of Sweet Home Alabama over the crackling speaker. I'm 16. I pay attention. I listen to the stories from uncles, cousins, hell, my own father about police run-ins and stops. I see the videos online. Sitting in this car and thinking about those images makes my heart pound. I don't know if there's a single black person in this country who can say with 100% confidence that they feel safe with the police. Not after the past few years. Probably not ever. Maybe there were some, somewhere, but I sure as hell don't know 'em. Alice sits stiff as a board, gaze locked outside the window onto the endless wall of passing shadowed woods. In the front seat, Norris taps his thumbs on the wheels and mouths, "Lord, I'm coming home to you." "Alice," I whisper, "something happened. Not talking to you." "Come on," I hiss. "Back at the campfire, there was a... God, I don't know where to start. It was a fight, I think." "Quit the chatter," Deputy Norris orders. I catch his eyes in the mirror. He raises a brow as if to say, "Say something. I dare you." I shudder my gaze and look away. After a few minutes, Norris speaks up. "So, Carolina, my kid applied a couple years ago. He didn't get in. Tough school to crack. Pricey, too." Neither one of us knows what to say to that. "How'd y'all swing it?" We both hesitate. Swing what? Getting accepted or the cost? Alice answers first. "Scholarship." "How about you, girlfriend?" Norris's eyes find me in the mirror. "I'm guessing need-based." Alice stiffens, and my hackles raise. I'm not his girlfriend, and I'm not ashamed to have financial aid. But that's not what he's asking. Affirmative action. It's written all over his knowing sneer. Merit, I bite through gritted teeth, even though it's none of his business either way. He chuckles. Sure. I breathe through a surge of impotent rage. My fingers curl into my thighs, tensing with all the things I can't afford to say right now. After a few minutes, the car slows. We're still miles away from campus, and there's no intersection or car in sight. Just a straight 2-lane road illuminated by the squad car's headlights. Then I see why Norris is stopping. 2 figures have emerged from the tree line on the other side of the road. As the squad car pulls closer, lights on full, the figures cover their eyes with raised hands. Norris rolls to a stop beside them, turns the volume down and lowers his window. Late to be out for a stroll. Norris, is it? The blood drains from my face at the sound of that voice. Deputy Norris's shoulders tense. Kane. His eyes slide to the left. Morgan. Sorry about that. I didn't recognize y'all. Alice leans against her own window to get a better look at who I know to be Selwyn and Tor. Noisy Legendborn. I noticed, Sel says smoothly. He bends at the waist, and I direct my eyes straight ahead, face blank. In my peripheral vision, I see his gaze linger on me for a moment, then move to Alice. His attention sets my nerves on fire. Stragglers from the quarry? Yep, Norris confirms. He hesitates, then clears his throat. Anything to be, concerned about there? Selwyn stands. Not anymore. Glad to hear it. Norris's chuckle is tight. Nervous. Norris knows. He knows. Is that all? Sel asked dryly. If Norris is offended that he, a Durham County Sheriff deputy and a full-grown man, is being as good as dismissed by a teenage boy, he doesn't show it. Just taking these 2 back to campus. Sel is already walking down the road, his attention withdrawn. On your way. On your way? Not a request, not a suggestion, an order. Any ounce of security I could have felt in this car is erased in 3 words. Whatever higher power Deputy Norris answers to, these 2 teenagers outrank him. Norris salutes Tor before she follows Sel. Then he shifts the car into drive to continue down the road toward UNC. After a minute, he turns the radio back up and hums under his breath. I gather my courage and twist, as subtly as possible to peer out the rear window shield. Tor and Sel are gone. Beside me, Alice slumps back against the seat. I don't attempt to talk to her again. If I didn't know what to say before, then I definitely don't now that I've seen the way law enforcement interacts with these so-called Legendborn. I spend the rest of the drive reviewing my earlier words to Alice, and end up both relieved and terrified. Relieved because I said nothing in Norris's presence to indicate that I knew what really happened at the quarry. Terrified because I witnessed something that I was not meant to see, and if Selwyn Kane had wanted to do something about that, Deputy Norris would not have stopped him. 3 thoughts chase one another the entire ride to campus until they bleed into a single stream of words. Magic. Real. Here. Norris drops us off in front of Old East, the historic building that houses early college students. We take the stairs up to our dorm on the 3rd floor in silence. Once inside, Alice changes into her pajamas and climbs into bed without saying good night. I find myself standing adrift in the middle of our floor. On her side of the room, Alice has a row of framed photos of her brother and sisters and parents on vacation in Taiwan on the shelf above her desk. Her parents declared early on that they would pick her up from the dorms every Friday so that she could spend the weekend at home in Bentonville. But that didn't stop her from decorating like she'd live here full-time. Earlier today, she'd hung a few rom-com movie posters on the wall and draped a 6-foot string of Christmas lights over her bed. On my side, there are no pictures, no posters, nothing decorative at all, really. Back home, it hurt beyond tolerance to walk the halls of my childhood home and see photos of my mother alive and smiling. I even hid her knickknacks, any sign of her existence cut into my heart, so when it came time to move to Chapel Hill, I packed light. All I have here are a few plastic bins of books and stationery, a suitcase of clothes, my favorite sneakers, my laptop and my phone, and a small box of toiletries. After tonight, everything looks like an artifact from another world where magic doesn't exist. Real. Here. 3 words join the thread. Merlin, King's Mage, Legendborn. I don't expect to find sleep, but I climb into bed anyway. Childhood imaginings colliding with the hellish reality I witnessed tonight. When I was little, I loved the idea of magic, the kind that lived in Percy Jackson and Charmed. Sometimes magic seemed like a tool that can make life easier, something that can make the impossible possible. But real magic includes creatures that feed on humans. A small voice inside me thinks that if they hunt those creatures, the Legendborn must be good. They must be. But when the night slips into early morning, that voice grows quiet. By the time I fall asleep, my ears ring with echoes. That boy's sharp cry of pain when Sel forced him to his knees. Dustin's slurred mumble as he marched to the parking lot. And the easel's scream when Sel destroyed it. Chapter 4. Alice's voice pulls me awake. "What is it?" I groan. Sleep threatens to drag me under, and I don't want to fight it. "Get up!" Alice stands fully dressed with her arms crossed and hip popped. "The Dean of Students' office has called. The Dean wants to see us in 15 minutes. My heart seizes in my chest and my thoughts fly. Selwyn, the creature, the ride home with Norris, magic. It was all real. Wait, does the Dean know too? Is he in cahoots with Selwyn and Tor like the police? I swallow against a rush of panic. Why? She fixes me with a pointed stare. Why do you think? It takes me a long moment to realize what she's referring to. Expulsion. Ours. In one motion, I'm upright and out of bed. Alice pivots on a heel and sweeps out of the door, her face a mixture of anger and apprehension. I'm heading over now. Don't be late. The door slams. I scramble for my phone, find Charlotte's late-night group text. Holy shit, I'm so sorry. Cops have never shown up in the quarry party. Text me when you get this. Ignore. Next, a missed call and voicemail from a number I don't recognize, with an Orange County area code and a university prefix. My own call from the dean's office. I dash around the room looking for clean clothes. A few minutes later, I'm out the door down the hallway and taking the dorm stairs 2 at a time. I hit the crash bar on the exit door and stumble down the stone steps at the side of the brick building. To my right, students stand in a long line on the red bricks surrounding the old well, waiting for a sip and good luck on the first day of classes. Beyond them, the grounds are dotted with old-growth trees, low bushes, and a Confederate statue facing north. I cross the street and trot between the South Building and the old Playmakers Theater. As soon as I clear both, I've got a picturesque view of the Polk Place, the university's main quad. Then, it feels like the 700-acre campus stares back at me all at once. Academic buildings hold the border on all 4 sides of the rectangular lawn, connected via a sprawling network of walkways that stretch long over the grass and cross one another like red brick lattice work. 100 yawning, groggy students drift across the quad, like birds in scattered migration. Some navigate the campus by memory, heads bent over their phones. Others move in pairs or groups, cutting across the grounds toward the dining hall for breakfast before their 8 a.m.s. Late summer's early morning clouds cast the sky in a muted gray and turn the leaves to rich greens. This is probably only 1/10 of the grounds, but it's still more school than I've ever walked. It takes a minute to get oriented. I thumb through the campus map on my phone and take off at a jog through the low-hanging mist and dew-drenched grass for the Student and Academic Services building. My mind tosses up images from last night like dark, confusing confetti. I want to tell Alice what I witnessed, but she would never believe I saw a golden-eyed boy who uses magic to hypnotize students, and a girl who carries a bow and arrow in her back pocket. And what about the deputy? Maybe even the entire sheriff's department, who almost definitely knows the truth and helps keep it quiet. Alice didn't see the easel, but she saw Selwyn dismiss Deputy Norris. She might agree that that hadn't been a typical encounter between a police officer and a teenage boy. But would she leap with me from the shores of not normal to the wide unknown ocean of absolutely terrifying? Miss Matthews, Miss Chin, please sit down. Dean McKinnon has a former football player look about him. Broad shoulders stretch the seams of his blue-striped button-down. I'm grateful that he's offered us a seat and sit quickly. I have at least 1 inch of height on him, even in flats and not counting my hair, tall in its bun. It tends to make older men uncomfortable when I meet their gaze equally. Sometimes I wish I could shrink into someone more convenient. He strides around the desk to take his own seat. The sun sends a wide band of light through his office window, and it bounces, white, blue, and gold off the silver nameplate that sits crooked on the front edge of his mahogany desk. He pulls up a file on his computer and starts to scroll through it while we wait. His hair is shorn close to his temples, and graying, but the color looks premature, like working with thousands of students has aged him exponentially. Probably has. I'm probably one of them. Beside me, Alice sits ramrod straight and still, but my knee bounces in anticipation. I'd been mentally composing my "Don't Kick Us Out" speech since the elevator ride up to the 2nd floor of the SASB. I'm not going back to Bentonville, especially not after what I saw last night. The dean opens his mouth to speak, but I'm faster. Mr. Kinnon! Dr. McKinnon, Miss Matthews. His voice is so stern I temporarily forget my rehearsed speech. He steeples his fingers. Or Dean McKinnon. I have earned my titles. Alice shifts uncomfortably in her chair, and her lips press into a thin line. Yes, of course. I hear my voice slide into the tone and accent that matches the dean's. Dean McKinnon. First of all, I'd like you to know that it was my idea to go off campus last night, not Alice's. Dean McKinnon's blue eyes flash between us, and he smoothly cuts me off again. Did you handcuff Miss Chin to you, thus forcing her to follow you? I exchange a glance with Alice. She tilts her head as if to say, Shut up, Bree. No. Good. He clicks into another file, and my transcript and student ID appear on the screen. He scrolls without looking up. Because we aren't in the business of educating students who can't think on their own. While Miss Chin's academic records are stellar, practically perfect in fact, if she is indeed so passive as to follow someone into her own expulsion, I'd have doubts about her being here in the first place. Alice inhales sharply. I could kick this man. Dean McKinnon leans back in his chair and releases a long sigh. You're exceptional students, or else you wouldn't be one of the 30 high school participants admitted to the early college program. It's common for students your age, upon experiencing unsupervised residential life, to make mistakes. Fortunately, the Durham County Sheriff's Office has graced you both with a warning. rather than a citation. Likewise, I don't intend to expel you. Consider this your first and only strike." Oh, thank God. We both release a breath. "However," something sharp flashes through Dean McKinnon's eyes, "there are consequences for blatant disrespect for program policies and the disregard for your own written agreement to follow them." I open my mouth, but he silences me with a look. "I will be placing phone calls to both of your parents after this meeting, and you will both report to a peer mentor the rest of the semester. A second-year early college student who has excelled in the program by making better choices." I gape, heat creeping up the back of my neck. "We don't need babysitters." "Apparently," Dean McKinnon says with a raised brow. "You do."
"Thank you, Dean McKinnon,"
Alice says evenly. "You are dismissed, Miss Chin." We both stand, but he gestures for me to stay. "Miss Matthews, a moment." My stomach sinks like a dropped anchor. Why would he want to speak to me alone? Alice hesitates for a moment and our eyes lock. Then she exits and the door clicks softly behind her. The dean studies me and drills his finger on the desk in the ensuing silence. Ta-dum, ta-dum, ta-dum. My heart races while I wait for him to speak. Does he know what I saw? Does he know about the Legendborn? "Deputy Norris reported that you got an attitude with him last night." My mouth falls open. An attitude? I barely said a word to him. He's the one who... Dean McKinnon stops me with a raised palm. "There are no excuses for disrespect to law enforcement. No excuses for backtalk. I didn't... If you'll let me finish," he says. I clench my teeth and my fingers curl into fist on my thighs. Alice is passive and I'm disrespectful. White-hot fury rises in my gut, my chest, my jaw. Fortunately, I explained to Deputy Norris that this is a difficult time for you, in a new environment that's, he offers a patronizing smile, different from what you're used to. What I'm used to? My mind spirals. First the racist cop, then the dean believing him without even giving me a chance to explain, and now... Your mother was, I correct him, automatic even as my brain processes the hard turns in our conversation. He inclines his head. Was, yes, of course. Your mother was an esteemed alumna in her department. She was an advanced student. Patents for biochemical testing processes, leading-edge work in soil science. I didn't know her personally, but our time as undergraduates here overlapped. I will my hands to stop shaking, and I inhale, slowly. He caught me off guard, but I have my defenses. I close my eyes and imagine my wall stretching up, up, up. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry for your... My eyes snap open. She's not lost. The words erupt from my mouth. Dean McKinnon purses his lips. Alice Chin is an exemplary student. But you, Miss Matthews, with your mother's legacy and your test scores and transcripts, I'd say that you have the potential for brilliance. I don't know what to say to that. I don't know if I'm brilliant. I know that my mother was brilliant, and I know that I'm not my mother. His eyes flick toward the door behind me. Your assigned mentor will contact you today. Dismissed. I slip out the door, dizzy with frustration and humiliation both. Alice, sitting stiffly on the bench at the end of the hallway, jumps to her feet. As I get closer, I can see her red-rimmed eyes and tear-streaked face. Her trembling fingers hold a wrinkled white tissue that's been twisted into a rope. Alice, I begin, glancing back at the dean's door. You won't believe what just happened in there. I'm pissed. You're pissed? Alice breathes. How do you think I feel? I startle, confused by her rage. We're not getting kicked out. It's okay.
It's not okay!
She clamps a hand over her mouth, covering a sob that erupts from deep in her chest. I reach toward her shoulder, but Alice steps away, out of my reach.
Last night was not okay!
Her voice ricochets around the empty administrative building hallway, bounces around the cubicles and tile floors.
We almost got expelled. My parents would eviscerate me if that happened. It's going to be bad enough after he calls them.
Fresh tears run down her face.
I know, but not everyone is good at school without studying like you are, Bree. Some of us have to work hard. I had to work hard to get here. It's been my dream since forever, and you knew that.
I throw my hands up.
I apologize.
We won't go off campus again.
Good.
I shake my head. But in a way, I'm glad we did, because there's something really weird going around in the school. Last night there was this boy.
Are you seriously changing the subject right now?
Alice steps back.
To talk to me about a boy?
No, I exclaimed. You're not listening to me.
Is that why you've been acting this way? Boys? Is school just a big party to you now?
Her eyes grow wide, but her voice turns cold, like she's just found me stealing or cheating on a test.
That's it, isn't it? That's why you registered for those classes.
I blink.
What does?
She laughs sourly.
English 105? Composition and rhetoric?
Come on, Maddie.
You write papers in your sleep. You've never been prepared for a speech in your life and you still get A's. Bio 103? Intro to Plants of the Piedmont? Your mother was a botanist. I didn't say anything about it before, but now it makes sense. You signed up for slacker classes. You barely paid attention to the campus tour, and now you're getting us into trouble. You're just screwing around here, aren't you?
Shame rises up inside my belly. Shame and not a small amount of embarrassment. I didn't think I picked slacker classes. Maybe they wouldn't be as hard as others I could have chosen, but just being here at all is already hard. Keeping the wall up, keeping After Bree hidden, and now magic? Anger chases right behind the shame, burning it away in a fiery rush. Alice doesn't even know about After Bree. Alice doesn't know about any of it. You didn't have to go to the quarry, I spit. You could have said no. She groans.
You've been acting like this all summer, like nothing matters. I couldn't let you go off alone with Charlotte Simpson.
So what? You're my babysitter now, too?
After last night, it's pretty clear you need one.
She stops herself and looks away, her jaw clenched tight around the words she's holding back. I spread my hands wide. Say what you want to say, Alice. She turns away.
We applied when your mom was still...
I know. Things aren't the same for you. I'm trying to understand. But if you don't want to be here, if you're not going to take this seriously, then maybe you should go home. It's like she slapped me clean across the face. Hot tears press against the back of my eyes. Go home? Home to what, exactly? Go back to being the girl whose mom died in that small, gossipy town? Carolina had been our dream. She stares back and I can see it in her eyes. Sometime in the last 24 hours, she'd already imagined doing this alone. Without me. The wall inside me grows. I let it stretch so tall and wide that I can't see its tops or edges. The barrier slides into place so completely that all the muscles in my face go still at once. I envision a surface that is flat and impenetrable, and I feel my eyes become flat and impenetrable too. My turn. How about you grow up and get a life, instead of blaming me for your choices? Alice steps back, and a crack in her voice goes straight to my heart. I don't know who you are right now, Bree. She stares at me for a moment longer, and then bends to gather her things. I can't move or speak. All I can do is watch her walk away. Chapter 5. Anger cascades through me so entirely I can taste it. I make it halfway back to Old East before I have to pause to catch my breath on the steps of a library. At the edge of Polk Place, it seems like all of Carolina's almost 30,000 students are rippling across the quad in a steady wave, heading to their first class of the semester. Before, Alice and I talked about EC like a grand adventure we could conquer together. Now, watching all the other students walk to their classes with purpose, it feels like I'm here all on my own. A sly, bitter voice appears from a dark corner. Maybe that's how it should be. One less memory of before Bree to live up to. I swallow against the quiet, raw satisfaction that surfaces, but it doesn't go away. Right now, alone, feels good. My phone buzzes in my pocket, a text from a number I don't recognize. Hi, Brianna. This is Nick Davis. Dean McKinnon gave me your number so we could get started today. Want to meet up after classes? The babysitter already. I swipe it away. Then my phone buzzes again. A call. The name on the screen makes my throat go tight, but I answer it anyway. Hey, Dad. There's my college kid. My father's voice is warm and familiar, but my pulse quickens. Did the dean call him already? It's not real college, Dad. I sit on the stone veranda behind one of the library's massive columns, tucking myself away from the eyes of a passerby. It's a real college campus, he retorts. They take my real college money. Damn. No comeback there. What I said to Norris was true. I did earn a merit award. My parents weren't rich, but they'd been good about saving. Even still, the small pot of money they'd saved for my college tuition wouldn't be enough to pay for the 4-year bachelor's degree without loans. The only reason my dad could afford the 2 years of EC was because that partial academic award cut the price in half. He doesn't say as much, but I know he's gambling that the investment in EC now will help me get into colleges later, and maybe earn scholarships too. I wince, still smarting from Alice's comment about my class choices. Suppose that's right, I mumble. Mm-hmm, he chuckles. How was your first night in a real college dorm? My dad doesn't traffic in subtext. With him, what you see and hear is what you get. If he'd gotten a call from the dean, he'd have let me know by now. Loud and clear. I release a quiet sigh. First night here? Quiet? I lie. It doesn't feel great, but I don't feel great right now either. I expect the next question, and it's right on time. Met any black kids yet? The only other black kids in my high school had been a year older than me. A quiet boy named Eric Rollins, and a girl named Stephanie Henderson. Whenever we'd spent time together, the white kids got nervous or, weirdly excited. All the other black folks I know are relatives, or from a church 2 towns over. Carolina's got a larger black population than Bentonville High does. That, I know for sure. It's one of the reasons I applied. Not yet. I haven't even gone to my first class. Well, you need a community. When is your first class? 10 a.m. Had breakfast yet? Not hungry. I realize I haven't eaten since before the query. Dad makes a sound. I imagine his expression as he does it. Mouth curled downward, bushy dark brows furrowed, all the lines in his deep brown face frowning at me all at once. Appetite's still coming and going? I don't reply, not ready to lie again just yet. He sighs. His voice is slow, careful, and his Richmond drawl drops away. The book says that not feeling hungry, not eating, is a physical symptom of grief. I knew he'd bring up that book. I can see the title now. Letting Go. Bereavement, Love, and Loss. I squeeze my eyes shut and scramble around for my wall. I eat, I'm just not hungry right now.
Kiddo, while you're away, I need you to take care of yourself. Meals, rest, grades. Make some new friends. If you shut down, you come home. That was the deal, right?
I'll make my own sound, and his voice gets sharp all around the edges.
Excuse me? I'm not sure I heard you. That was the deal, correct?
Correct, I murmur. That had been the deal. He knew I was miserable at home, so he let me go. But he had reservations. Dad, I appreciate you asking, I really do. I'm okay, though. Being here is scary, lonely, messy. Good for me. Baby, the tiniest tremor in my father's voice makes my chest go tight.
You keep saying you're okay, but this thing that's happening to us, I feel it too. I know it feels real bad. I'm good, Dad, I grit out.
I stare at the veranda beneath my feet, and my vision tunnels go sharp then blurry.
Okay, he says with a sigh. We'll try and get some food in your stomach before your class, okay, kiddo?
Will do. A pause.
Where do we begin?
I clench my phone tight at my ear. It's what we say when one of us is overwhelmed. At the beginning.
That's my smart girl. Talk to you later.
When we hang up, I'm shaken. My breath comes in short pants, heat climbs around my collar. I dig my elbows into my knees and press the heels of my hands into my eyes. This is why I left. I love my father, but his words puncture every single layer of my wall until it may as well not exist. His grief makes my own emotions break across my skin like an earthquake, opening me up to... No, I whisper into my palms. No. But it's too late. The memories swell and take me. The sharp smell of a hospital disinfectant, raw bile in the back of my throat, cheap softwood in the cranny beneath my fingertips as I dig them into the armrest. Details from that night spin like a hurricane, blocking out the world in layers. The flashback pulls me from the now and into the past, one sense at a time, until I'm in both places, both times at once. A blue jay jeering and whistling overhead in a tree. The piercing beep from a life support monitor down the hall. The campus bell chimes 9 a.m. The police officer's deep, even voice.
Route 70 around, 8. A hit and run.
Familiar, horrifying, all-consuming. Once it starts, this memory is a ride I can't escape. The only thing I can do is let it run its course. The nurse leaves. The officer watches her go. He sighs.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Almost over. Next we'll stand. He'll shake my father's hand and we'll go home without her. I whimper and rock and wait for that awful night to let me go. But it doesn't. I gasp as a new image dislodges itself with a violent crack, like an iceberg in an ocean. A silver badge on a breast pocket flashing, a body shimmering. The officer's blue eyes holding my gaze, then my father's. His thin, drawn mouth muttering words I can't hear, words flowing into the room, a cold wind sweeping through my mind. Just as quickly the memory ends. That's not what happened. As soon as the words leave my mouth, I know they aren't right. For the second time in 24 hours, my brain wrestles with two conflicting memories of the exact same moment. I squeeze my eyes shut. The memory of the easel at the quarry is still there, opaque under a silvery smoke blanket of false images, the truth under Selwyn's lie. Now, the new memories of the hospital wage war against the old ones until finally the lies dissolve. Selwyn and the police officer. Both chanted a spell of some kind. Both bent my mind to their will. My eyes snap open. The first time I saw magic was the night my mother died. My first class, English and Green Law, goes by in a blur. I don't remember walking there. I sit at the back of the classroom. Questions run through my mind on a loop. Was the officer at the hospital like Sel? A Merlin? A King's Mage? How big is the Legendborn network? Why did I remember what Sel wanted me to forget? Why am I only now remembering what happened then? What other memories did that officer take, and why? Was an easel at the hospital that night too? Did it attack my mother? Is that what killed her? How much do I really know about my mother's death? I lose time. The professor talks. I don't write a thing. My phone buzzes. Brianna. I got a phone call from the Chens and then a phone call from the dean. Going off campus? Trespassing the police? You need to call me back ASAP. My father's anger barely registers, but I force myself to text back. He gave us a warning. I'm in class right now. Can we talk later? You hid this from me on the phone. A lie of omission is still a lie. I know, Dad. I'll call you after dinner. Yes, you will. 2 hours later, class is over. I drift through the cloud like a ghost, eyes unfocused and turned inward. The campus that had seemed large and intimidating now feels tight and claustrophobic. Trees obscure the lawn like curtains hiding secret truths. Towering oaks are sentinels, monitoring our every word. I lose time again while sitting on a bench outside, so far gone that I jump when my phone buzzes. Hey, Brianna. Nick again. Hope your first day is going well. My last class gets out at 5:30. Want to meet up for dinner? Ignore. By the time my second class is over, one thought has burrowed in my mind like a splinter. Someone used magic to hide what really happened the night my mother died, and I'm not going to let them get away with it. Chapter 6. Where do we begin? At the beginning. Well, by dinner I have the beginnings of a plan. In the busy dining hall, I grab a table and take bites of a sandwich between texting the only person I know who might have answers. Hey, we didn't get expelled. The response is instant. Charlotte's the type of girl who lives with her phone in her hand, never on silent, never on do not disturb. Yes, I'm serious though. I really am sorry I almost got y'all kicked out. I feel like shit. I should feel ashamed about using her guilt to my advantage, right? All good. The party was wild, lots of different kids there. For real, somebody ratted out those football players. They have to ride the bench on our first game and it's against state too. That's bullshit. I don't keep up with football, but vulgarity seems like the right response. Who was that girl yelling at everyone to leave? Tall blonde ponytail. Victoria Morgan. Goes by Tor. A serious legacy. She adds a couple of thumbs down emojis. What's her deal? Her daddy and granddaddy and whoever else all the way back to whenever went to UNC. Couple years ago, her fam donated so much money to the school that they renamed a building after them. Old money and good old boys. Legacy kids waltz in, get whatever grades, and leave 4 years later with great internships and jobs lined up. Old money and good old boys. Why am I not surprised? This is the South. Tight-knit groups, lots of loyalty, established networks, plenty of resources. Perfect for the Legendborn, I bet. What about that guy she was with? I pick out the descriptors that sound the most reasonable. Dark hair, angry, yellow eyes. Selwyn Kane was there? And I missed him? He never parties with anyone. Holy balls, that boy's hot. A stream of emojis. Tongue out smiley face.
both hands up, hunted, kissy face. I shudder. I don't think Charlotte would add kissy lips if she'd seen Sel snarl like a lion and almost break someone's kneecaps with one hand. She texts me back before I can respond. Selwyn doesn't hang with Tor, though. He doesn't? They were both standing right near the fight. All true. All things anyone could have seen. I've never seen them even speak to each other. They don't run in the same circles, babe. Not even close. He's an EC junior, like me, and Tor's a regular junior. My wheels spin. So the Legendborn avoid each other in public, but in private they're coordinated. Organized. They mentioned a gate on campus. Is that where they usually hunt? If Selwyn is a EC junior, he's not ageless. He's 18. Gotta go. Sigma party tonight, wanna come? Nope. Already on the dean's shit list. By the time I finish dinner, the sun has set, and ribbons of deep purple and burnt orange streak through the darkening sky. I push through the doors into the thick soup of humid evening, lost in thought. Brianna Irene Matthews? I freeze, then pivot, slowly, to look for the sort of asshole who calls out someone's full name in public to get their attention. Leaning against the wall, just beside the exit is a tall white boy with tousled straw blonde hair, and the bluest eyes I've ever seen. He looks like he belongs on the cover of the university brochure, impossibly bright and cheery, wearing plain jeans and a Carolina blue zipped hoodie. When he laughs, the sound is warm and genuine. Now, that's what you call a murderous expression. Want to help me with the follow-through? I snap. He smiles, shoves off the wall with one foot and strolls toward me. You're hard to pin down. He looks up briefly, as if considering, eyes back on me. And rude, too, leaving me on red all day. My eyes fall shut as I mutter. You're the babysitter. Does that mean you're a baby? My eyes snap open to find Nick Davis standing right in front of me, eyes twinkling with barely contained mirth. He's at least 4 inches taller than me, which is saying something. Even though as a second-year EC, he's probably only a year older than I am. Definitely not built like any 17-year-olds I know. With his broad shoulders and narrow waist, he looks like one of those Olympic gymnasts. I turn on my heel to leave. This boy is not a part of the plan. Not the beginning, middle, or anywhere in between. Brianna, wait up. Nick jogs to follow. I'll walk you to your dorm. It's Bree, and no thanks. When he catches up, his fresh laundry and cedar scent comes with him. Of course he smells good. Bree, short for Brianna. His dimple-edged smile is probably on a poster at a dentist's office somewhere. I'd be happy to escort you. Be your mentor and all that, he says without a stitch of sarcasm. According to the dean, you have a tendency to get lost at night and accidentally end up in the back of police cruisers? I huff and pick up the pace, but he matches mine without missing a beat. How did you find me? Drugs. I asked Dean McKinnon for your class schedule and campus ID photo. He holds up a hand before I protest. Not personal information typically shared with students, but the EC consent forms we all signed waives that right between mentors, orientation assistants, and other assigned guides. I found out when your last class ended, made a guess as to when you'd hit dinner, then estimated how long it'd take for you to get through the buffet line in Lenore, find a table, and eat at that hour of the day. All I had to do was show up and wait outside the exit closest to Old East. I stop, my jaw open. He grins, clearly amused and more than a little pleased with himself. So you're a creep. He holds a hand to his chest like I've wounded him. Not a creep, just clever. And operating under Dean McKinnon's explicit orders to make first contact with you today. Ocean eyes set in a tan face take me in, and a knowing smile sends a wave of warmth to my ears. Timed it perfectly, too.
You walked out 5 minutes after I arrived. Being clever and being creepy are not mutually exclusive. Oh, I agree. He scratches at his chin. There's probably a Venn diagram or a graph of direct proportionality in there somewhere. I groan. This is, by definition, using your intelligence for evil. Nick tilts his head. Correct. On 2 levels, in fact. He raises a finger. Using one's cleverness to creep and, a second finger, using one's cleverness to diagram the cleverness to creepiness relationship. I open my mouth, close it and turn, and walk away. He follows. We walk in silence for a few moments, letting the night flow around in between us. I glance back once. Nick's easy stroll reminds me of a dancer. Long stride, straight posture. When my eyes reach his face, there's a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. I whip around. After a minute, he speaks up again, his voice curious behind me. So, did you jump the cliff? The one at the quarry? No. Well, he muses. Aside from landing in the dean's office on your first day of school, a record, I'm guessing, so well done. It's not the worst thing you can do. Cliff's not that high, and it's kind of fun. I turn back to face him, surprised in spite of myself. You've done it? He chuckles. I have. But aren't you the dean's golden boy? He lifts a shoulder. I'm great on paper. A few minutes later, we arrive in an intersection where walking paths branch out all around us in a circle, like spokes on a wheel. He steps beside me and we walk together down the path on our right, toward Old East. Crickets and cicada song drone in the distance. I wonder if Alice is back in our room. We fought before, plenty of times. But nothing like this. Nothing that left me feeling this cold. I imagine Alice's eyes in my mind, angry and scornful. The last person who yelled at me like that had been my mom. How am I so good at hurting the people I love? Hurting them so badly that they scream and cry in my face. So, Dean McKinnon said you enrolled with a friend? This boy is intuitive. Unnervingly so. Alice. She's always wanted to come here. He eyes me. And you didn't? I blink, unsure how to respond, and he takes my silence as an answer. Then why did you come? I'm a smarty pants. His scan of my face is quick, appraising. Obviously, he murmurs. But that's how you got here, not why. Nobody comes to EC just for the classes. I snort. Tell that to Alice. She'll be crushed. Not answering the question, I see. His attentive eyes pass over me like he's found my insides and wants to idly peruse them. No rush. Don't mind me just digging out your guts. Dean McKinnon asked me to talk to you about our student activity requirement, since some of the campus groups begin recruiting members the first week of school. See any you like? I'd completely forgotten about that part of the program. Nick spots the look on my face and hides a smirk behind his palm. Do you even know what a student group is? I can guess, I growl. Clubs, professional degree orgs for pre-med kids or pre-law kids, I don't know. Fraternities and sororities? Mostly right, he says. Except EC kids can't join frats or sororities. Minors in environments notorious for partying and drinking? That's a no-go. What parent would send their precious underage baby to UNC if they thought we were studying organic chem during the day and during keg stands at night? Well, which one did you join, so I know which one to avoid? A second sidestepped question. Cricket club. Cricket? Club? In a basketball and football country? He shrugs. I knew it would piss my dad off. Something twists in my heart, tight and sharp. Oh? My dad's an alum, a psychology professor here. And he wants you to do something other than cricket? Yep. Nick tips his head backward, and watches the tree limbs as we pass under them, follow in his footsteps. But you're not going to do that something else. Nope. Why not? He drops his gaze to mine. Because I don't do things just because my father wants me to. Suddenly, irrationally, the twist in my chest transforms into something more aggressive. He just wants a connection. Nick scoffs. I'm sure he does, but I don't care. I stop on the pathway and turn to him. You should care. Nick stops walking, uses my earlier response against me. Oh? Yes, I challenge. We lock eyes, brown to blue, and something unexpected passes between us. A tug of friendship, a dropper full of humor. You're pushy, he observes and smiles. I don't know what to say to that, so I start walking again. Old East appears ahead of us. Beige yellow brick and unremarkable identical windows running in rows down its sides. You'd never guess it had been standing for almost 230 years. The oldest state university building in the country. I don't know why it bugs me that Nick doesn't want to connect with his father. We only just met. We barely know each other. And he doesn't owe me any details about his life. It shouldn't irritate me. But it does. Contempt and jealousy intertwine and slice through my stomach like a jagged claw. I want to aim them at this Nick so he can feel what I think of his wasted luxury. A parent who's still alive for reconciliation. I turn to him, the words on my tongue when I catch a flash of unearthly light in the distance, just over his shoulder. Selwyn's magic had been smoke and swirling silver. These flames, pulsing in the sky above the trees, burn a rotting neon green. Oh my God, I whisper, my heart suddenly racing. What? Nick asks. I'm running past him before any other thoughts fully form. I hear him yelling behind me, asking what's wrong, but I don't care. I can't care. This time the day on campus makes a straight path impossible. Strolling students, sitting couples, and a frisbee game sends me zigzagging. Last night I ran away from magic. Tonight I have to run toward it. For my mom, for my dad, for me. I have to know the truth. I have to know if not getting a chance to talk to her again was my fault, or if I round a hedge and the world drops out from underneath me. Crouched between two science buildings is something I never imagined could exist. The creature is outlined in a thin green light. Its body flickers, gaining density, then thinning, then gaining it again. It could be a wolf except that it stands twice as tall, and instead of fur, it has a semi-translucent layer of stretched and blackened skin that flakes off of the joints of its 4 legs. It bears 2 rows of teeth, curved backward like skies. Thin rivers of streaming black saliva stream between its lower canines and pool on the grass. I don't know what sound I make, a gasp, a near-silent yelp of fear, but its head whips in my direction, glowing red eyes and red-tipped ears pointing my way. It howls, and the piercing sound bounces between the buildings until it assaults me from all sides, freezing me to the spot. The creature drops low, a growl gurgling in its throat, and it launches itself at me. I brace for the bite of teeth, but suddenly a figure barrels into the creature, knocking it off course mid-flight. The heaving wolf thing hits a brick wall with a heavy squelching sound, a smear of black splattering the wall from the impact. Run! It's Nick who stands between me and the creature. The creature hauls itself to its feet. It shakes its body like a dog, flinging dark liquid in every direction. Where the spray lands, grass sizzles like bacon in a pan. Bree! Nick bends down on one knee. Run! Heart pounding in my ears, I stumble and fall. An arrow of pain shoots up my palms into my elbows. Nick yanks a thin silver baton from a sheath strapped to his shin. He shifts into a high crouch, then whips the baton down in a slicing motion. The rod extends into a thin, sharp blade. A hidden weapon, just like Tor's. Nick spins the blade in his grip. At the top of the arc, a small silver crossguard pops out over his hand. The creature leaps off powerful hind legs and Nick dodges, slicing its ribs as he goes. It lands and swings its tail. Nick ducks, narrowly missing the barbed tip. The two dance faster than I can follow. Nick slashes. The creature swipes black-tipped claws at his chest. Nick opens it up, and sickly light pours from its skin. They circle each other, both panting hard. Then the pattern breaks. Nick steps backward. The creature follows. Nick drops his chin and takes another measured step back into a closed alley between buildings. There's nowhere to run. He's trapped and he doesn't even realize it. The creature rears back. Instinctively, I scramble to my feet and yell, "Hey! This way!" Nick's eyes fly to mine, at the same time that the creature's ears flick back toward my voice. "No!" Nick shouts. But it's too late. I'm running and the creature is sprinting in my direction. I shift, running perpendicular to its path. Out of the side of my eye, I see it change direction to follow me. It's fast. Its teeth snap behind me less than a foot away. I tuck my chin and push. Faster! Faster! A howl of pain, not mine. A heavy thud. I can't help but look. Nick's sword is buried a foot deep into the downed creature's spine. The body shudders in spasms, the blade shaking with it. The creature's front paws are splayed toward me. So close. Nick had it speared in mid-pounce. A millisecond later, "Get back!" In one motion, the creature I thought was dead pulls its limbs in and under and springs. I raise my arms. It yelps. The embedded sword cuts its attack short. Its jaws snap, black spittle sprays through the air. I hit the ground. My hands and arms are on fire. Someone's screaming. Me, I think. The world bleeds black, flowing like ink to the center of my vision. The last thing I see is Nick, yanking his sword free, then driving it deep into the creature's skull. Chapter 7. Voices fade in and out. What happened? Hellhound saliva. Feels like my head is dunked underwater, drawn up, under again. On campus? Corporeal, that's impossible. Help me get her to the table. Falling down to the cold and the dark. The voices grow faint. Who is she? Ether isn't meant for once-borns. It's eating through her bones. Do it now. The high-pitched rhythmic trill of crickets pulses against my skull. My eyes open to find a white ceiling with wide exposed wooden beams and a ceiling fan spinning lazy circles. I try sitting and fail spectacularly. My arms aren't working. You're all right. A gentle palm presses my shoulder down. Nick withdraws his hand. He's standing beside the bed, one sleeve of his hoodie torn to shreds. A white sheet covers the rest of my body, but underneath it, an intense itch crawls up around over my arms. An awkward roll dislodges one limb, then panic rises. Thick layers of gauze wrap my right arm from knuckle to elbow. I yank my left shoulder back to confirm what the itching is already telling me, but the bedding catches. Careful, Nick cautions. He folds the sheet back to expose my left arm, bandaged identically to the first. You were injured. Where am I? I croak. My throat feels like sandpaper someone set on fire. I brought you to our healer. Nick reaches for a glass of water on the bedside table behind him. There's a straw crooked out the top, and he brings the glass closer. It's awkward, and it makes me feel like a child, but I'm too thirsty to turn him down. He didn't really answer my question, and I'm sure he knows that, but there are other ways to figure out where I am. The room is comfortable, in an expensive ski lodge sort of way, but the building feels old. Furniture and wallpaper done in heavy fabrics and textures no one uses in updated homes. Tall ceilings, mahogany hardwooded floors and wide planks. To my right, an upholstered seat below a tall window cracked open to the night, and the chirping of crickets. No lights beyond the glass pane. In the distance, the bell tower erupts in Westminster quarters, the opening notes of the melody clear, but not close. Near campus, then. I finish drinking. Nick puts the glass down and moves to the window seat to sit, his expression solemn. Nothing like the Nick I met outside Lenore. What do you remember? I frown. Images coming in quick flashes. Light in the sky, running. Nick wielding a sword. A monster. My eyes key to his in an instant. You killed it. He nods. I killed it. The bell tower chimes the hour. 1, 2. You saved me. 3. He holds my gaze. 4. Nods again. 5. A realization, clear and true before I can speak it aloud. You're Legendborn. 6. He inclines his head. Yep. You must be a new page. William said he didn't recognize you. I shake my head. 7. He frowns, studying my face. But you saw the hellhound. When the tower strikes 8, Nick goes still as a statue. I honestly don't know who's more stunned, him or me. We search each other's faces, as if the next step in this conversation might be written on our skin. 9. 10. All I see are the hard lines of his jaw, and his eyes, wide and wary. The strands of his straw-colored hair are still darkened from perspiration. 11. Silence. 11 o'clock. Not quite 3 hours since we met. Close to campus. In an old building. Historic home, maybe? All clues folded together. He narrows his eyes in speculation. If you know I'm Legendborn, then you must know you're speaking within the code. You can answer me freely. How do you know that word? I chew on my bottom lip to buy myself time. The way he says code sounds as if there should be formal trust between us. Sure, Tor and Sel possess an easy ruthlessness that I can't at the moment find in Nick's face. But that doesn't mean he's safe. If he's Legendborn, he could be dangerous. What will you do to me if I answer that question? Surprise ripples across his features. Do to you? I nod, my heart thumping in my chest. Threaten me? Break something I'd rather keep in one piece? Turn me over to the cops? His blue eyes dim, a storm cloud crossing the sky. I'm not going to do any of those things. He gestures toward my arms. Why would I bring you here to our healer if I wanted to injure you? If I wanted you to end up with the police? Why didn't I drop you off in front of a hospital? Maybe you still plan to dump me at a hospital. I shoot back. Maybe the police are on their way. A wide smile spreads across his face, and just like that, he's Nick from the dining hall again, amused and wry. Bree, short for Brianna. Pushy and stubborn. She doesn't accept what she sees with her own eyes, and won't accept what she hears with her own ears. He appears to turn an idea over in his head, before pinning it to me with his eyes to see if it fits. Or at least that's what she'd like me to believe. Is Bree even your real name? Bristling, I ask, what about my memory? You could still erase that. His grin falls away. No, I couldn't. Fear makes me bold. Not a Merlin? You know I'm not. His eyes narrow, and the corners of his mouth turned down in a mixture of resignation and disappointment. His low chuckle is laced with fatigue and the tiniest thread of anger. All right, I get it. You know about Merlins and their mesmers, so you're oath. But you're not a page from our chapter, so who sent you then? Was it Western? You're here to evaluate me? My mouth opens, then closes, because I have no idea how to answer. Who does he think I am? Who do I want him to think I am? I decide we're playing a strange sort of game, he and I, each searching for the knowledge that the other has before we reveal any more of our own. I know why I want his answers, but I don't yet know why he wants mine. I lift my chin, a spark of my earlier determination coming back, alongside a tiny bit of afterbrie under the surface. Just enough to fuel a wild card challenge that won't make me look ignorant, and might just be sharp enough to make him reveal himself. I know Legendborn love to hunt easels, like the one I helped you find tonight. The wild card backfires. Oh, you want to test me? Is that it? Fine. Nick pushes up from the window seat, eyes flashing in a way that startles me. First, that wasn't just any easel. That was a seafern, a hellhound, lowest intelligence of the lesser demons, no speech capabilities, but the most ferocious, next to the foxes. Partial corp, so it was still invisible to once-borns, but able to injure living flesh. Another few ether infusions, and I would have been as solid as you and me. And second, he runs a hand through his hair, a gesture that's part disbelief and part frustration. It's a welcome pause, because even though I'm lying down, the world demon has shifted the world beneath me. Nick's unfinished sentence has perched me in a terrifying hesitation at the top of a roller coaster. His next one tips me over. Second, you didn't help me find it, Bree. You ran straight toward it. You baited a hellhound, unarmed and untrained, and almost lost both your arms for your trouble. Whoever ordered this little recon mission sent you here with more ignorance than I've witnessed in a page in years. I've changed my mind. If this is a game, I'm not playing anymore. Answers. Now. A demon? Both arms? Ether? I swallow around the fresh fear that's swirling in my throat. I didn't know they were demons. Christ. You're either incredibly stubborn and committed to this ruse, or you're so brand new they rushed you here right after your damn oath. Nick runs a hand over his face and sighs, heavily. Yeah, they're demons. This is basic information. Kiddie stuff. Demons. The word raises a childhood memory. My mother, taking us to church for worship in hot, humid summers, all packed pews and paper fans on tongue depressors. I'd sit beside her, miserable, with sweat dripping down the back of my polyester dress, white tights sticking to my thighs, and flip through the pew Bible to take my mind off the heat. The colorful, whisper-thin pages of art tucked in the middle realize what the text could not. St. Peter at the gates made of gold, ribbons of sun shining through the white clouds that stretch on forever, holy light blazing around Jesus' head, invisible and pure spirits, demons, tormenting gaping believers with their lies and deception. Like in the Bible? Nick takes in my expression. When he sighs, the severity falls from his frame one fraction at a time, like a dropped cloak. He steps forward and reaches for me, then stops when I flinch. Not gonna go through the trouble to heal you, and then turn around and hurt you again, he says, and waits for my response. After a moment of hesitation, I nod, and he gingerly takes my right hand in his to unravel the gauze in slow loops. He shakes his head. Half uneducated page it is. I can't believe the jerk who put you up to this without even teaching you the fundamentals. Honestly, you should tell me who they are. They need to be reported for this kind of negligence. When I stare at him, he scratches the back of his head. I can't let you leave here without knowing the basics, or else you'll end up in a botch pit, or strangled by a seraph orphan, or worse. The Shadowborn, what we call demonkind, come to our plane through gates they opened between our world and theirs. Shadowborn. The strange word lingers and loops through my mind, but I'm too frightened to stop him for an explanation. No one knows where a gate will appear, but they cluster in some places more than others, almost always at night. Most of the Shadowborn that cross are invisible and incorporeal. They come to our side to feed and amplify negative human energy. Chaos, fear, anger. Those emotions sustain them. If they get strong enough to use ether, they'll use it to go corporeal. And they can attack us physically then too. We don't hunt the demons just to hunt them. We don't do it because we like it, no matter what the other chapters say. We do it to protect humanity. His fingertips leave warm trails behind on my skin. As the material falls away in his hands, it releases the bright, tangy smell of citrus trees and damp soil. When I glance down, my skin looks like it was splashed with acid. Not tonight, but maybe weeks or months ago. Streams of shiny pink tissue run in a drizzle from palm to elbow. The new skin is sensitive. When he wraps his palm around one arm, carefully turning it so he can examine me, I feel the calluses from where he spent long hours practicing with a weapon. Hellhound saliva is corrosive enough to melt steel, he explains. I've seen a few drops burn a hole through a foot of concrete. You're lucky William was home. He places the last bit of gauze and the other loose roll on the nightstand. The rest will be healed by morning. How is that possible? We're really doing this? Yes, I whisper. Please? He scoffs. This type of ignorance is how pages get hurt or killed. What you saw in the sky was a mage flame, a byproduct of ether, an element in the air that only some people can see and fewer still can manipulate. Different Legendborn use ether to do different things. Some create constructs like weapons, armors, shields. William uses it to accelerate healing. That name again. Their healer. Someone who helped me even though he doesn't know me. Sudden shame washes over me in a wave. Nick rescued me, made sure my injuries were treated, and I just antagonized him. Thanks, I finally murmur, for helping me, and thank William. He looks me over again and notes the tremor in my fingers. His face turns patient and open. I'll let him know. But if you're looking for a thank you gift, I'm a fan of honesty. I struggle for words. I just wanted to know what I saw, what I'm seeing, I say softly. The memory of the other Merlin from the hospital rises and immediately turns sour. The flashback threatens to take me in front of this boy that I don't know. I need that memory, and I will use it. But I can't let it have me. Not now. Instead, I strengthen my wall and wrap myself around the easier facts. Last night at the Eno Quarry I saw something. Flickering light in the shape of a flying thing. Sel and Tor were there. Sel did something to me and these guys to make us forget and walk away. His mesmer, I guess. But after a minute it didn't work anymore. I hid, then Sel and Tor. Wait. Nick's hand shoots up. Say that again. Sel and Tor, he waves his hand impatiently. No. Before that. Sel did something to make me leave and forget, but after a minute it didn't work on me? Yeah, that part. Not possible, pageling. Mesmer memories don't come back. His eyes fill with an emotion I can't read. Believe me, I'd know. I shrug, picking at the edges of the sheet. Well, sorry, I say, copying his condescending tone, but that's what happened, Legendborn. Nick examines my face. He looks at me for so long, and the room is so silent that I'm certain he can hear my heartbeat quicken. His eyes drop to my mouth, my chin, my hand still shaken on my lap. He sucks in a sharp breath. You're serious, aren't you? About everything? You aren't a northern or western spy. No? But if you can break Sel's mesmer, then he'd... Nick stops, his eyes as wide as dinner plates, the color draining from his face with some understanding about me that I don't follow. I shove myself upright as my adrenaline spikes. Then he'd what?
Where is he?
We both jump when a voice booms, the shout echoing outside the room and down what sounds like a hallway. Nick's attention flies to the door, tension sinking through his frame. Shit. Another door slam, hurried footsteps and another, calmer voice intercepts the first. Sel, wait. Nick glances rapidly between me and the door. Listen to me. I assumed you were one of us at first, but if you're telling me the truth right now and you're not, then no matter what happens when he comes in here, do not let Sel know his mesmer failed. He's going to try again. And you need to let him. You understand me? A second slam, closer this time. No, what? I need you to trust me, Nick hisses. I stare speechless and he shakes my shoulder to get my attention. Do you understand? Yes. Stay here. Without another word, he jogs to the door, opening it and closing it behind him. I do not stay there. I throw the covers off the bed. Across the room, my sneakers are perched on a stately-looking armchair. I make a beeline toward them and shove them on, but when I stand up, a wave of dizziness sends me slumping against the leather. Sel's cold, measured tones reach me just outside the door. The prodigal son returns, and with such flair. He's so close. Too close. My eyes dart to the open window, and I heave myself up off the chair to get to it, even though the floor threatens to rise up with every step. Did you even kill it, Davis? Yes, I killed it. Nick's voice is taut wire ready to snap. You want to inspect the blood on my blade? Sel doesn't miss a beat. Perhaps if you weren't so busy playing Onceborn, leaving us to do the dirty work, you'd know that I should have been called immediately to find its gate and close it. Or do you want more hellhounds coming through from the other side? I reach the window and curse silently. I'm 3 stories up. Wherever this museum house is, it's surrounded by a dense forest. Even if I were on the first floor and felt steady enough to climb out, there'd be nowhere to go. Do you want me to pause mid-battle to send a text? What are the emojis for a hellhound? Fire, then dog? There's a quick shuffle, and the third voice intervenes again. This is not helpful. Sel, you close the gate. Nick destroyed the hound, that's all that matters. That's not all that matters, William. This is the 5th attack in a week. They are escalating and getting stronger. Just last night, I tracked a near-corporeal easel miles away from the nearest gate. It is my job to protect this chapter, Sel growls. Just as it is my job to clean up your mess tonight. William says I'm needed here. She's a human being, Sel. I wonder if Nick is stalling, but his voice sounds too wary, too familiar with this argument. She's a onceborn, Sel retorts. Something about the way he says onceborn makes me flinch. I don't even know what the word means. How was she even wounded? It was a partial corp demon. She was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. A partial corp demon, capable of hunting and harming human flesh? Wonderful. And then you brought her here. Lovely. Would you rather I'd left her on the ground, blacked out from the pain? Of course not. Her injuries would raise far too many questions. That's your only concern, isn't it? The code of secrecy, not that an innocent was injured. The line is law, Nicholas. Sel's voice is low, dangerous. Our oaths come first. Gentlemen, William shouts, speaking of the code, may I remind you both that these walls are not soundproof, The more you argue outside the door, the more Sel will need to erase. My heartbeat speeds from a gallop to a full-on jackhammer sprint.
Thank you, William, for the reminder.
The knob turns, and Sel sweeps into the room, face full of thunder. When his eyes fasten to mine, his forehead furrows slightly in surprise.
You?
It's only been a day, but I'd somehow forgotten how terrifying this boy is. Even without Nick's height and stature, Sel's presence fills the doorway. He floods my mind with a crackling, swirling cloud of fear. Fear so palpable and alive that it holds me in place like a heavy hand. Then, I remember that man just like him. A Merlin. Lied to me about my mother's death, and a rising rage burns that fear to ash. "Stay away from me!" I spit.
Sel's head tilts to the side. 2 nights in a row you've been in the way.
Nick pushes around Sel to look between the two of us.
You know her?
He's quick. Anything else and Sel would know I talked to Nick about the query. I slide along the wall until my back is against the window. The glass creaks against my spine, and I briefly consider whether I'm strong enough to break it. What would I do even if I could?
We've met.
Something like suspicion skates across Sel's face, gone before it really lands.
But she doesn't remember that.
Sel enters the room, but Nick steps in his path and places a broad hand on the other boy's chest, stopping him. Sel's eyes drop to the finger splayed against his dark gray shirt. A feral grin curves along his elegant mouth.
There may come a day when you can stop me, but you and I both know it's not today.
Nick's nostrils flare, and for a moment I'm certain that he's about to throw a punch, that the warrior I'd seen fighting a hellhound could easily throw Sel over his shoulders or knock him to a wall so hard it'd leave a crack. But Sel's fingers begin to twitch at his sides, silver rings flashing against the black of his pants. And Nick does not strike. His eyes screw shut and he lowers his hand. Sel almost looks disappointed, but he steps smoothly around Nick, tossing,
"You don't have to watch,"
over his shoulder as he walks. A shadow of some emotion runs beneath the granite of his face. Nick meets my eyes behind Sel's back, his earlier plea on his face.
"Don't let him know."
Sel moves into my field of vision and peers down with a speculative gleam in his eyes.
"I don't believe in coincidences. Perhaps I should be concerned to meet you 2 days in a row, but no Shadowborn would have made herself as vulnerable as you have tonight, which means you must be simply unlucky."
That word again. Shadowborn. When Sel says it, his face twists into a sneer.
"You are Unidig, once born."
The king's mage's eyes, scientific, assessing, track every tremble of my frame.
"So your body isn't accustomed to ether. That's why you're dizzy."
"Screw you.
Sit."
Sel's voice rolls over me like a wave. When I don't comply, he steps forward and that deep-down primordial fear of him presses against me. I sit. Nick takes half a step forward. "Minimal intervention directive," he urges. "Just the last couple of hours." Sel rolls his eyes.
"Orders, Nicholas, as if I'm not bound by the same laws you so carelessly neglect."
My eyes fly to Nick's. He nods as if to confirm what's about to happen.
"He's going to erase my memories again."
Sel kneels in front of me, and the same heady smythe smoke scent swirls around me, filling my nose.
"Your name?"
he purrs in that same rolling voice. "Her name is Brianna." Nick gives Sel my legal name, not my preferred one. My mind races. Last time Sel's mesmer worked, but only for a little while. How did I break it? There was this light and then the pain in my palm. Sel watches the fight on my face with interest. I must admit, Brianna, I'm curious. What twist of the universe has set you in my path again? He asks, his voice quiet, wistful. Alas, some memories must remain forever unsolved. I flinch when he reaches long fingers toward my face. It gives me just long enough to bite down on the inside of my bottom lip. Hard. The last thing I remember is the hot skin of his palm pressed against my forehead. Chapter 8. A beeping sound drills into my skull. I lurch upright to play whack-a-mole on the nightstand until I slap the clock alarm. Oh, too bright. I drop back and fold the pillow over my face. My brain is a fragmented, floating thing. Fruit in a jello mold. You're unbelievable, Alice says from her side of the room. My eyes hurt, I whine. My optical everything? The rods and the cones, Alice. Well, it's time to get up. Alice's voice drips with acid. Unless you want to add skipping classes to your streak of delinquency. A frown, dropping one side of the pillow. What's your problem? Alice stands up from her bed, fully dressed, in a skirt and blouse. She had been waiting to berate me until my alarm went off. An ambush by an evil librarian. My problem? You almost got us kicked out of school our first night here, and on the second night you don't come home until 1 o'clock in the morning? I squint at her. No, I did. Well, yes, I did. To the first thing, but not to the second. Alice bares her teeth. A fierce, evil librarian. I cannot believe you got blackout drunk. I sit up, shaking my head. I didn't. You're delusional! Her screech makes me gulp. I hate it when she gets upset. I hate it when we fight. Some blonde guy brought you back here stumbling and slurring. He said you'd party too hard in a little frat court. A frat house, Bree? Seriously? That makes me jump out of bed. Alice, I say slowly, walking toward her with my hands outstretched for peace. I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't black out. She stamps her foot, and if I wasn't so rattled, I'd laugh. Isn't that exactly what a blackout drunk would say the next day? Well, I'd say considering. Yeah, but I know it's our first real freedom. You always hear about people going to college and drinking too much, not knowing their limits. I just didn't think you were that... Suddenly, I don't want to laugh anymore. You didn't think I was what, Alice? She crosses her arms and sighs. Pedestrian. I blink. Did you just Jane Austen me again? Alice breathes slowly through her nose. This is what everyone says happens. You go to college with a friend, you each find some new group or whatever, you drift apart. I just didn't think it happened to us. Alice snatches the handle of her bag and stomps to the door. It's the resignation in her voice that does me in, and the blow she delivers right before she walks out. You need help. Tears fill my eyes almost before the door shuts behind her. Then comes a rush of burning anger. My hands ball into fist, nails digging half moons into my palms. 5 minutes later, while brushing my teeth in the hall bathroom, I let out a scream so loud the girl next to me jumps. What the hell? Sorry, I mumble through a mouthful of toothpaste. The gash in my lower lip is so deep that when I spit, crimson blood and foamy crest swirl in the sink in equally disgusting harmony. In the mirror, I draw my lip down to check the damage. I bit myself. Another stab of pain. Then I feel a strange, fluttering panic, like I've just tumbled down a staircase. But instead of hitting the floor at the bottom, I tip forward. into memories. Where is he? Genetics 201 starts in 5 minutes and Nick isn't here. I'd arrived early to make sure I wouldn't miss him, and have been hovering near the back row of the large lecture hall as students stream in. A girl with stringy black hair scoots by, blocking my view of the door momentarily. After she passes, I see Nick, in a blue t-shirt and jeans, walking along the back wall toward the corner of the room. I weave through the incoming flows of students to follow him. When the clock strikes 11, a thin, middle-aged man wearing a gray tweed suit steps up from the front row to cross the creaking wooden floor. He pauses at the lecture hall and frowns as the others and I continue to find seats. As the board states, this is Genetics 201, not Geology 201, not General Anthropology 201, not German 201. If you are here for any of those classes, please exit now and take some time to review both the class abbreviations and the campus map. Amid a low wave of laughter, half a dozen students stand and shuffle down their long rows toward the exit at the back of the lecture hall. Nick flops into a wooden seat at the very top row, in a move that somehow manages to look graceful. I speed toward him, slipping into the seat directly beside him at the end of the aisle. Nick, short for Nicholas. He jumps. Bree, hi. I don't miss his glance at my forearms. How's my pyraminty? His smile is so fascinatingly genuine that I probably would have believed him if I didn't know any better. He pulls up the small writing surface attached to the armrest and slaps down a composition notebook that looks like it got wet at some point. He pauses, squints. I didn't think you were in this class. I'm not. I asked the dean for your schedule. A smile breaks across his face. Who's the creepy clever now? I snort. Still you. By the way, I lean back in my chair. I've never gotten blackout drunk in my life, and I'd die before I'd set foot in a frat house. Tell Sel to mesmer better next time. I sit up, eyes wide. Wait, was that a frat house? I thought you said we couldn't join them. Nick's brows lift a fraction, his eyes widening, but he doesn't respond. Any further conversation is interrupted when the professor claps his hands together. Nick faces front, and I smother a frustrated growl. The professor serves all 150 of us a long-suffering gaze. Now that everyone is supposed to be here is here, my name is Dr. Christopher Orgren. We will be taking roll today, and randomly throughout the semester. Groans all around at this. By sending around the roster, please initial by your name and only your name. Nick, I begin turning to him. He silences me with a finger, then points to the front of the room. I'm trying to pay attention. His tone is serious, but I catch the slightest twinkle of humor in his eyes. Without another word, he bends over his composition notebook and starts writing who knows what. Unbelievable. I lean over and hiss. I made myself remember. His pen stops moving, but he doesn't raise his head. Remember what? Are you serious? I'm cut off when an olive-skinned boy with a buzz cut passes the roster to our roll. I grab it and scribble, "You know what," before passing it to Nick. Your handwriting is atrocious. He signs his initials before passing the clipboard down. Irritation is barely a contained scream behind my gritted teeth. Dr. Ogren calls our attention again. All right, let's begin with a 30-minute pretest. Groans again. Dr. Ogren smiles. Relax. It won't be graded. It's just an assessment to see, generally speaking, where everyone falls in their knowledge before we begin the term, or what you remember from the last time you studied genetics. Work with a partner. Share your ideas, record your answers. Work with a partner is easily the second worst classroom phrase after group work,
but today I couldn't be happier to hear it.
Partner?
I ask primly. Nick studies me, evaluating his options. Fine. He opens up to a fresh page of his notebook. The TAs distribute large stacks of worksheets. I grab a copy and send the rest along. We spend the first few minutes actually reviewing the pretest. The worksheets are fairly straightforward in a combination of multiple choice and short answer. Nick is as smart as he is good-looking, because of course he is. But he hasn't covered the material as recently as I have. I stow my questions for now and take the lead to help move things along.
We're at the short answer portion now. I flip my notebook over to the blank page, and we've got to write these together.
Yeah.
Nick scratches at the faint white blonde stubble on his chin. I'm not 100% sure on this one. He reaches across and taps his finger over question 10. Common DNA processes include replication, transcription, and translation. At a high level, describe the distinct functions of these processes. I can't remember the difference. It's easy to get the terms mixed up. Replication is making more DNA. Transcription uses DNA to make RNA, and translation has to do with the ribosomes. They use RNA to make protein. I sketch a diagram on my notebook. Visuals help. Nick examines my drawing, and his eyes flicker up toward mine. Visuals do help. A lot, actually. I'm unprepared for his small, appreciative smile. Even at low wattage, it's warmth and sunlight and summer and entirely distracting, and it makes me squirm in my seat. We speed through the remaining 5 short answer questions and finish with 10 minutes to go. Ripping a sheet out of my notebook, I scribble down a few words. When I shove the sheet into his hand, he braces himself like the paper might explode on contact. I watch his eyes dart over the list of words. Shadowborn, Legendborn, Page, Onceborn, Mesmer, Merlin, King's Mage, Ether, before he crumples the page in his fist and shoves it into his pocket. I lean into a space. I'm not gonna let it go. Nick takes a slow, steadying breath, still facing straight ahead. How are you doing this? Not sure. I push the wound in my mouth. Pain, I think. I murmur. His eyes snap to mine in concern, but I wave him off and whisper, better question. How do the Merlins do it? He shakes his head. Whatever questions you have, I promise you the answers aren't worth it. You should act like last night and the query never happened. Pins down. Dr. Ogren directs our attention back to the front of the classroom. Can't do that. He turns to me then, his eyes flashing a warning. Here's what's going to happen. I am going to ask Dean McKinnon to assign you another mentor, because if we're seen together on campus, it'll raise suspicion. You are going to stop asking questions and move on with your semester, because this conversation is over. I'm sorry, Bree, but that's final. He turns back to the front of the classroom, as if that's that on that, like he's just handed down a decree. I can't help but snicker into my palm. He catches it and scowls. What? My smirk grows into a full-blown grin. I lean in close again until he tips his head toward mine, then whisper, We may have experienced a life-threatening demon attack, and you may have saved my complete and total bacon. Again, thank you. But this isn't over. I don't know who you think you are, but you can't tell me what to do. His shocked expression is wonderfully satisfying. I shove out of my seat and push down the row until I reach the aisle and the exit. Time for Plan B. It takes all of 5 minutes to look up a list of historic homes near campus on my phone, and there are a lot. But it only takes 1 minute to pick out the house surrounded by woods, the lodge of the Order of the Round Table. Not a fraternity, a historic secret society. My mind flies to robes and chants and rituals and catacombs, but before I can keep researching, my father calls. Oh, God. No use in hiding. Hi, Dad.
I don't want to hear it. Oh, he's pissed. Why didn't you call me back last night? What is your word worth right now? What is your word worth? Another family saying. Not much, I mutter. I think there's something we don't know about Mom's death. Know for a fact that there's a secret network of magic users who can wipe memories and... You what? He demands. I grit my teeth and lean into a lie. I flaked. I got caught up with some people I met at dinner and just forgot. I'm sorry. What's going on here, Bree? I tell him the parts of the story that would most likely match the Dean's. When I know what happened that night, and I can prove it, I'll tell him the rest. He's still angry. We had an agreement, kiddo. You take care of business, you can stay. If you can't do that, then I'll come home, I sigh. I know. I made a bad call. It won't happen again. During statistics, I skim through Google results, marking the pages that seem most helpful. There are 5 known secret orders associated with the university, all organized around a central theme: the Gorgons, the Golden Fleece, the Stygians, the Valkyries, and the Round Table. The first 3 use stories from Greek mythology, the Valkyries from Norse. The Order of the Round Table is the only society to draw their name from a legend, King Arthur. I'd shove that list of words at Nick to get a rise out of him, to get him to crack. But now I tumble the phrases around and slot them into place with what I know of the legend. It'd be easy for someone to dismiss the King Arthur connections as a medieval fantasy about chivalry and honor, and that the order founders assigned to themselves to feel bigger, older, and greater than they are. But this isn't fantasy. This is real. So I have to ask, is the order based on the legend? Or is the legend based on the order? I know Merlin is a title, not a person. Nick mentioned pages. Sel's a king's mage. How much of the story is true? The website says little about the societies beyond stating that they exist, and almost nothing about the Order of the Round Table, except that it's not only the oldest society on campus, but the oldest known secret society in the country. I have to hand it to the Legendborn. Their covers are perfect. Public frats and sororities advertise their rush, host parties at their homes, and have social media accounts. But collegiate secret societies simply exist. And not just at schools, but out in the world, too. There's a Masonic lodge not 10 minutes from my parents' house. The casual outsider would never expect to learn what a secret society gets up to, who its members are, or how they recruit. By unspoken agreement, we all just accept that it's not public knowledge. Maybe the Order of the Round Table recruits sorcerers called Merlins, and demon hunters called Legendborn? I look up. Seated all around me are students who have no idea that they're walking through 2 worlds every day. One world with classes and football games and student governments and exams, and another with Shadowborn and Mesmers and Ether, and hungry demons from a hell dimension that want nothing more than to devour them. An easel could be flying above my professor's head at the front of the lecture hall, feeding from her energy, and no one here could see it. No one but me. And them. After class, I walk through campus and pass its northeastern edge to the Battle Park Forest Reserve, on a mission to find a house I've been inside, but never seen. Growing up black in the South, it's pretty common to find yourself in old places that just weren't made for you. Maybe it's a building, a historic district, or a street. Some space that was originally built for white people and white people only. And you just have to hold that knowledge while going about your business. Sometimes it's obvious, like when there's a dedication to the boys who wore the gray on a plaque somewhere, or a rebel flag flying high out front. Other times, it's the date on a marker that tips you off. Junior high school field trip to the state capitol, big, gorgeous Greek revival architecture, built in 1840.
Oh yeah, those folks never thought I'd be strolling through the halls, walking around thinking about how their ghosts would kick me out if they could. You gain awareness. Learn to hear the low buzzing sound of exclusion, the sound that says, "We didn't build this for you. We built it for us. This is ours, not yours." The lodge has a black and white historic site marker right at the open gates. Original mansion constructed in 1793, the same year as Old East. My dorm is an antebellum building, not built for people that look like me, but definitely built by them. And the lodge. I take a deep breath, ignore the buzz, and walk up the long gravel driveway. After one turn, I see it. The place is a freaking medieval castle, a dark sorcerer's keep sitting isolated on a wooded hill in the middle of a forest. 4 circular stone towers at each corner rise to conical points with fairy tale style blue and white flags at the top. And like the trail that led me here, it's coated in a faint shimmering layer of silver ether. I hadn't realized the whips I'd been watching filter through the trees were ether, and not sunlight, until I saw it gather in the eddies on the lodge's gravel driveway. When I reached the brick steps, I touched the iridescent layer with a tentative hand. As my fingers pass through the shimmer, I feel a push away from the tall double doors, an insistent nudge urging me to move on. Not sinister exactly, but intimidating. A subtle warning slipped between the folds of one's brain, just like Selwyn's message. Leave. My hand lingers inside the enchantment. The now familiar clove and smoke scent rushes toward me. Different casters use ether to do different things. Does that mean this is a signature? If so, the bright smell from my bandages had to be William's. Selwyn's signature is so rich here I can taste it. The whiskey Alice and I stole from my dad's liquor cabinet last summer. Cinnamon cloves. A campfire banked low in the woods, and smoke carried on winter wind. After several heavy raps of the bronze lion door knocker, I glanced down at my clothing one last time. What does one wear to a stakeout at a secret society? I'd settled on comfort over fashion. Jeans, a fading Star Wars t-shirt, low boots. My curls are in a cute bun, high and full on my head. Nothing that screams spy. The door opens to reveal a pixie-like girl with short dark hair and a flowy dress and leggings. Her dark eyes rake me over, then dart around the steps and up the drive like she's looking for someone else. "Who are you?" she asked, not unkindly. "I'm Bree Matthews. Nick told me to meet him here." Chapter 9. Several emotions cartwheel across the girl's face. Alarm, doubt, and curiously, hope. "Nick told you to meet him here? Tonight?" "Yeah." I add an uncertain frown and waver to my mouth. Is that okay? He said it would be." A squeak leaps from the pixie girl's mouth. "Yes, of course it's okay. If Nick said it, oh my gosh, yes." She squirms like a caught mouse, and I feel a little guilt, mixed with triumph. When she opens the door farther to let me in, I notice a blue silk ribbon bracelet wrapped around her wrist. Sewn into the center of the fabric is a small silver ingrained coin. "It's just that you're a little early," she exclaims. "No one is really here yet, and I can't let you into the great room without your sponsor, but we have a salon for guests. You can wait there while I call Nick." Sponsor? Sounds great, I say, and follow her into the foyer. I immediately recognize the smell, and the southern living meets ski lodge decor, but that's where the lodge's familiarity ends. I've never seen anything so grand in my life. The stone walls of the 3-story foyer extend up into rafters. On either side hang paintings in gold leaf frames and heavy-looking tapestries in door browns and blacks. There are actual, honest-to-God, iron sconces lining the entryway before us, but instead of flames behind their glass coverings, there are vintage Edison bulbs. Twin staircases flank the porcelain white marble floor and curve up onto an open balcony connecting the two wings of the second floor. Bentonville doesn't have houses like this. Normal people don't have houses like this. At least not in my world. My parents had renovated an old split level from the 70s, and we moved there 8 years ago. Most of the homes nearby are rural farmhouses, passed down from grandfathers and great-grandfathers, or middle-class neighborhoods, filled with older houses that look like mine. As I gape, the girl looks over her shoulder with a dimpled smile. I'm Sarah, by the way, but most people call me Sar. I smile back. Nice to meet you. Sarah opens a door tucked under the left staircase. The salon is circular, just like the stone tower above. 4 round tables sit in the center of the room, each with a wooden and marble inlaid chessboard embedded in its center, and a leather couch sits in front of a fireplace by the window. Sarah gives a guarded but polite smile and closes the door, leaving me alone. I walk the perimeter of the room while I wait, studying the frames on the walls. Directly across the door are 2 prominent portraits, hung side by side under a pair of brass picture lights. The first is a man with bushy brows staring out with unyielding blue eyes. Jonathan Davis, 1795. The next portrait was painted much more recently. Dr. Martin Davis, 1995. Nick's ancestor and his father. Of course. The order must be the organization his dad wanted him to join. Like Nick, Martin in the portrait is tall and broad in the shoulders, but his eyes are a deep blue that's almost black. Instead of the sun and straw strands that fall into his son's eyes, he has a shock of thick, dark blonde hair cropped close at his temples. I gnaw on my lip, adjusting the information pile in my head. No, piles won't do anymore. I need drawers and cabinets now. Organized places to add new details that feel important, like the fact that even though Nick seems to despise Sel, and maybe even the order itself, his family portraits are displayed in a place of obvious honor. Another image draws my eye. To the left of Jonathan, there's an old black and white illustration on yellowed parchment paper behind glass. 5 men, in long aristocratic waistcoats with puffy white sleeves, standing around a table in a drawing room. The bronze plate beneath it includes a short paragraph. Pioneers from Great Britain, the founders of the Order of the Round Table's Carolina Colonial Chapter were Stephen Morgan, Thomas Johnson, Malcolm MacDonald, Charles Henry, and Jonathan Davis. 1792. The plaque includes brief bios of the men and their achievements: served on legislator, lieutenant governor, tobacco baron, co-owners of one of the largest plantation complexes in the South. The door opens, and I turn around with as much of a pleasant look as possible. This is where my plan gets wobbly. I have no idea what Nick may have said on the phone, so I brace for Sarah's response. From the look on her face, my gamble has paid off. Nick's on his way. Can I get you anything? Coffee, Perrier, wine? No, thank you. Did he say how long he'd be? Maybe 10 minutes. He lives off campus, but it's not far. She stands on one foot, then the other, as though she feels required to play host but doesn't know how. In the end, she mutters a quick, "Okay," and slips out the door. Part 1 of my plan is complete. I drop onto the leather couch and wait for part 2. 10 minutes later, part 2 surges into the room, his cheeks bright as blood oranges. Nick slams the door behind him and reaches me in 2 steps. What the hell are you doing here? His normally kind eyes strike me like blue lightning. The force of him, the sheer momentum of his anger pushes me back against the pillows. Getting your attention. He studies me, his chest rising rapidly like he'd run here on foot. "We need to leave. Now. Now before anyone else arrives, especially Sel." He leans down, grabbing my elbow. "Come on." I can't help but stand when he yanks me up, but I don't make it easy for him. I pull against his grip and he pulls back. "Let me go!" I jerk my arm out of his grasp. Before he tries again, I take a deep step into his space so he'll retreat. It works, and he takes 2 stumbling steps back. I take a sharp breath, because broken hearts strip vocabularies down to their raw bones, and I don't want Afterbree to show up and turn this conversation into a tear-streaked explosion. I've scripted an admission using as few words as possible. My mother died 3 months ago. Nick blinks, confused dismay overtaking fury, until his expression lands somewhere in between the two. Most people say something right away like, "I'm sorry to hear that," or, "Oh God." Nick doesn't. It makes me like him more than I should. "Bree, that's..." Nick shudders. And then that response right there, makes me worry he won't understand, that he hasn't lost anyone close so he won't get it. I plow ahead anyway. It was a car accident, a hit and run. At the hospital, they took me and my dad into this room with a police officer and a nurse who told us what happened. Hard now. Panic bubbling. Finish fast. Or at least that's what I thought. Yesterday, a memory came back, just a snippet, but enough that I know that the police officer was a Merlin. He measured me and my father to forget something that night. If we know the full story, then maybe it... I break off, swallow again. I just have to know what happened, and why he hid it from us. And I need your help. Nick turns away, rubbing a hand over his mouth. "Nick? I'm just thinking..." He shoves both hands through his hair. "You don't look surprised." A hollow laugh escapes him. "That's because I'm not." I set my jaw. "I need your help." He's silent for so long, I think he might turn around and leave. Shove me out the door for real. Call security like in the movies. Then he closes his eyes, sighs, opens them, and starts talking. Merlins are the Order sorcerers. Their affinity for ether is so strong they're essentially super soldiers, trained from birth, assigned to post, and sent on to missions to hunt rogue Shadowborn, keep once burned populations safe, close gates. My breath catches. A mission. They never let us see her body. Could she have been attacked by a demon? Nick doesn't look convinced. A Merlin can detect a demon miles away, and even then most are incorporeal easels, visible to someone with the sight, but not strong enough to cause physical harm. Once-born deaths are extremely rare, because they're exactly what Merlins are trained to prevent. That and securing the code. If once-borns ever knew the truth, there'd be mass fear, chaos. 2 things Shadowborn thrive on. No, this doesn't make any sense. His eyes darken. Unless... A cold hand grips my heart. Unless what? Unless the mission went bad. The code threatened. Merlins are authorized to do whatever it takes to keep the war hidden. I remember Sel's cruelty with the boy at the quarry, the near torture of the easel, his disregard for my wounds last night. What if she got in the way somehow, or he failed and wanted to cover his tracks? When I look up, Nick's expression holds disgust. Old pain resurfaced. And a question. Maybe the question. The one all the others have led to. The one that changes everything just by the asking. Would a Merlin kill someone? He doesn't meet my eyes. I don't... The truth! He looks at me then, his voice iron. I'm not a liar. not outside the code.
Would they?
His eyes slide shut. A single nod. Everything inside me burns. A furnace roiling, turning. I draw my shoulders back and steel myself. I know the date, the time, location. If I tell you what he looks like... He spreads his hands. There are hundreds of Merlins all over the world. Even if I knew every one, they won't tell me anything. Each Merlin takes the oath of service to the High Council of Regents. They are the ones that assign Merlins to their missions. And no regent will speak to an outsider. You're Legendborn. Speak to the regents on my behalf. A heavy sigh leaves him. Technically, yes. But procedurally, no. I renounced my formal title years ago. Very publicly. Upset a lot of people. I'm sorry, Bree. I don't care. I shout and close in on him until our faces are inches apart. Let me make this clear. My mother is dead, and a Merlin might have killed her. At the very least, he hid the facts. I'm not leaving until I get my answers. And if you can't help me, tell me who will. He holds both palms up. I hear you. I do, but you'll never get near the regents. Because I'm not in this club? The order is a strict hierarchy. All titles and ranks, he explains in a voice meant to calm. The Legendborn title is a sacrosanct. They outrank vassals, pages, lieges, vicroys, mage, seneschals, you name it. The regents have all the functional control, but if a Legendborn makes a demand, they are oath-bound to comply. The regents won't answer to anyone less. So I'll live the rest of my life without knowing what really happened? The defeat on Nick's face fills me with desperation. How can I be this close to the truth, and yet it's still out of my reach? Fear is a tight knot in my throat, but I swallow around it. There has to be a way. Outside, the massive front door swings open with a bang. We both freeze. Sarah's voice, then another. Several feet enter the foyer. Laughter. Someone says, "Welcome." And just like that, a solution strikes down into my core. A path. A purpose. Lightning. Our brave Bree. Why did Sarah think you were my sponsor? Nick's eyes widen, a glint of fear in their depths. Bree. It's the first week of school. Are they recruiting? Nick says no, then repeats himself, but I don't hear it. The idea is already coursing through my veins, hot and heady. If the regents won't talk to outsiders, then I won't be an outsider. It's not possible, Nick groans. Even if it were, you'd be the exact worst person to appear before the regents. I raise an eyebrow. What does listen to me? He reaches for my hands, forces me to look at him. I've been around the order my entire life, and I've never heard of anyone like you. An unoathed once-born who can see ether and voluntarily resist mesmer, the code of secrecy's greatest weapon. All that means, the Legendborn, the Order, the Regents will see you as a threat, an anomaly, something to be contained, if not eliminated. Not to mention the Merlins. They're an army dedicated to enforcing order law, and Sel's one of the most powerful Merlins in years. If it gets out that he's failing at his post here, it's his head and future on the line. He'll report you to the Regents himself. The Regents will put you on trial, confirm what you can do, and then disappear you. Now please, we have to leave before... No! I yank my hands away, walking back toward the door. The timing is perfect. All I have to do is go out there and confirm what Sarah already thinks she knows. Then I'll join and become Legendborn. Easy peasy. Nick stares at me, incredulous. That right there is proof you have no idea what you're talking about. I was born into my title, but you're an outsider. If I bring you in, you'll only be a page. You'd have to compete against all other pages to become Legendborn. The tournament lasts months, and all of it is rigged. It's a setup to favor certain families, certain kids. Kids like you, right? I'm drunk on the idea now. The solution to everything. I jerk a thumb over my shoulder at the 2 paintings. Your ancestor founded the damn order. You're the textbook definition of legacy. He laughs bitterly. A legacy I rejected. I've never even seen a tournament. Even if you do well in the trials, there's no guarantee you'll get chosen at selection. The other pages have been trained to fight. They've studied. And I'm pushy, I retort. A wry smirk tugs at the corner of Nick's mouth. My heart is thundering so loud I'm sure he must hear it. He paces, stares at me, then paces again. Stops. Say we do this. Then what? You join, find your evidence, and go? These people don't let members just walk away for good. The fight in me is still there, but the resolve folds around it. The last words I said to my mother were in anger. He flinches like I've struck nerves in multiple places. If there's even 1% chance that she was... I swallow hard. Either way, I can't let our fight be the end. And if you don't help me, I'll just find another way. His eyes search mine. That tug between us pulls tight. We both jump when the door opens, and a new face peeks in. Davis! A tan boy in a dress shirt and slacks ambles into the room, swirling a glass of sparkling water in one hand. His cool gaze lands on me for a second, before it flows back to Nick. Sar said you were here. This is your page? Nick's eyes never left my face. I meet them with every ounce of determination I possess. Finally, after a long moment, he answers us both. Yeah, Fitz. She's mine. Figured it's about time I reclaim my title. Part 2. Discord. Chapter 10. Fitz slaps Nick on the back, spilling his sparkling water in the process. That's what I'm talking about, Davis! Nick's eyes slide from mine to Fitz. Give us a minute, Fitz. Not a problem. Fitz backs out of the room with a wide grin. My man. That's right. Nick flashes a smile and points to Fitz, looking for all the world like a fraternity bro at a tailgate. When the door closes, he turns to me, expression solemn again. Questions. Was that your bro face? Because I super don't like it. More importantly, your page? I exclaim, eyes narrowing. Like I belong to you? Like a servant? No, Nick says, flushing. Of course not. Sorry. Not that kind of page. Here. He fishes under his collar and draws a long silver chain up and over his head. A medieval page's service was voluntary, honorable, and mutually beneficial. He nods toward my neck. May I? I eye the jewelry in his palm. I guess. He drapes the necklace over my hair. A heavy silver coin, like the one on Sarah's bracelet, drops down to the center of my chest. I run my fingers over the engraving on the still warm surface. A circle, with an elegant diamond shape etched in the center, a line with no end, and 4 points stretching beyond its curves. Calling you mine means I'm the one who tapped you, that my bloodline, my family and I, vouch for you, and you have our protection and blessing. He holds up a hand to stop the question on my lips. Later. I'll go along with you competing for now, only while I figure out an alternative. But if we're going to do this, and I just need to state, for the record, one more time, that this is a bad idea, then we're doing it together. You and me. And on my terms. Agreed? I cross my arms, but he tilts his head expectantly. Fine, I relent. What terms? We literally just came up with this plan, Bree. Give me a second. The light above us flickers once, twice. Outside, Sarah announces that the event will begin in 10 minutes. When I look back down, Nick's eyeing me speculatively. I can't help but feel like he's measuring me for a coat that I'm not going to like. Okay. First rule. When we leave the room 10 minutes later, there are over 20 students milling in the foyer. Some are dressed like Nick and me, in jeans and t-shirts. Others wear full cocktail dresses and suits. Some pages assess me with not-so-subtle glares, while others stare at Nick, blinking twice as if he's heaven's sent mirage. Nick sports an expression I've yet to see on him. With each step into the crowd, he becomes some new iteration of himself, a combination of the confident, warm charmer from the first time we met, and something I don't recognize. A curvy, short girl with red, wavy hair, and a tall, lanky boy with cropped brown hair approach us. Although they walk close together, they seem like polar opposites. She's dressed in loose slacks and a paisley blouse, while his jeans and wrinkled button-down shirt look like he plucked them from a sad pile of clothes on the floor. Interestingly, they wear matching red leather cuffs on their right wrist, with identical silver coins in the center. What are these coins?
Nick,
the girl breathes.
Sarah said you were here, but...
A soft British accent curves around each word before her voice trails off, in awe. The boy squeezes her shoulder and steps forward with his hand out. While Felicity here regains the power of speech, I'll say it's good to see you, man. He doesn't sound southern at all. A New Englander, probably? Hey, Russ. Thanks. Nick clasps Russ's hand with a smile and nods in my direction. This is Bree Matthews, mate. He clears his throat. I invited her to join the order. I shoot him with a look that says real smooth, and his mouth quirks. Russ notices our exchange but doesn't comment. His mischievous eyes immediately put me at ease. Nice to meet you, Brianna, he says while shaking my hand. Welcome to the lodge. Thank you, I say, keeping my tone light. Gracious. I force a goofy smile, hoping that I look overwhelmed and clueless. I've never been in a house like this before. It's so fancy. Nick's first rule is still ringing in my ears. Remember that Sel thinks you've been mesmered twice, the quarry and last night, so behave as though you know nothing and have witnessed nothing. Everyone here has to think you're an ignorant once-born, brand new to our world. Don't let anyone know what you can do. Yeah, well, we don't really do things halfway. Russ follows my gaze. It has a certain museum chic. Don't touch anything or else someone will wrap your knuckles charm, I suppose. I giggle at that. The sound feels completely foreign, but I think I'll pull it off, because Russ gives me a wink. Of course, fancy and formal means Flick made me wear something other than a t-shirt. Beside him, Felicity scowls. I really hate that nickname. Felicity is way too many syllables, Russ exclaims. Your parents were sadist. She rolls her eyes. Ignore him. Somewhere, a small chime rings, and double doors open at the back of the foyer. As Felicity and Russ walks ahead, Nick and I follow at the back of the crowd. I lean into him, my voice pitched low for his ears. What's their deal? And what are these coins? Nick replies quietly without looking at me. Felicity Cadwell, Jr., and Russ Copeland, a sophomore. He waves at a tall boy with a gentle face and light-colored hair, who salutes him back with a wry smile. Both Legendborn. They wear matching sigils because Felicity is a scion, born with a title like me, and Russ is her chosen squire. Why do you hate them? He blinks. Who said I hate them? I gesture over his shoulder to the undergraduates chatting around us, then to the opulent foyer. Sale called you the prodigal son. You rejected all of this. A muscle twitches in his cheek. The reason I renounce my title has nothing to do with the people here. Then why? Another story for another day. I frown, but I don't feel like I know him well enough to press. But if I don't know Nick, I think, then why do I trust him? He bumps me with his arm, nodding ahead to where the crowd is moving into the great room. We both need to be on when we walk through those doors. Any more questions? A ton. The features of his face are caught halfway between the loose, charismatic boy I'd met last night and the stern, noble Nick whose eyebrows are drawn tight with some emotion I can't identify. Why are you helping me? His mouth quirks. I like helping people, if I can. The light in his eyes dims. And I know how it feels to watch your family shatter right in front of you and not be able to stop it. Before I can ask another question, he turns away, and then I'm struck silent by the massive living room in front of me. Brown leather couches sit clustered in front of a large fireplace on one end. The fireplace itself is Biltmore House. Big. The marble earth could hold a horse standing upright. I glance a bright chef's kitchen through a swinging door to the right. But the most stunning are the 12-foot-high floor-to-ceiling windows that make up the entire back wall, giving an expansive view of the forest. The lodge is high enough on its own hill that the darkening horizon is not visible through the earthen browns and evergreens. Nick has paused beside me while I take everything in. Once I'm done, I notice that again, half the eyes in this room are glued to Nick, and the other half have found me. A few of the more nicely dressed people from the foyer trail curious eyes up my boots, to my jeans, and my t-shirt. Some stare openly at Nick's coin around my neck, and heat rises in my ears. Nick leads me over to a display of beverages in a corner. When the eyes follow us, I find my irritation shifting from the gawkers to Nick. The moment the voices around us return to idle chatter, I move closer to him and whisper, "Everyone's staring." His back to the room, he passes a glass of cucumber water to me and keeps his voice low. As far as I know, I haven't walked into this house since I was 12 years old. Then I show up out of the blue to reclaim my title and sponsor a page no one's seen before. And... Nick presses his lips into a thin line and pours water for himself. And, traditionally, new pages come from the vassal families who pledged themselves to the order decades or even generations ago, so... I groan inwardly. So it looks like I skipped the line. He chuckles. You could say that. Nick explained vassals in the salon. Once-born outsiders who were sworn to the code and the order at large, but pledged in service to one of the original 13 Legendborn bloodlines that founded the order in the medieval ages. The vassals know about Ether and Shadowborn, but they don't fight in the war. Instead, their network shores up any gaps in their assigned family's needs and resources. In exchange, the order grants them favors. Most vassals start out with power or money, or use the order to gain more. Climbers, like Deputy Norris probably. Vassalage creates CEOs, elected officials, cabinet members, even presidents. I scan the room, hear the buzz again, then mutter into my drink. And then there's the fact that no one else in this room looks like me. Nick follows my gaze and sees what I see. A room full of white kids, not a person of color in sight. And grimaces. His jaw sets in a hard line. If someone says something to you, anything, let me know. I'll put a stop to it. I look at Nick's face. He is so certain that he understands what I'm facing. Then I think of Norris, the dean, and how some things some people don't want to just stop. I think of what it might cost me to infiltrate the order, to succeed in an institution founded by men who could have legally owned me and wanted to. Sure you will. I hear my cynicism, and Nick does too. He frowns and starts to reply, but gets cut off by a new voice at my shoulder. Hey, Davis, We turn to see a pair of students looking at us with bright, curious eyes.
Whitty?
Nick smiles and slaps hands with one of them.
Man, is it good to see you. It's been, 2 years since the rafting trip?
Whitty grins.
Not our finest hour.
He has a stocky build with wild, pale curly hair, and he's wearing a worn camo jacket and jeans. While the other kids are dressed for classes, or the formality of the lodge, Whitney'd look equally at home on a tractor, or up hunting blind. His casual indifference appeals to me, immediately. But then I remember he's probably a vassal kid, and my guard goes up. Nick had been disdainful about vassal families whose sole focus is positioning one of their children to join the Order. The Order's mission is fighting Shadowborn and protecting humans. It's safer on the outside, but for some, the benefits of membership outweigh the risks. Even pages and their families get privileges vassals don't. Only Legendborn can recruit new members, so these climbers will do anything to curry favor with their assigned bloodline, in hopes that their child will get tapped. He scoffed, but those vassals don't want to help people, they want the status, and they put their kid in harm's way to get it. Hence Rule 2. Keep your head down. Disappear. Make them forget you so they don't consider you competition. But Nick seemed genuinely happy to see the other boy. So maybe Whitty's not the sport and glory variety? The upper Natahala's class 3 and 4 rapids, though. We did all right. Nick nods in my direction. This is Bree Matthews. Bree, this is James Whitlock, also known as Whitty. The Whitlocks are vassals to the line of Tristan, and they own most of the pig farms out in Clinton. We prefer the term hog barons. Whitney gives me a conspiratorial wink. He offers his hand. His grip is firm and warm. The faded blue cuff around his wrist is held together by a rubber band.
Nice to meet you, Bree. Nick, you're your sponsor?
I nod and he whistles low.
Well, all right then.
I'm Sarah's page. Whitty jerks a thumb at his companion.
And this is Greer Taylor. They're Russ's.
Hey, y'all. Greer gives a short wave. They're a basketball player, tall and lean, with long muscled arms and legs. Their dirty blonde hair lies in a single braid over their shoulder, while a few shorter strands fall out the front of their slouchy gray knit cap. An unbuttoned, expensive-looking slate-colored suit vest over an untucked denim shirt, and cuffed jeans puts their look somewhere between designer and hipster. They're also wringing their hands in the front of their belt buckle in a nervous gesture that reminds me painfully of Alice.
Thought we'd come on over and introduce ourselves,
Whitty says, with a sidelong glance at the rest of the room.
Plenty of time to be at each other's throats later, if the tournament stories are true.
Nick starts to reply, to assuage our fears or to counter Whitney's casual prediction of violence, but stops when a tall boy with brown curly hair appears at his elbow. Sorry to interrupt, but are you Nick Davis? When Nick nods, the boy's brows shoot up. He offers his hand. I'm Craig McMahon, 4th-year page. The year of study doesn't affect when a student can be tapped, so someone who joins a senior will only ever be a first-year page, and will only get one chance to be selected as a Legendborn squire. If Craig's a 4th year, then he was tapped as a freshman. Nick returns the boy's handshake. McMahons are vassals to the line of Boars, right? Fitz or Evans brought you in? Yep, Craig nods, and raises his hand to show off a thin, dark orange leather band wrapped around his wrist with a silver coin at the center. My family's given 5 generations of outside service. I'm the first to page. His eyes dart to me, then back to Nick. It's true then? You're claiming your title? A slight flush creeps into Nick's cheeks, but his chin tips up. It's true. Craig grins. I'm a senior. Last opportunity to squire. Didn't think I'd ever meet you, but... His eyes drift my way briefly. Something sharp behind them. I'd like to put my hat in your ring. Officially. Got a minute? Nick's jaw clenches, and Whitney smiles into his drink. Craig pulls Nick into a conversation and they drift a few feet away. Greer sees the confusion on my face and leans in close. You're brand new to all this, right? I have our agreed-upon story ready to go. Nick and I met through early college. He thought I'd be a good fit. Only Nick could get away with plucking somebody outside the vassalage, they say, and offer an encouraging smile. He's probably happy you're not one of these. They point their chin discreetly in Craig's direction. One of what? Legendborn acolyte, fundamentalist line worshippers. Greg there wants Nick to choose him before the trials even started. Want some gum? I chew when I'm nervous. They reach into their bag to fish out a fresh pack. I notice their red ribbon choker, and make an educated guess that Greer's family serves whatever line Felicity and Russ belong to. When I decline, they keep talking. The acolytes are a special kind of believer, that's for sure. You say that like the order's a cult. Not far off from one these days, Woody interjects, watching a few more people wander in. Greer shrugs. All of it's a leap of faith when you're an outsider and don't have the sight yet. You seem to be taking it pretty well, Bree. Greer assesses me with their brown eyes and kind smile, before stuffing another piece of gum in their mouth. How'd you react when Nick told you about Arthur? Arthur? Greer says the name without pause or inflection, like King Arthur is some guy who could walk through the door at any moment. Takes me a few seconds to put together an answer that doesn't betray the extent of my ignorance. I was stunned, of course. Nick and Craig make their way back over, with Felicity in tow. She bounces up to us with a clipboard and an infectious smile. She may have been surprised by Nick's appearance, but now that her event is underway, she's in her element. I'd bet good money that she's in student government in the once-born world, beyond these walls. The once-born world where King Arthur is just a story, not a person. If Arthur is real, are his knights real? The Round Table? The Holy Grail? When Nick sees my expression, concern ripples across his brow, but Felicity speaks up and draws our attention. As this year's recruitment coordinator, I have the pleasure of giving the initiates a tour of the lodge before we begin. Shall we? She inclines her head toward the foyer. Another pair of pages is already waiting. Whitney and Greer move to follow Felicity, but Nick touches my elbow. He walks me over to the window and out of earshot. Are you sure you want to do this? It's not too late. King Arthur is a real person? Nick pales, blinks again. Yes, but not in the way you're thinking. What does that mean? I nearly shout. A few pages across the room turn in our direction, their eyes darting between the two of us. Fitz looks like he's considering clobbering me. Nick flashes a winning smile, but speaks to me through gritted teeth. Low profile. Explain. His eyes canvass the room as he talks. What do you think you know of the legend? The versions you've read or heard? Almost all of them can be traced back to the Order. They had a hand in most of the stories about Arthur that spread beyond Wales, and a pin in every text from Geoffrey of Monmouth to Tennyson. Vassal clerics, writers, archivists worked on misinformation campaigns to keep once-borns from the truth. This is what I mean when I say bad idea. The other sponsors have had way more time than 10 minutes to prep their pages. Stop. I sway on my feet, still reeling from lies and truth. This is happening. I don't care if it's all real. Paige Matthews? Felicity calls from the doorway. Be right there. I wave, a false smile on my lips. I start in her direction, but Nick steps in my path. Legends are dangerous, Bree. Don't underestimate them. The group is already halfway up the curved staircase and finishing introductions by the time I reach them. Common spaces and private residence rooms on the second floor, Felicity is saying. Her red curls sway behind her as she walks backward up the stairs with ease. We've also got a theater room with enough seating for 12, and a wet bar. While Felicity leads us across the balcony and down the hall, I study the other initiates. All told, there are 5 new pages. Greer, Whitty, me, and 2 other boys named Vaughn and Lewis. Vaughn, Fitzpage, is as tall as Nick, but so broad across the chest and biceps that the buttons of his pale blue dress shirt look liable to pop. Lewis is Felicity's page, is the opposite, small-framed, thin, and a little green around the gills. When we reach the end of the hallway, Felicity shoves open a pair of heavy doors. And here's the library. Bookshelves are filled with great tomes, bound in worn browns and blues and green leather. Solemn, heavy crimson curtains drape windows that stretch up into a Gothic arch. One side of the room holds rectangular study tables with green-shaded banker's lamps. On the other side, 3 leather couches face a fireplace and a tall mantel. I float against the back wall, alongside Greer, half listening to Felicity, who is now listing the many perks that the Order of the Round Table members receive on campus. She's so bubbly and welcoming that I can't quite imagine her hunting a demon. There are portraits here, too. A floor-length oil painting of a knight on horseback hangs between 2 windows. Green and black gore runs down the center of the blade he brandishes, and his bright, cyan blue eyes glitter beneath a medieval helmet. Tie glass display case sits on a table in the back corner. It holds tattered, delicate-looking journals and small artifacts made of stone and silver. Nothing seems particularly remarkable about the objects until I see. "What the hell are those?" I blurt. Beside me, Greer gasps. Felicity and the others walk over to the case to examine what I've found. A chained pair of dented silver bands resting on a black velvet stand. The info card beneath them reads, Merlin Jackson's Manacles, Salem, Massachusetts, 1692. "Oh," Felicity says, her bright demeanor faltering. "Those are, handcuffs that Merlins can enchant with ether to restrain individuals." "You mean ether users from outside the Order," Vaughn says with a nonchalant shrug. "Witches, looks like, from the trials." "Merlins use handcuffs?" Lewis breathes at the same time that I say, "The Salem witch trials?" Vaughn rolls his eyes at both of us. "Only weak Merlins need material tools and weapons. The powerful ones can make ether constructs that are as hard as diamond." "It's true," Felicity adds, eager to change the subject. "I've never seen our King's Mage use metal weapons. My father says that Selwyn's constructs are the strongest he's ever seen, and he squired at Northern in the 70s when Merlin Jenkins held that post." While the others follow her to the door, I linger at the case, shaken by all that had been left unsaid, why the manacles were used initially, while they're on display now, and most disturbing, what they mean about Merlins and their missions. Merlins don't just hunt demons, they hunt people. Chapter 11. Back in the great room, only pages remain, 1st through 4th years. Everyone is standing apart. I don't know if the competition has already started and it's every page for themselves, or if people are just nervous. Nick wouldn't know that part. He didn't have to do this step, and he never would. Most of the crowd looks like sophomores and juniors. Almost all of them look like athletes. A handful are tall and muscled like swimmers. Some look more like wrestlers, wide across the shoulders and hips. Sturdy tanks built for the mat. 2 of the pages look like particularly vicious Ralph Lauren models, with barrel chests that stretch their powder blue and salmon polo shirts at the seams. Vaughn, the only page leaning casually against a wall, catches me staring at him. The leer on his handsome tan face, and the wink he sends me, makes it hard to play the lost lamb, because all I want to do is scowl back, teeth bared. I look away. There's a girl about my build with short auburn hair, her body thrumming with tension. A few of the other girls remind me of Sarah, small ballerina-like people who stand with both feet planted wide and turned out. Deceptively fast and strong, I bet. If the vassal families prepare their children like Nick says, then even a freshman would enter school with weapons training, if not actual demon hunting experience. I've seen 2 demon attacks, which gives me an advantage over someone who hasn't seen one, but I can't let on that I've seen any. Nick doesn't know about my wall and afterbree, but he didn't seem to think I'd have any trouble pretending to be ignorant. I did lie to Sarah to get into the lodge. I wonder what Alice would say. I think she'd tell me I'd bitten off more than I can chew, and that if I don't get out now, I might not be able to when things turn out for the worse. Abruptly, the double doors open, and Tor strides into the room. She's wearing a ruched royal blue dress that hugs her curves, and her hair cascades down her shoulders in sunflower waves. Welcome, everyone. I'm Victoria Morgan, the Legendborn scion of the line of Tristan, 3rd ranked. She pauses for applause, and the pages in the room actually give it to her. Instead of clapping, I notice her blue bracelet. It's identical to Sarah's, and if Sarah sponsored Witty, Sarah is Legendborn. Tonight begins the annual initiation process for our hallowed order. Her cherry gaze pauses on me for a brief moment, like she's trying to place me. Her eyes widen when she spots Nick's sigil. Tonight you will take the oath of fealty. If the oath finds you worthy, you will officially become a member of the Southern Chapter, and be granted sight, the ability to see ether. If you are not worthy, you will be mesmered and cast out. In the meantime, not a word until the ceremony, yes? Follow me. Instead of turning the way she came, Victoria strides through the crowd toward the back of the room. Tor? Craig speaks up. Yes, Page Mahan? She answers without looking, already opening the sliding balcony door to let the night air in. He glances at the rest of us, then back to her. How many squire spots are open this year? Oh, so sorry! Victoria pivots on a heel, pleasure bright on her face. As I'm sure you've all noticed, Nick Davis has returned. Murmurs, eager nods from the crowd. Thanks to Nick, our chapter makes history in more ways than one. This year will be remembered as the year he claims his Scion title, the year pages compete for a record 3 squire positions, and, to my surprise, she openly gestures in my direction, a pleased smile on her face. The year our chapter welcomes its most diverse page class. Victoria leads her own applause, and half the room joins her. Heat curls around my neck and ears. Diverse? Like an award she'd given herself, a gold star. Diverse. We follow Victoria across the balcony and tramp single file down wooden stairs to reach the lodge's backyard. Here, the humid dark evening swallows us whole, save for the light from a few tall torches around the yard's perimeter. She tells us to line up in the grass and wait, then disappears down a path around the side of a building. I'm grateful for the poor lighting, because Victoria's words are still churning in my stomach, and I can't control my face. Its most diverse page class ever, as if that's why Nick chose me. Norris, McKinnon, Tor. 3 comments, 3 assumptions, 3 people who singled me out because of how I look and what they've decided I represent. In 48 hours. I close my eyes against the rush of emotions, anger hot and burning against my cheeks, disgust at the self-congratulatory expression on her face, then the deep fatigue my father calls death by 1,000 cuts. How many cuts am I going to have to endure? I wish Alice were here. Greer nudges me with their elbow and I open my eyes. That's messed up, what she said. I blink, startled to hear it from someone else this time. Thanks. Someone shushes us from down the line. Greer leans in. People say shit about me too, but my parents are major donors. I come from 6 generations of vassal service and 3 generations of pages, and I'm white, so they get strategic about when and where. Some folks just don't care to get better or learn more, and it shows. Yeah. I take a shaky breath. Yeah. Just remember, you don't have to be the best. To be eligible for selection, all we have to do is make it to the end of the tournament, without losing or forfeiting. It's good that there are 3 open squire spots instead of 2. Better odds, you know? Wouldn't say that. Woody is on my right. The higher ranked the line, the more folks will be gunning for its title. Greer nods, their face solemn. This is gonna be a long few months. The air pressure changes, setting off a small pop in my ears. And the next heartbeat, the dark trees in front of us smear and twist into a black and green knot, then unfurl with a snap into an identical scene that now includes a line of 8 hooded robed figures, while the pages beside me gasp in surprise. I scent the air, on edge. Where is that damn Merlin? But the smell of Sel's casting never comes, likely carried away by the warm wind flowing across our faces. The figures take a single, unified step forward, their robes dragging in the grass. Shadows deepen between the folds of heavy material, and the cows are so full that nothing of their faces remains visible. I'm certain they're all Legendborn, but it's impossible to tell who is who. Beside me, Greer sucks in a breath. Together, the figures say, "One at a time." And everything goes dark. Complete, endless black. Before the cinnamon smoke scent even reaches my nose, I know that Sel's mesmer has taken our sight. My heart lurches against my ribs. Someone yelps, the sound breaking against the trees. "Quiet!" Vaughn snaps. Movement. Ahead of me. The soft whisper of one pair of feet moving over dry grass. Closer. Greer's breath coming in short pants. A sharp gasp far to my left. A pause. Louder steps. Shuffling. The sound moving further away. 2 pairs of feet, maybe? Where are they taking us? One at a time. The same cycle again. This time to my right. I hear Woody grunt before he and his escort walk forward. Greer goes next. Then one more. Legendborn sponsors taking their pages? Measured paces approaching me now. I hope that's Nick. Closer. My heart leaps into my throat. I don't want to be touched in the dark. My breath rattles in my ears. A hand wraps around my elbow, holding the joint in a loose grip. That subtle warning is all I get before someone pulls me forward. They guide me from behind by the shoulders. Twigs snap under feet, walking maybe 20 feet ahead of us. The ground transitions from soft grass to soil to pounded dirt. A path. My nose tingles with the scent of tree sap and fresh pine needles. The sound of nature grows closer, tighter. A barred owl hoots above us. Crickets swell in a high-pitched chorus. We're in the woods. 2 pairs of steps not far ahead of us, shuffling and regular. Another guide and another page. We walk straight for a few minutes, then turn again. After a while, I lose track of time. Maybe it's because I'm under, but the smell of Sel's mesmer and the disorienting path makes me dizzy. We walk for 10 minutes, or 20. I think we even double back at one point, but I can't be sure. There's 100 acres of wooden land behind the lodge. We could be anywhere. Suddenly, my guide halts me. They press my shoulders until I lower into a squat. Then warm fingers move my hand to smooth, cool stone that drops off after a foot. A step. Stairs. They stand me up and come around to my front. Take both hands. We walk down the stairs one careful step at a time. By the time we reach the bottom, there's a river of sweat down my spine. Pounded dirt, when the hand on my right shoulder drops down to my wrist and fingers brush across my knuckles. It's me. I release the breath I'd been holding. Nick flips my hand and squeezes my fingers, then steps close. I can feel the heat of his chest against my shoulders, and when he leans in, the stale-smelling cowl brushes my ear. Squeeze once for left, twice for no. Can you see? I squeeze twice. Keep it that way. In other words, let Sel's mesmer take you. Don't resist it. Listen, oaths are living bonds sealed by speech. Their words pull ether from the air so that the commitment becomes a part of you. The oath of fealty will know if and when you intend to break it, but it works like a mesmer, so... He stops, his words lost to the night. I whisper, Nick? He releases my hand. I feel him step in front of me. Overhead, towering pines creak in the wind. Nick's feet shift on the ground, like he's pivoting in the darkness. Searching. My heart begins to race. I tongue at the still healing bite in my cheek. What? Hush. Indignation sparks, then dies when I hear the sound of his sword extending. I imagine his face, brows tight, eyes and ears intent, weapon drawn. A swell of rustling leaves. A single branch snaps up high and to the right. The barest whisper of a movement. And a palm strikes my chest so hard the air leaves my lungs in a whoosh. I hit the ground back first, and pain shoots across my spine. A low growl from above, the harsh clang of metal on metal, the high-pitched whine of weapons grinding against each other. What are you doing? Nick shouts, his voice strained. You bring a Shadowborn unto our grounds, to our sacred ceremony, and you ask what I'm doing? Sel. Adrenaline rushes through my veins, along with Nick's voice and Rule 3. Never let Selwyn Kane get you alone. He can't find out what you can do. I skitter backward in a frantic crab walk, hands scraping dirt and gravel. A burning hot hand seizes my ankle. A thud, a grunt, the fingers release. And possibly strong fingers dig into my bicep, pain like daggers. I scream. The hard smack of flesh hitting flesh. A punch? Sel's fingers let go, labored breathing above me. Nick between us. My heart thunders with panic. How much do I trust him now that I know what Sel can do? She's not Shadowborn. 3 nights in a row of order interference is not a coincidence. I mesmered her twice myself, and yet she stands here, an equal. Oh, Sel, Nick groans. An equal? What is that? Another demon? They say the new word with a short "is" sound at the beginning, then the throaty "k" from Locke. I decided to bring Bree forth today. She's my page. Mine. You swore an oath to serve, and I'm keeping my oath. The wind picks up as Sel's casting reaches my nose. There's a tight rhythmic sound like a small cyclone spinning to life. Sel, Nick cautions. It has enthralled you, Sel growls. Electricity arcs across from my nose and cheeks. The wind picks up and something else crackles. Ozone enters the air. Don't do it. Selwyn! A man's voice slices through the woods, and the cyclone dies immediately. Footsteps approach behind me on the path. The steps are low and measured, but the older man's heavy drawl holds barely contained fury. You wouldn't be calling ether against my son now, would ya, King's mage? Another pause. Even in the darkness of Sel's mesmer, the tension in the air raises the hair on my arms. No, my lord. My lord? Dr. Martin Davis, Nick's father, steps close, and his cologne falls over me like a rich, heavy cape. Well, that's good, because if you were, I'd expect that oath of yours to be burning a hole through your throat right about now. It's part observation, part warning. Sel hears it too. In the following silence I hear his teeth grind together.
Yes, my lord.
Nicholas. The breathless way Dr. Davis says Nick's name makes me wonder how often he sees his son.
Dad. And there be those who deem him more than man, and dream he dropped from heaven.
Tennyson, Nick says, his voice tight.
Indeed.
The strain of distance in their voices makes me wonder what happened to their family. What shattered them? Beside me, the man's body weight shifts in the dirt.
Mercy! And who is this lovely lady?
I'm still half frozen on the ground, adrenaline thrumming through my body. Light fingers land on my shoulder.
May I help you up?
I nod, and he slips his hand under my elbow, pulling gently until I stand. Another pair of hands around my other elbow. Dr. Davis lets his son pull me to his side.
This is Bree Matthews, my page.
Davis inhales sharply.
Your page?
Hope runs through his voice like a quiet current.
Does this mean... are you...
Last-minute decision. A clicking sound and the whine of Nick's retracting sword. Ah. I get the feeling Nick's father is weighing what words to use next, like the wrong phrase might send his son running into the woods. Finally, he says,
I'm sure you know how much this means to me, and to the greater order.
Yeah. The resignation in Nick's voice catches me off guard, and my stomach twists. I'm the one who pushed him here. Am I the reason his voice is that heavy? Pride and awe mingle in the older man's voice.
My son, claiming his title and bringing forth a page, all in one night. That's something else.
His next words are directed at me.
I don't know how or if you're responsible for my son's change of heart, but if you are, consider me eternally grateful. I'm in your debt, Brianna. Welcome.
A pause. Am I supposed to respond? I mumble a quiet, "Thank you."
Davis clears his throat. Now, I'd like an explanation as to why the two of you are fighting.
Nick doesn't hesitate.
Sel thought he sensed a shadowborn here in the woods, but he was mistaken.
Our Merlin remains vigilant, as always. I hold my breath, waiting for Sel's outburst and correction. But it never comes. Davis is shocked.
Here? The Shadowborn have never been bold enough to open a gate on our land, not with so many Legendborn under one roof. Selwyn, is this true?
Silence. I wonder why Sel isn't speaking up. Just a few minutes ago he had been so certain, so full of determined rage.
We rely on your senses, son.
Davis makes a thoughtful sound.
Are your abilities becoming unpredictable, King's Mage?
A pause. Sel's terse response comes through clenched teeth.
There's always a risk, Lord Davis.
You look unhappy, boy. As the Gospel of Luke instructs, let us celebrate and be glad of Nicholas's return, for he was lost and is found. Another pause in which Sel could counter Nick's explanation, but doesn't.
Bree, I must apologize for both my son and Selwyn here. Oil and water these boys, ever since they were children.
I nod. Satisfied, Davis moves down the path.
Let us proceed to the chapel. Don't want to keep the others waiting. Not on a night like this.
Nick guides me forward. I don't hear Sel say or do anything. In fact, the only footsteps I hear are Nick's and his father's. Chapter 12. When Sel's mesmer lifts, my sight returns all at once. Lights off, lights on. It's so disorienting that beside me Greer falls forward, on both hands. All 5 of us, first-year pages, blink the world back into existence while on our knees, integrating sound with sight, The sound of water streaming over rocks nearby, from a creek maybe, deeper in the forest to our right. The waning moon sending light down from us overhead, turning leaves from green to silver. We kneel before a low curved altar that protrudes up the slab itself, our faces lit by flickering candlelight. 8 Legendborns stand before us, arranged along the far arc of the stone circle, their hoods drawn low. 5 new figures in robes of gray, the veteran pages I'd wager, flank them on either side. In the middle is a single man in a deep crimson robe, edged in gold, his cowl pulled back just enough to see his face. Lord Martin Davis. He looks almost exactly like his portrait. Davis steps forward, his arms hidden in the deep sleeves. When he speaks, his voice is sonorous and steady. My name is Lord Martin Davis, and I am the Viceroy of the Southern Chapter and its territories. Each of you has been invited by a Legendborn member who deems you worthy of initiation as a page. The 5 of you kneel before us because you have the spark of eternal potential. The chapel is a circular slate-colored stone slab, flecked with shiny bits of silver in the middle of a clearing. The slab feels old, worn, and heavy, like a coin dropped by a giant long ago. Pine trees stretch up in a thick ring around the clearing, closing us in on all sides with no marked path in or out. I have no idea where we are, or which direction the lodge lies. We are isolated here, on a round surface with no end, and at their mercy to get out. Every instinct I possess yells at me to run. Just a couple of miles and I could be back in the real world, where there are no ritual slabs and robes and magical oaths. But it isn't the real world, is it? It's the surface the Order works to maintain while they operate below, on its edges and in the shadows. I can't run. Staying here and playing this role is the only way I'll find the truth. Tonight, in our chapel, you will pledge yourselves to our order and its mission by taking the oath of fealty. Our work goes unseen and unrewarded by the very lives we protect. Therefore, no other commitment is more sacred. But first, an introduction. It's only because we're looking up at Lord Davis that I catch the movement over his shoulder. 30 feet up and tucked in the trees, darkness bleeds into a shape. Without a single creak of a branch, a black-robed figure descends in a long, smooth arc. Selwyn lands in a crouch, and the other pages jerk back in alarm. Beside me, Woody makes a near noiseless sound of surprise. Nick said the other new pages have known about the Order most of their lives, but only in the abstract, only in stories. They've trained for battles they've yet to encounter, learned about ether they've never seen, but knowledge is not the same thing as experience. I don't blame them for startling. That jump would have broken a normal person's legs, and none of us had detected his presence. I would startle too, if this was the first time I'd encountered Selwyn Kane. The Merlin rises in one motion, silent as a panther and eyes just as bright. Candlelight turns the silver thread at the edges of his robe into a living thing. A thin line of white frames his face, a whip of electricity around his wrist. Under his hood, his hair is so black I can barely make it out against the fabric. He belongs to the night as a predator does, and like a predator, he takes our measure. When his glittering golden eyes find me, a line from childhood comes to my mind unbidden. All the better to see you with, my dear. Now that I know what Merlins truly are, all I can see is Sel's arrogance, and through him, the arrogance of the Merlin before him. I see the man who stole my memories, the soldier who may have taken my mother from me. I should follow Nick's rules. I should be afraid. Instead, I'll lift my chin from where I kneel, let defiance shine in my eyes, Even these tiny gestures are blood in the water, but I don't care. Sel cares. A muscle ticks in his jaw and ether flares at his fingertips. But when Lord Davis frowns his way, Sel douses the flames inside tightly curled fist. His lips curl at my satisfied smirk. The Southern Chapter is fortunate to call Selwyn Kane our King's Mage. Merlins are the first of many revelations only privy to oath members of the Order. On cue, Sel stalks to the far end of the altar and stands at a parade rest. Davis's legato voice flows over us like a preacher leading his congregation. Tonight, you will echo the ancient vow sworn by warriors of the medieval. In those days, men committed themselves to higher powers and greater missions, and left behind the petty concerns of earthly pursuits. Likewise, our order is fashioned after the body politic. Our vassal friends and their contemporary fiefdoms are the order's lower limbs. Without them, we would not have walked through 15 centuries of this war, would not have advanced from the Middle Ages to modernity. Pages are the left hand. Once owed, you will be granted sight in order to hold the shield while we fight in the shadows. Merlins are the right hand, the sword and the fist of the order. Our guardians and weapons against the darkness, the Legendborn scions and squires, are the heart. The holy text of their lines has fueled our mission from the beginning. The regents are the spine, directing our eyes and energies to the urgent matters at hand. Davis pauses, letting the image of his metaphor settle into our minds. And when he is awakened, our king is the head and crown itself, leading us to victory by divine right. A whisper rises in the night. The sound comes from the other pages, and the Legendborn standing behind Davis. They've raised their hands to chest level, all of them, and are brushing their thumbs over their fingers in a steady, rhythmic circle. Approval. When Davis raises a hand, the sound stops. Be proud of your invitation, but know that there is so much more yet possible. Tonight, many of you wear the color and sigil of the line served by your family, and as pages, you always will. But at selection, those who earn the title of squire will take the colors and sigil of their scion. In this line, you will serve by choice. A pause. You have no title, but you do have your names. We must know who you are and know the blood you bring to service. State your name and family. Sel's voice catches me off guard. This is the first time any of us have been asked to speak in over an hour. Vaughn doesn't hesitate. Von Ledford, Schaefer IV, son of Von Ledford Schaefer III, vassal to the line of Boers. Lewis speaks up next. Lewis Wallace Dunburn, son of Richard Calvin Dunburn, vassal to the line of Owain. Greer follows quickly. Greer Leighton Taylor, child of Holton Fletcher Taylor, vassal to the line of Lamorak. My mind spins while Whitty speaks beside me. What do I say? Not my mother's name, right? No, my father's. When it's my turn, I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. The harsh sound of hissing cuts through the night and lashes against me, sends my pulse racing. Disapproval. My ears burn hot. Pressure begins behind my eyes and, no, wall up. Now is not the time for After Bree's anger. Davis raises a hand and the sound ceases. Your name, Sel repeats, his voice low. This time, I speak. Brianna Irene Matthews, daughter of Edwin Simmons Matthews. The chapel is silent, waiting for the final words they already know I can't claim. No vassalage, no line. Someone in the Legendborn row hisses. Vaughn stifles a snicker. Davis's voice slices across the quiet, stiff with warning. Do not fall prey to hubris. Affiliation with the Order is not equivalent to sworn fealty. Indeed, Tennyson said, "Man's word is God in man." Tonight, you sever all other promises but these and serve the Order not as individuals, but as one. My chest unclenches. I say a silent thanks to Nick's father, whose imperious glare has cowed even Vaughn. Who brings Von Schaefer forward to make the oath of fealty? A Legendborn figure steps forward, drawing his hood back. I do. It's the boy from the study, Fitz. He kneels opposite Vaughn and extends one forearm across the stone, palm up, and the other next to it palm down. Sel takes a knee at the end of the altar and rests long fingers on the silver-speckled surface. A ripple of mage flame from his fingertips flows down the altar in a wave, from Vaughn to me. Tonight, you make an oath to us, and through your Legendborn sponsor, the Order makes one to you. Davis nods to Vaughn. Vaughn grasps Fitz's upturned arm with his left hand and raises his right. When he speaks, a nagging itch crawls up and over my skin. I can feel the ether infused in these words, even though I'm not the one saying them. I, Von Ledford, Schaefer IV, offer my service to the Order in the name of our king. I swear to be the shield of the Southern Chapter, the eyes and the ears of its territory. I swear to aid in its battles and arm its warriors. I swear to guard its secrets and secure all that I can see and hear henceforth. Fitz clears his throat. The penalty for breaking this vow is total mesmer and excommunication to the darkness of unknowing, never to return to the light. Do you bind yourself still? I do. Down the altar, Sel nods, giving Fitz the go-ahead of some kind. I, Fitzsimmons Solomon Baldwin, scion of the line of Boers, accept your oath on behalf of our ancient order and welcome you to our service. We grant you sight so that you may see the world illuminated for as long as your heart beat true. A bright flare of silver-blue mage flame rushes up the hand Fitz has placed on the altar. He tenses, then the flame surges down his other arm and into his page. It loops around Vaughn's wrist and curves up his shoulders. Now with the sight, Vaughn stares as the oath disappears into his skin. Lewis goes next with Felicity, then Greer with Russ. With each oath, a new thread of doubt winds through my chest, because I know I have no intention of keeping this promise. Nick said oaths are like mesmer, but how much like mesmer? I've never resisted Sel's mesmer in real time, only after the fact. By the time Whitty starts his oath, my heart is pounding. I can't help but glance down the altar at Sel, who stares back with narrowed eyes, as if he can hear the fear in my chest. Davis interrupts my thoughts. Who here brings Bree Matthews forward to make the oath of fealty? I do. A tall figure steps out of the circle. Nick pulls his hood back as he walks to the altar, eyes solemn. He settles across from me and I clamp my hand around his forearm almost as soon as he lowers it, desperate for something familiar, something I can trust in all of this. His eyes find mine, his fingers pulsing reassuringly around my elbow. I take a shaky breath, raise my right hand and begin. I, Brianna Irene Matthews, offer my service to the Order, in the name of our king. I pause, gasping. I can feel the words slip down into my body and coil around my ribs. Nick's eyes urge me on. I swear to be the shield of the Southern Chapter, the eyes and ears of its territory. I swear to aid in its battles and arm its warriors. I swear to guard its secrets and secure all that I see and hear henceforth. Nick's voice echoes around the chapel, louder and clearer than the others who went before him. The penalty for breaking this vow is total mesmer and excommunication to the darkness of unknowing, never to return to the light. Do you bind yourself still? The cool tide of the oath has wound itself between my fingers. It streams down my back like a waterfall until I'm covered with it. I squirm, shifting my weight from my right knee to my left. Someone hisses and Davis raises his hand to stop them. I do. This isn't going to work. The oath will know that I'm lying. They're all going to know. Suddenly, pain lances through my arm. It's Nick, digging his fingers into my flesh deep enough to leave marks. I meet his eyes and he nods imperceptibly, urging me to focus on the blunt pressure of his nails. I chase the sensation down like a rabbit in the woods, and the ancient promise loosens its grip on my body. Nick's quick thinking saved me, maybe saved us both. Across the altar, Nick's pulse leaps against his throat. It takes him 2 attempts to begin speaking. Nicholas Martin Davis. Nick releases a harsh breath, as if drawing on a deep well for strength. When he meets my gaze again, the look in his eyes fills my stomach with dread. There's pain, anger, then resignation. When Nick's voice resonates throughout the chapel, the Legendborn hold their breath. Nicholas Martin Davis, scion and heir of King Arthur Pendragon of Britain, the son of Uther Pendragon, wielder of Caldenfolk, the blade Excalibur, and first ranked of the Round Table in the Shadow-born Holy War, accept your oath on behalf of our ancient order. Nick watches the shock travel through me with sad, wary eyes. I barely feel the ether cell sins pulsing through Nick's hand into mine. Our gazes are still locked, but everything else has changed. King Arthur Pendragon of Britain? Scion? An heir? I welcome you to our service. I grant you sight so that you may see the world illuminated for as long as your heart be true. Why didn't you tell me? I send the question through my eyes. He flinches. His words sit on my tongue while the flames swirl up my arms like silver blue snakes. The mage flame washes over me, without soaking into my skin. You said you didn't lie. He sees the accusation on my face, withdraws his hand, stands turning so his face is hidden in the shadow. Davis claps for attention. Rise, siblings, as oath pages of the Order of the Round Table and sworn servants of the Round Table. The night's sober tone finally breaks, and we are teenagers and students once again. There are whoops and cheers from the pages behind us, and whistles from the Legendborn before us. I push to my feet on legs that are half asleep, my stomach pulled into a knot. No one notices that the oath of fealty didn't take or give me sight. No one notices me at all. Sel still kneels at the end of the altar, head bent over the stone, palms pressed to the surface. For a moment I think he's been injured, or overexerted by the oath, but then those thoughts disappear. Sel doesn't look pained. He looks intoxicated, eyes half-lidded and unfocused, cheeks flushed, mouth parted and panting. He drags his tongue over his lower lip and looks up to find me staring. I stiffen and turn away. Woody slaps a hand on my back in celebration, and I return his smile because I don't know what else to do. Sel calling Nick the prodigal son. Felicity staring speechless like he was the second coming. The shock on Sarah's face when I said his name. I'd been so focused on how I would uncover the Order's secrets that I hadn't stopped to really think about what all those responses to Nick meant. I thought about what Nick represents to me, but not what Nick represents to everyone else. I look up to find Nick staring at me with a guarded expression, like he's waiting for me to arrive at the truth in my own way. I suppose I have. He is King Arthur's descendant. Davis calls us to order. Let us close with the solemn pledge of our eternal order. The new pages glance up at one another. We don't know the pledge, but it seems we're expected to learn by example. The chapter chants as one. Even though I can't hear his voice in the chorus, Nick joins them. When the shadows rise, so will the light. When blood is shed, blood will call. By the king's table, for the order's might, by our eternal oaths, the line is law. Davis turns to the stars in benediction. By heaven's holy hand, the line is... A blood-curdling scream splits the night, and everyone freezes. The cry echoes against the trees, bounces off the stone beneath our feet. I pivot, searching for its source, and then the sound comes again, a shriek of pain that lifts the hair on the back of my neck. At the back of the group, Felicity is on her knees, with both hands clutching her temples. The crowd steps away, just as Russ dashes to her side. Flick? Flick, answer me! She screams again, the sound choking off a sob. Felicity? What the hell? Woody breathes beside me. What's happening to her? King's mage? Davis calls over his shoulder. She needs aid. Felicity! Russ cries again. Squire Copeland. Sel appears at his shoulder. Russ turns, his face a mixture of fear and worry. It's her time. Step back. Russ shakes his head. No, it can't be. Squire Copeland, Davis insists. Russ looks between the two of them desperately, then allows Sel to draw him away from the agonized girl on the ground. Craig Mahan stands beside me. This isn't possible. It's too soon. What isn't possible? I ask. In the center of the group, Felicity moans long and loud. Her head drops back, eyes blank, and a voice, deep, masculine, not hers, emerges from her throat. Though I may fall, I will not die, but call on blood to live. She collapses forward in a crumpled heap. Russ picks Felicity up and stands her, draped across his arms. I'll get her back to the lodge. She needs to rest. Sel stops him. I'm faster and stronger. Let me take her. Russ hesitates for a moment, his jaw clenched. Then he nods once and gently passes Felicity's limp form to Sel, who lifts her easily. Without another word, Sel jogs through the trees and is gone. As soon as he disappears, the crowd erupts, or at least the pages do. The Legendborn wear stony expressions, exchange worried glances. One of the third years shakes her head, muttering, She's fourth ranked. This isn't right. One phrase rises above the chatter. This is too soon. Davis calls for calm, but it's his son's voice that quiets the chapel. Why did he call her? The crowd parts around Nick. Davis blinks in surprise. You know as well as I do, Nicholas, that we don't control the awakening of our knights. We are but instruments. They call us where there is need. When there is need, and in command order, Nick adds. The 1st through 5th ranked knights haven't called their scions in decades. Felicity is 4th ranked, which means the 5th must be awake. When was the scion of Kay called? Murmurs from the others now, a nod of heads. If Alice were here, she'd say it's too late. Now that I know that the scions are descendants of the Round Table, called to power, violently by their knight spirits, What have I done?
Renewed authority leads through Davis's voice. This is not a chapter meeting. We should discuss these matters when we return to the lodge.
No.
Nick raises his chin. We should discuss it here. Why did Lamorak call her dad? Why now? Davis's nostrils flare, but before he can respond, a low growl from darkness answers Nick's question. For a split second, no one moves, frozen in disbelief, I think. Shadowborn? Here? Another growl, this time followed by a high, nightmarish howl, one I'm now very familiar with. Hellhound. Chapter 13. While everyone springs into action, I'm frozen, trembling. I thought they were rare, thought for some reason that I wouldn't see another one, not when I was with a Legendborn like this, not while I was just looking for information. I thought this was a ritual, initiation, hazing at best, not... Davis fires off orders in rapid succession. It's like a bomb goes off in the crowd. Awaken scions and squires to the front. The rest in formation behind them. Pages, back to the lodge. Stillness explodes into action, and bodies scatter in several directions at once. Soldiers rushing to battle positions. The next moment seemed to pass in slow motion. The Legendborn toss their robes off without hesitation and move with practiced military precision into 2 defensive rows. 5 stand at the back, pulling out weapons from harnesses, scabbards, and hidden straps. Daggers, extendable quarterstaffs, and swords. Sarah and Tor string identical bows. Only 3 unarmed kids move to the front. The gentle-faced boy who saluted Nick in the foyer, Fitz, and a tall boy with red hair. I squint, trying to make out the red-haired boy's face because something about him is familiar. When he turns his head, I realize it's because I know him. He's Evan Cooper, Charlotte's boyfriend. The primitive part of my brain pleads with me to run to the lodge with the others as fast as I can, but I can't look away from the 3 Legendborn boldly facing the darkness, empty hands thrust out at their sides. What are they thinking? Where are their weapons? With the whooshing sound of backdraft, mage flame appears in each of the 3 boys' palms. It circles in a smoky whirlpool, then climbs up their arms like iridescent snakes. And between 1 second and the next, the ether solidifies into weapons in their hands. Fitz and Evan hold identical shining swords. The gentle-faced boy holds 2 glowing daggers, the length of my forearms. But the mage flame climbing their bodies isn't done. I watch, breathless, as it flows over their shoulders and legs, solidifying into gleaming plates of silver. Ether crawls up their throats and falls across their sternums until it becomes chainmail. On their arms, the smoke hardens into terrifying gauntlets. Armor. Ether armor. From the opposite direction, another howl rises, and my blood runs cold. Not just 1 hellhound, but 2? Split formation, Davis yells. The boy with the daggers dashes to the other side of the chapel, calling for 3 other Legendborn to follow. Bree. Nick steps into my vision, blocking the armored boys from sight. What are you still doing here? Get back to the lodge, now! I pivot away from the clearing, but the other pages has disappeared into the woods. I should have followed them. I have no idea how to get back, no idea which direction to run. Nick realizes this at the same time that I do, and points his sword behind me. That way. Run. Don't stop. I sprint full speed into the forest, adrenaline shooting through my veins. I can barely see, but I keep going. I crash through brush, briars scrape my face and arms, I stumble. Shouts echo out behind me as the Legendborn take on the hounds. Another howl. Silence. I turn. Did they kill the demons? Is it over? Suddenly the stench of mold and warm stagnant water overtakes me. It clings to the back of my throat. The smell of rotten wood and dying things.
things that haven't seen the light in a long, long time. I cover my mouth, a sound from my left like a log breaking. When I turn, 2 bottomless red orbs appear in the darkness, a foot from my face. Glowing lanterns made of blood. One blinks, then the other. Not lanterns. Eyes. I scream and stumble backward, then a voice, the nauseating sound of bones cracking deep and sharp. "You will help us." Terror condenses to a sharp point. I pivot, but the eyes appear in front of me. A 10-foot-tall, hulking shape steps through the trees. At first I think the shape is an enormous human, but the movements are all wrong. Their joints bend in wrong places. In the silver light from above, I see a broad chest and thick limbs covered with moss. An iridescent, shiny green liquid pours out of open gashes on mottled skin. A face stretches across a bulbous, swollen head. 2 long strips of rotting flesh connect gaping jaws. Their tongue lashes back and forth, like a snake tasting the air. The demon hums in satisfaction. "Yes, you will help us." I lunge to the side, but the demon moves too, faster than I can track, so that they face me from a new angle, their head tilted to the side as if waiting for my response. I think fast, heart hammering inside my chest. I can't outrun this demon, that much is clear. Which way would I go if I could? Wherever I am, I'm closer to the Legendborn than I am to the lodge. This demon doesn't seem to want to eat me like the hellhound did. Yet. I take a sliding step in the direction of the clearing, but keep my eyes on the creature. "Help you? Are you sure I'm the best person for that?" Lips pull back in a hungry smile, exposing 2 rows of black teeth that curl backward like skies. "Yes," they state, and lunge before I can make a sound. The demon slings me over their shoulder like a sack of yams, jerking my body around so much my head spins. A squishy, hot arm wraps around the back of my knees, holding me in place. A scream builds in my throat, but I gag on the putrid stench steaming from their body. There's a blur, then an abrupt stop that sends my chin crashing into the demon's wet spine. I gag again. Mildewed slop clings to my face. Before I can orient myself, the demon pulls me down and around until I'm hanging like a doll, feet swinging off the ground. I struggle, but they only pull tighter, cutting off my breath in one sharp motion. I can't get enough air. We're back at the chapel, where the 8 Legendborn and Lord Davis have cornered the second hellhound. Fitz and Nick have just speared it through when the demon holding me emits a hellish scream. "Pendragon!" Everyone turns at once. Nick's father shoots his son a silencing glare and steps forward. Davis fingers the grip of a long sword in a scabbard at his side, a weapon that he'd hidden beneath his robe. "Why have you come, Ikel?" "Which of you is Pendragon?" Davis keeps his voice easy, calm, a southern gentleman simply greeting a newcomer. "I am who you seek." His eyes flick to me. "You have one of our pages. Let the girl go and we'll talk. Just you and me." The demon's teeth clack against one another in a chittering pattern, like they are displeased. Clack, 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 clack. "She will be easy to take apart, deceiver." Razor-sharp nails drag a burning path down my cheek. Slicing my skin open, I scream. "Stop!" Nick shouts, already moving forward. The hand at Dave's side clenches into a fist. It must be a signal, because the other Legendborn move in tight around Nick, locking him into place, guarding him. Rage blooms across his face. The demon points at Nick with one dripping claw. "He
is who we seek.
We? Davis says, curious concern crossing his expression.
Give him to us, Legendborn.
The demon's hand tightens slowly around my chest, and black pain threatens to take over my vision. One of my ribs is bending. I don't think so. Davis darts forward, pulling his blade as he runs, but he's nowhere near fast enough. There's another blur, and then the demon has the older man by the throat with one large hand, while still gripping me with the other. Davis's sword drops to the stone with a loud clatter. No! Nick yells, pushing against Russ and Fitz both. His elbow flies into Fitz's nose, knocking the other boy down. But Evan takes Fitz's place before Nick can break out of the circle. Blood from an injury streams down Evan's forehead, but he stands firm. The demon lifts Davis high into the air. Nick's father scrabbles at the demon's grip with both hands, wheezing for breath, eyes bulging. The color in his face goes redder.
I will kill both of them while you watch, Pendragon.
The demon snarls, squeezing Davis so much the man turns purple.
And then I will take you.
You talk far too much. I never thought I'd be happy to hear that voice. Sel drops onto the demon's back, wrapping his opponent in a headlock. The demon roars, dropping me to the ground and flinging Davis across the clearing. Nick's father hits a tree with a stomach-turning crunch and falls to the stone surface in a loose pile of limbs. I scramble backward, just missing the stump of one enormous foot. The demon grabs at Sel's back and hair, trying to dislodge him, but Sel hangs on tight, his face tucked away from their claws. A pair of strong arms loops under my armpits and hauls me up and away from the fray. To my surprise, it's Sarah, the pixie girl. Stay back, she urges, once we're far enough. Then she runs over to where half of the group, Nick included, have gathered at Davis's side. Nick's father is not moving. Oh God. The demon and Sel brawl in a blur of black and green. No one else dares to enter the fight. And why would they? No one else could keep up. When the two opponents lunge for one another, the force of their collision makes the earth shake. They twist and roll on the ground, fists connecting in deep thuds, and after a few minutes, Sel's shirt is torn and darkened with slime and sweat. The demon kicks at Sel's chest and the Merlin goes flying. Sel hits the ground with both feet in a sliding crouch. A feral grin crosses his face. He launches himself back at the creature like a bullet. The sight turns my stomach. Nick's father could be dead, and Sel's enjoying himself? Hold him steady. Back at the tree, the boy who had had daggers presses his hands over Davis's chest. A light film of silver liquid covers his fingers. As I watch, the liquid spreads down onto the man's shirt. A heartbeat later, Davis gasps awake. Steady, the boy orders. Not done. William, I think. Their healer. William continues to work on Davis, but the relief around him is palpable. Nick's father is alive. Everyone is so focused on Lord Davis that no one notices Nick, until it's too late. He bears down on the brawl, his father's sword in his hands. Sel has the demon on the ground, one boot on the creature's chest, an ether blade at their throat. You nearly killed my father! Nick shouts, fury turning his voice to iron. The demon chitters eagerly.
The boy approaches. Let him come, whelp. A
squelching, hissing sound from the press of Sel's blade, and the creature is silenced. I have this, Nicholas. Sel keeps his eyes on his captive. Back off. Let me do my job. Nick ignores Sel's warning and swings, his blade arcing toward the demon's face. With a sharp twist, the demon breaks Sel's ankle, shoves the Merlin aside. Nick's sword descends. The demon meets it with one hand, the blade digging deep. and clenches Nick's throat with the other. Nick pulls at the creature's fingers, gurgling, gasping. The demon stands snarling in a flash of triumph, lifting Nick high, then slams him into the silver stone. His body goes still. I'm running. I barrel into the demon just as Sel swings Nick's sword. Together, we send the body in one direction, and the head in another. Chapter 14. Nick, his father, and Evan aren't the only injured. I stand in the corner of the lodge's basement infirmary and watch 2 second-year pages dash back and forth between 5 metal tables. Nick's on the one closest to me. His father is next to him. Evan's in the middle, and Victoria lies at the end. I didn't even know that Tor had been hurt. Her chest had been sliced open by a hound, and there's blood splattered across her blue dress and over her pale cheeks. Still, she's in better shape than the Davis men. Laura Davis's spine is broken in 2 places. Nick's skull is cracked. I should have moved faster, struggled harder against the Ikel, gotten to Nick before he went after the demon himself. The infirmary is William's domain. He strides between the tables, his hands coated in silver ether so thick it looks like mercury. The bright citrus smell of his ether signature fills the room. There's a pattern. He starts with the life-threatening injuries first, and spends a few minutes murmuring in a fluid, lyrical language that I don't understand. He stands over their bodies while ether drips down onto their wounds and disappears into their skin. Then he walks away and closes his eyes, murmuring another incantation that pulls ether from the air again. It coats his fingers, and the cycle starts over. I look down at my own hands. They haven't stopped trembling. When we returned to the lodge, the group had dispersed. Most of the pages were sent home. Russ went to check on Felicity. After confirming that she was still asleep, a common recovery from awakening, I'm told, he came down to wait with me and offered me a sweatshirt. I put it on because I didn't know what else to do. He had asked me if I liked to go upstairs to take a shower. I don't remember what I said, but he left me alone after that. I look at the infirmary walls and wonder why they aren't green, like the small room at the hospital. Then, because my defenses are down, I'm at the hospital again. The nurse is there, and the Merlin, and my mother is gone before I could say goodbye. I squeeze my eyes shut and count to 10, until it's 3 months later, until I'm back in the infirmary at the lodge. Where is he? Sel burst into the door like an unholy angel in a long black coat, his eyes blazing like twin suns. If he notices the 2 pages slipping out behind him with fear written all over their faces, he doesn't say a thing. William's voice is even but firm. He's stable, but he's not awake yet. Sel. Sel? Nick strides over to Nick, and there's not even a hitch in his step. Did William heal his ankle already? Sel examines Nick where he lies. Nick's shirt is cut open, exposing his chest and stomach. His usually handsome open face is pale and pinched. He hasn't opened his eyes since we arrived. You better not die, Davis, Sel orders. Not now. Sel. William steps toward Sel, his silver-coated hands raised up like a doctor's. Nick is stable, he repeats. He will recover. Lord Davis, on the other hand, is not stable yet. I need to keep treating them both and everyone here, and you're not helping with that. Sel glances over to Evan's table, and the muscles in his jaw clench. He can't die either. None of the squires or the scions. We know, Sel. Russ runs his hand through his hair. This is the 9th attack in 2 weeks? And the first Ikel spotted in years, Fitz says, from where he leans against the doorway beside Sarah. The pack didn't come to feed or infuse themselves with ether. They came with a purpose, Sel retorts. They knew we'd be gathered tonight, knew we'd scatter,
and knew the scion of Arthur would be there. How?
Russ scoffs. Shadowborn don't know anything. They're too brainless to think, much less plan.
Did you not see the eagle, Copeland?
Sel sneers. The tips of his hair start to singe and smoke.
Only an Ikel can command Isel to work together. And that's exactly what happened tonight. You underestimate the greater demons at your peril, and at the peril of your scion, whose life you will soon be oathed to protect.
Russ winces and turns away. Sel turns to go, but spots me and stops. When he speaks, his voice is precise, dangerous.
What is she doing here?
Sarah steps forward. Bree was taken hostage by the Ikel cell. She's covered in slime, frightened half to death. Take it easy, will you? I'm surprised by her defense of me. Someone she doesn't know. She even tried to save Nick. Sel's gaze hardens.
And we're to assume that it was just coincidence that the Ikel came back with her in its arms?
I tried to help. I hate how small my voice sounds. Hate that it sounds like how I feel.
I tried to... You tried to what, little girl?
Unlike everyone else's shoes on the hard white tile, Sel's feet make no sound as he advances on me.
Help? Help who? Nick or the eagle?
I shake my head, though it does nothing but make me dizzy. Nick! Selwyn! Sarah warns. Leave her alone. But he's already in front of me. Standing so close his gaze rains down on my face like embers. The air between us starts to cook, forcing a gasp from my lips. Fear flutters, collides with memories. I know this moment. I've been here before. Been in a hospital and wanted nothing else but to run away. I didn't do it then, and I won't do it now. Sel leans down until his mouth is in my ear. His breath billows against my cheeks. Burnt cinnamon and smoke.
There's a lie about you, Page Matthews. If I find out that you were a part of this...
I wasn't. I grit out. He bares his teeth and whirls away.
Where's Pete?
Patrolling with the 3rd and 4th year pages, Russ answers. Looking for more.
No,
Sel murmurs.
The Shadowborn have made their play tonight. There won't be any more. Stay put, Copeland. I'll administer the warrior's oath between you and Felicity as soon as she wakes up.
Sel pulls on the collar of his jacket with one hand and points at me with the other.
I want her gone. She doesn't belong here.
He sweeps through the door and leaves the room in shaky silence. The worst part about that guy is that you're never sure if it's safe to talk shite about him behind his back, Russ remarks with a frustrated sigh. Sarah smacks his arm. What? It's true. Sarah turns to me, her eyes equal part worry and apology. Sorry about Sel, he's protective. You do belong here. You're one of us now. I look away because that's just the thing. I'm not one of them. She frowns and moves closer to examine my cheek. You'll get to Bree's face, won't you, William?
Of course,
William mutters, his head bent low over Evan's forehead. Let me triage, Squire Griffins. Even in chastisement, amusement colors the healer's words. William stands up to Sel, who somehow listens to him, and teases Sarah, who stands up for me. I decide I like them both. Too bad a pang of guilt follows. Sel is wrong about me working with the Shadowborn, but he's not wrong about me lying. Eager to get the attention off me, I change the subject. What was that monster? I thought demons looked like animals or Sarah shakes her head. If easels, the lesser demons, are strong enough to go full corp, they look like animals, or the creatures you see in the ancient text. Imps with horns, tails, but the eagles are greater demons. Less mischief, more murder, and strong enough to go corp as soon as they cross over. They look... She hesitates, shares a glance with William that I can't decipher. More human. Russ leans against the wall and crosses his arms. If you believe the old tales, the most powerful Ikel, the Gorkel, can even pass for human, walk hidden among us and all that. A cold dagger of fear cuts through me. Sel had called me an Ikel a few hours ago. He thinks I'm one of them, passing as a human, here to harm Nick and the rest of the chapter. Breath leaves my body in a silent exhale. Demons that pass for human? Fitz rolls his eyes. Scary stories to tell kids at night. Legend and lore. William tuts without looking up. We are legend and lore, Scion Baldwin. Fitz makes a rude gesture in response. Why did they want Nick? I whisper. William pauses with his hands over Evan. The 4 Legendborn look at me, then one another. Russ stands up straight. Because he's our king, or he will be, formally, when he's awakened. If he's awakened, Sarah says. Fitz scoffs, a red flush building at his collar. You really think there's an if, Sar? We're called in order. Flick's line is 4th, which means the Scion of K up at Northern must have been called recently too. And Lord Davis didn't bother to tell us. Tor and the line of Tristan will be next, then the kid at Western and the line of Lancelot, then number 1, Nick. And boom, Kamlan. Russ shakes his head. Come on, man, don't exaggerate. Exaggerate? You think I'm exaggerating? Fitz's eyes fill with scorn. The Scion of the line of Lamorak, your Scion has awakened. Welcome to our reality, Squire Copeland. You high-rank kids get to play around and pretend we're not actually at war, while the rest of us are awakened and dying every other year. Fury contorts his face. Kamlan is coming, whether you want to believe it or not. No one says anything for a long moment. In the silence, I ask, what is Kamlan? Fitz whistles, shaking his head. I don't care if he is king. Somebody's gonna have to give Nick Davis a talking to. Bringing a page forward without telling her shit is how pages get dead. Y'all have fun with Legendborn 101. I'm out. His angry steps echo down the hallway. Nick's told me things, I say, barely keeping the defensiveness from my voice. I edge toward Nick's table to watch his chest rise in shallow, short breaths. Just not everything. William's ether dissolves into Evan's forehead, and he stands with a sigh, speaking directly to me for the first time. Well, now is as good a time as any to catch you up. Chapter 15. After declaring that his 4 patients are now stable and infused with enough healing ether to fully recover, William orders Sarah and Russ to watch over the room, while he and I step out. Russ starts to complain, but William silences him with a single raised brow. At the door, he beckons me to follow. I tell myself that I need to go because learning more about the Order is part of my mission, but a small voice inside whispers that the only reason I agree is the touch of rosy color finally returning to Nick's cheeks. We step out into the long fluorescent-lit basement hallway and head toward the elevator. Staring at it brings back a brief, hazy memory of talking to Russ as he brought me down to the infirmary. You have an elevator? I'd asked. He smiled wryly and replied with, We've got a lot of things. Once we're inside, William opens a panel in the wall that Russ hadn't used. He enters a code into a numeric keypad, then presses a square button that turns from black to orange. When the elevator lurches into motion, my stomach threatens to upend itself. William regards me with unreadable gray eyes. How are my arms? I blink, confused. Your arms? He nods down at my forearms where I've wrapped them around my chest. I usually like to follow up with my patients, but you were taken away before I got the chance to. Fear washes through me. Rule 1 means I can't tell him what I remember. I'm not sure. He smirks. No need for subterfuge. I'm a healer by inheritance and by nature. I genuinely want to know how your wounds are doing. At a loss for words, I thrust both forearms out. He takes my wrist and traces one forefinger up the inner skin of each arm, then the other. Good. You took to ether well. The elevator comes to a jerking stop. When I swallow down bile, William's shrewd eyes narrow minutely. The door opens into an even lower level, in a similar long hallway, but he punches the button to keep them open. May I? He gestures at the sticky, aching spot on my right cheek. I nod, but instead of touching me again, he sticks one hand out into the hallway, then chuckles at the look at my face. Ether is everywhere, but it's a bit like a cell signal, hard to find in a metal box. He glances up at the elevator by the way of explanation. I watch as the mage flame swirls and gathers in his palm. It solidifies into a thick silver sauce that bleeds out over his hand, coating his fingers and the green leather cuff around his wrist. He steps closer, making eye contact first, and hovers 3 shining fingers over my cheek. The bright citrus smell of his casting flows between us, filling my nose. The ether is cold, and it reminds me a bit of the slop of the ekel on my skin. I flinch and William hums. Deep breaths. The cold spreads, soothing where it touches. There's an itchy sensation, a quiet hiss, and the ache disappears. Done. A flick of his wrist and the ether dissolves. How do you feel? Dizzy? I take stock of my head, tilt it back and forth. No, not like the last time. Acclimating fast for a once-born, he says thoughtfully. Thank you? He inclines his head in response and gestures to the hall. Shall we? I step through, gnawing on my lower lip. He knows I was at the lodge last night, but what else does he know? William indicates a door at the far end of the hall. After a few seconds, he speaks up, his voice casual. It feels like he's read my mind. I know there's more to you than what you're sharing, Page Matthews. I begin to interject, but he holds up a hand, a soft smile on his lips. I'm not Sel, so no need to worry. I didn't bring you here to corner you. I don't know what you're hiding, and quite frankly, I don't need or want to. I stop, completely stunned. But aren't you worried that you're an ecal? He stops too, and rolls his eyes. Hardly. Sel is an incredible detective, the most powerful Merlin in our generation, but he's also an asshole. He suppresses a smile. I was going to say volatile. I think he's wrong to antagonize you. I shake my head, unable to believe even this tiny bit of generosity. But I trust Nicholas. He is our king, and more than that, he's my friend. Whatever you two have decided is none of my business. And his eyes soften. You brought him back to us. Something tells me he wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. My breath catches. Nick wouldn't have been here tonight if it weren't for me. The world spins. If I didn't know better, I'd say Sel was casting a mesmer. But this isn't him. He didn't do this. Tonight was my choice. And it's too much. Everything, all of it, too much. I had chosen a ruse to find the truth about my mother's death, to find out the truth for myself, for my father, maybe even to prove to Alice that I was right and she was wrong. I didn't choose the smell of decay still clinging to the back of my tongue, to the inside of my mouth. I didn't choose the sound of Nick's father's spine shattering against an oak tree, the dull crack of Nick's skull splitting open on stone. My stomach turns again, and an arm wraps around my shoulders. This way. I stumble and William pulls me tighter to his side as he pushes a door open. Here we go. A stall door. A toilet. Then I'm on my knees, heaving, retching, heaving again until it feels like everything I've ever eaten has exited my body. When I'm done, I lean back on my heels. His hand rubs soothing circles around my back. A cool palm rests against my forehead. We sit in the quiet until my breath slows. After a while, William hands me a lime-colored cloth handkerchief. I stare down at it, puzzled at the alarmingly bright fabric. I hear the smile in his voice. It was my father's. The line of Gawain is what discerning people call ostentatious. I hold the cloth, hesitant to use it, but he counters before I can say a word. Please. I have an embarrassingly large amount in an embarrassingly green chest somewhere. I give a weak smile as I wipe my nose and mouth. When I'm done, he leads me to a cushioned bench near the bathroom sinks. Thank you. No more of that. He pats my knees and watches my face with attentive eyes. Our world is a lot. I inhale shakily. Yes. He tilts his head. Are you sure you want to be in it? William's question takes me by surprise. Am I sure? After tonight, am I truly sure? I think of my father and our conversation on the library steps. I can hear his voice even now. This thing that's happening to us. I feel it too, and I know it feels real bad. He feels this pain, and yet he goes to work every day, lives in our house with the echo of my mother every day, when I could barely stand it. I think of my mother and the stubbornness, no, the weakness, that kept me from speaking to her after a foolish fight. Our brave Bree. I inhale again, stronger this time. Yes, I'm sure. Okay, he says, standing up. If you're dead set on being here, then you definitely need the Legendborn crash course. But first, you need tea. William wasn't kidding about the tea. He makes me wait outside the bathroom for a few minutes while he goes down the hall to the kitchenette. When he comes back, he presses a steaming mug of lemon ginger tea in between my palms and orders me to nurse it while we talk. I'm beginning to understand why Sel didn't fight William's will. He's imperious without being arrogant and has an uncanny knack for being right. Plus the tea is delicious. He sweeps in front of me and leads us down a hall to a navy door at the far end, opposite the elevator. How many basements does this lodge have? I ask. 2. The infirmary and training rooms are the one above, plus some recovery rooms for seriously injured patients. Down here is the other secret stuff we can't risk anyone seeing by accident. Artifacts and member documents, he jerks his thumb at a door we just passed, are in cold storage rooms where we have more control over the temperature and lighting conditions. Fortunately, the oldest items have been infused with ether by Merlins over the years that we don't have to worry about them crumbling to pieces. He reaches the door and punches in another code on the keypad, near the handle. But this is what you really need to see. I squeeze the mug between my hands. My heart gives a rowdy thump so loud I worry he can hear it. No demons, right? You're not throwing me into a medieval funhouse of horrors as some sort of hazing thing, are you? He laughs, loud and light. No. He opens the door and leans in, searching the interior wall for a light switch. But medieval funhouse of horrors would make a great band name. I roll my eyes, but I'm grateful for his humor. Another sip of tea and my stomach is almost calm. He finds the light switch, illuminating not another room but the landing at the top of a wide spiral staircase. We take the stairs down 2 more levels, and he talks as we walk. Legendborn parents explain the order and lines to their children when we're young. Vassals know enough to be dangerous, but with new pages like you, the sponsors are usually the ones who fill in all the juicy details.
Nick didn't really have the time, I mutter, as I traipse down the stairs behind him. I didn't really give him the time, is what I think. William remains unfazed. I figured. That's all right. I kind of like doing the honors. We reach a large, damp-smelling room that is empty save an old rug and a few sitting chairs. After he hits another set of overhead lights, he heads to the back. At the very far end is a wall covered by a black curtain that stretches as wide as the room. After a vassal swears to the code of secrecy and pledges to the order, someone from their assigned line explains the origin of the order and its mission. If they want their kid to page and have a chance of becoming a squire, that child is sworn to the code as well. And that works? Yep. He unwraps the thick golden rope and grunts, drawing it down from a pulley. Vassals don't expose us. Most families have been aligned with the order for centuries, and they have too much to gain, socially and financially, even if their kids don't squire in the inn. Besides, William grins. Rich people love secrets. As he pulls, the curtain draws upward, revealing the entirety of the wall. Or what I thought was a wall. Taking up the whole of my vision is the largest single slab of silver I've ever seen, even bigger than the chapel. It must be 3 stories tall, reaching all the way up to the far wall of the first floor. Running down the slab are thousands of meticulously carved lines. Every few inches, the lines break for sparkling stars made of gems, then start again below them. The slab is so tall that I have to step back to see it in its entirety. He crosses his arm and gazes up, up, up. This is the Wall of Ages, the 13 bloodlines of the Round Table, and their scions. At the very top of the wall, embedded in silver, are 13 fist-sized stones, and the center is a white diamond, but the other gems glimmer in various shades of red and green, and blue and yellow. Engraved in an elegant script above the stones is one phrase, I Lenek Yer Derf. The line is law, William translates. The order and vassal colonizers were a blended bunch, Welsh, English, Scots, Scotch-Irish, Germans. But 16th century Wales is Arthur's birthplace, so Welsh was the order's first language. Some of the old incantations are still in Welsh, like the swins I use in the infirmary. Alice would love this, I think. The history, the wall, everything. Then I feel a pang of guilt for wishing she was with me. I'd never want her to get hurt, and right now bodily injury seems like the price of admission. Potential scion children are told the lore early and often. First by our parents, then by the lieges, retired scions and squires, then by our parents again when we turn 16. That's the first year our knights may call on us. His eyes lose focus as he returns to a story he's clearly heard many, many times. At the Round Table's peak, Arthur had over 150 knights at his command, but over time, the Shadowborn Wars, our fight with the Kesso Danig, cut that number down until only the 13 strongest knights remained. Merlin and Arthur feared what the world would become should the table fall, and so Merlin devised the spell of Eternity, a powerful casting to magnify the remaining knights' abilities and bind their spirits to their bloodline so that their heirs could forever stand against the darkness, so that the table would live on, immortal. William's voice has dipped low with reverence, or perhaps he's echoing the reverence of those who told the story before. When our knights awaken, their spirit lives again. This is why we call those outside the lines Unadig, once born, and why we call ourselves Selwyndig, Legendborn. To be able to trace one's family back that far is something I have never fathomed. My family only knows back to the generation after emancipation. Suddenly it's hard to stand here and take in the magnificence of the wall and not feel an undeniable sense of ignorance and inadequacy. Then a rush of frustration, because someone probably wanted to record it all, but who could have written it down? Who could have written down my family's history as far back as this? Who would have been able to? taught to, been allowed to. Where is our wall? A wall that doesn't make me feel lost but found. A wall that towers over anyone whose eyes lay on it. Instead of awe, I feel cheated. I take a deep breath and turn to William, my voice harsh. You said 6th century? Wouldn't each knight's bloodline include thousands of living descendants by now? Yes, but a scion is more than a descendant. They're an heir. The knight's inheritance, their enhanced abilities and affinity for ether, lives in one person at a time, and that inheritance is only transmitted by an awakened scion, one who was called to power like Felicity was tonight. Think the British monarchy and the line of succession. Not every child is an heir to the throne, only the eldest of the sovereign. If the heir apparent cannot take the throne, then it goes to their child, or their child's child, etc. If the heir has no child, power flows to the sibling, then their siblings' kids, and even then whoever is in line must be eligible. I frown. You said something about being 16. He raises a brow. You're quick. Good. A scion must be between the ages of 16 and 22. I have to give it to Merlin. The spell keeps things tidy. Here. He places a finger onto a line second from the last on the right. As soon as his fingertip touches stone, a rush of light streaks along the lineage lines, flowing like blood in veins. Once the light reaches the top, a unique glowing engraving appears above each stone, while a larger symbol shines above all of them. Colors, coins, sigils. I pull on Nick's necklace until the chain spills out of my shirt and onto my palm, and I see something I missed earlier. The coin is two-sided. On one side is the unifying symbol of the order, the circle with an embellished diamond in the center. On the other, a dragon rampant, the Pendragon. William steps closer, speaking with his back to me. The wall is enchanted to hide names in case an outsider finds their way to this room. The last 60 generations of scion names are recorded here, all the way down to present day. The Order used to keep the records in books, still do for convenience, of course, but the Southern Chapter founders started transferring records to the wall once they decided to build the school. My eyes widen. The Order built Carolina? He winks. Absolutely. The Shadowborn spread from Europe to the Americas, maybe looking for fresh hunting grounds, and grew in numbers alongside the colonies. By the 1700s, there was a high concentration of gates on the East Coast. The founders opened the first Round Table chapter here, built a lodge, then added the school around it. Hell, Carolina was partially built as an excuse to gather and train eligible scions. Early college was manufactured fairly recently to bring 16-year-old scions to campus as early as possible so they can live and train near the gates with the chapter. The lines are spread out along several historic schools, but our chapter's the oldest. The lines follow the original Round Table's chain of command, and that rank determines the order in which we are awakened. He points to a bloodline that descends from green stone and ends in a small star. This one is me. I'm the scion of the line of Sir Gawain, 12th ranked. In addition to enhanced healing, the spell gave Gawain preternatural strength at midday and midnight. I gape and he shrugs. Gawain was an odd guy. What can I say? He shifts his finger to the next line on the wall, one that descends from an orange stone. Fitz is a scion of Sir Bors, 11th ranked. In combat, he has agility like you've never seen. When we take a squire, we're choosing a battle partner to join us in the warrior's oath, someone who will share our bloodline's power. Fitz chose Evan as his squire last year. He moves over a handful to a line below a dark yellow gem. Pete is new to us this year, a freshman, the scion of Sir Owain, ranked 7th. Owain scions can call upon his lion familiar to join them in battle. Pete needs a squire this year, just like I do. Over a few, the Red Stone. Felicity is the scion of Lamorak's bloodline, ranked 4th as you know.
She chose Russ as her squire in last year's tournament. After tonight, she'll be strong enough to punch through a boulder, and when Sel oaths them, so will Russ. Over 1, blue. Victoria is the scion of the line of Tristan, 3rd ranked, with Sarah as her squire. When she awakens, her name will go here. Marksmanship and speed. He points to a final line right down the center. And this star is for Nick. I look up. Arthur's pure white diamond leads down, down, down to a single shining star engraved in the wall with the same height as my hip. My fingers reach out to touch it without my permission, and I yank them back. William's mouth quirks in a knowing smile. Under normal circumstances, the Order operates just fine without an awakened king. That's what the regions are for. Shadowborn cross into our world to feed and terrorize. We kill them, and the peace is kept, relatively speaking. Low-ranked scions like myself are awakened frequently, and we're generally strong enough to keep the demons at bay. If you age out or expire, the next eligible scion can be called in your place, and the cycle continues. Expire? If you die, you mean? I asked, horrified. The scion in each bloodline, and the 9 potentially eligible descendants in the line of succession behind them, begin training as soon as they can walk. He turns to me, his eyes assessing my expression. We know the risk, and prepare for them as best as we can. I remember what Fitz said earlier, and the orders Lord Davis had given to the Awaken, sending them to the front lines against the Hellhounds. But if the lower-ranked scions are called all the time, then your lines are infantry. You're bearing the brunt of the war. The higher-ranked scions... William cuts me off with a raised finger. No, little page. Don't go down that road, he sighs. Fitz's way, his entire family's way, is dishonorable. We are called first because 1,500 years ago, our knights were the first to the field. It's like Lord Davis says, to serve is to elevate oneself. It's ennobling. Some carry the burden with resentment, but the truth is none of us have a choice. Immortality has a price. In the end, there's evil in this world, and we are the ones equipped to fight it. Under normal circumstances, the Order is fine without an awakened Arthur. But we're not under normal circumstances, are we? No, seems not. William sighs heavily. Nick was correct. A scion ranked higher than the 6 haven't been called in a really long time. And Sel was right too. Demons, Esels especially, don't work together like they did tonight. And an Ekel sighting is beyond rare. He studies me. But why don't you ask the question that's really on your mind? Just the one? I quip. His mouth twitches. The big one. What is Kamlan? He leads me over to a pair of sitting chairs, perfectly positioned for contemplating the wall, or the Order's history and legacy, or both. It's written in the books that the magic holding Merlin's spell together, the engine behind the entire system, is preserved in the spirit of Arthur. As long as the king's spirit remains dormant, the spell is safe. This is why Arthur, the first knight, calls on his scion last, and only when the demon's scourge becomes so powerful and so rampant that the Round Table must be united under his leadership to fight it back. The threat must be great indeed, for Arthur to awaken and enter the field, putting all the lines at risk. William pauses, then recites the next words from memory. When 13 scions have awakened and claimed squires, the scion of Arthur will lead the Round Table against the demon plague in a deadly battle. This war is called Kamlan, so named because in legend, Kamlan is where many of the final knights were killed. Kamlan is the battlefield where Arthur fell. Kamlan is where the original Round Table was broken, forever. If a fully awakened Arthur is struck down by Shadowborn blood, the Legendborn lines will be broken forever too. I whisper, And the humans, the Undict, will have no defenders. And the Shadowborn will rule the earth. The room falls into a tense silence. Somewhere behind the silver wall, I hear a dripping sound. I remember Nick's warm smile on the walk through campus, then the terror branded on his face tonight in the woods. I bought that sequence of expressions to his face. Even if no one can control their night's call, I bought Nick closer to something he never wanted. Guilt settles heavy in my belly. I look back up at Nick's star and think of him fighting, graceful like a dancer, feet light, body twisting, swinging his sword with confidence and determination, driving his blade into the hellhound. I can't think of him falling in battle. My brain can't imagine it. When was the last time Arthur called his scion? William cocks his head to the side. Almost 250 years ago? 1775, I think. What? That's the Revolutionary War. One side of his mouth draws down in a tight frown. Depends on who you ask, but my opinion, that war would have happened anyway. And war's war, whether the Shadowborn incite it, prolong it, or use it as a feeding ground. People died by tens of thousands. Who cares what it's called? I agree. My eyes are drawn to Nick's star again, and I notice something beside it that I hadn't seen before. I stand and walk closer. Yes, there is something there, connected to Nick's star by a shimmering dash. What is it? William reaches my side, searching for what's grabbed my attention. I point to the small, dark marble stuck in the slab, directly beside Nick's name. It's so black that it seems to absorb light. That marble, what is that? For the first time, he hesitates before he speaks. Only the most powerful Merlin child in a generation is selected to take the king's mage oath. The child is taken from their family and bound here, in a formal ceremony before the chapter, to the child scion of Arthur. For the rest of that Merlin's life, they are the scion's sworn protector until death. My stomach twists. Taken from their family? A child? And a childhood sacrificed to protect another. No child could possibly comprehend what it means to take an oath like that. Like I said, he murmurs, none of us have a choice. My heart aches for the both of them, even for Sel, who is magically bound forever to a scion who has never wanted his title. I may not like him, and he sure seems to hate me, but I feel compelled to examine Sel's marble and read the script beside it. Selwyn Emrys Kane. William hums thoughtfully. Ready to go back? I need to check on my patients. I nod, ready to leave this place that feels more filled with death and loss than life. Before I turn, my eyes drift up to the star above Nick's. Beside it, someone has carved Martin Thomas Davis into the stone. Of course, Lord Davis went to Carolina years ago, when he was the scion of Arthur, and before Nick was born. Then something else catches my eye. What happened here? I point to the marble linked to Lord Davis's star, representing his king's mage, and Isaac Claus Sorenson. William squints. Not sure. Maybe the archivist got sloppy? I don't follow right away, because what he said makes no sense. Every other line and stone and star has been meticulously carved, not a stroke out of place or an error in sight, but deep angry slashes around Isaac's marble on every side, like an animal has clawed it, and yet the marble itself looks just like Sel's, shiny, smooth, and perfectly round. Coming? Yeah, I mumble, and follow him up the stairs. Chapter 16. I panic when we get back, because Nick is gone, and his table is cleared. Tor is gone too. Where are my patients? William thunders at Russ and Sarah. The two wide-eyed squires shrink backward. I don't blame them. The normally gentle-faced William looks murderous. They woke up. Nick went home, Russ says at the same time that Sarah blurts, "Tora's upstairs. She said she was hungry." My stomach drops. Nick just left? The raised voices elicit a low moan from Lord Davis, and William catches himself before he yells again. "And you let him?" Russ recovers first. "He's the king."
"In this infirmary,"
William hisses, advancing on him.
"I am your king. Nick was not discharged. His head is still healing."
He left me? I regret my question as soon as I say it out loud. It sounds so pathetic. I mean, just that William's raised brow and Russ's confused expression don't help me out at all. I just thought I'd get to check on him first. Sarah takes pity. "We didn't know where you and Will went. Nick called your phone a bunch, said it went to voicemail. I think he thought you went home after everything that happened in the woods." I hear the words she doesn't say. He thinks I gave up after everything that happened in the woods. Ran home scared. Nick probably needed some space to catch his breath. Russ shrugs. Think about it. He shows up to reclaim his title after years of being away, and boom! We're 2 awakened scions away from Arthur. I'd be freaking out too. Will? On the far side of the table, Evan stirs. William is at his side in 3 steps, his fury gone, and kind bedside manner in place. "Stay still, Ev. You took a claw to the head, my friend." Evan follows orders, but he blinks bleary eyes open and scans the room. It only takes him a second to find me. He tenses on the bed. "Hey, Bree." I give him an awkward wave. "Hey, Evan. And here I thought you were just some clueless frat boy." His weak laugh ends in a cough.
"Don't tell Char I got hurt, okay?"
Charlotte Simpson feels like a lifetime ago, in a world away. A world that I have to return to tomorrow like none of this happened. I won't.
"Cool,"
he mutters, and relaxes on the bed. William snorts. If you're well enough to worry about your girlfriend, then you're well enough to recover in your own bed. Let me check you over before you go upstairs. Someone tugs at my sleeve. It's Sarah. Can I drive you home? I blink, surprised by her offer. Do you want to check on Tor first? She seems pleased that I asked. My girl's mad grouchy when she's hungry, but she's fine. As we leave, William kicks Russ out of the infirmary too. I hear him mutter something about no peace in this house, in some Welsh that sounds a lot like curses. Sarah isn't one of those people who has to fill a silent car with chatter. She turns the radio on, leaving me to spin the ride back to campus thinking about all I'd seen and done tonight. By the time she parks her car in one of the campus lots, close to the dorms, all the thinking has given me a full-blown headache. When we get out, I realize I'm still wearing the sweatshirt Russ gave me. I strip it off and offer it to her. I think this is Russ's. She wrinkles her nose. I'll get it to him. I fold the shirt and hand it to her, then take a look at our ride for the first time. It's a Tesla. Nice car. She shrugs. Not mine. The order has a bunch we can use. My eyes widen. Wow, that's pretentious. I blink. Are you allowed to say stuff like that? She rolls her eyes. I mean, I wouldn't say it in front of the regents, but... When I turn toward my dorm, she surprises me again by falling in step beside me. I try to figure out how to ask my question without being rude. Aren't you a vassal kid? Aren't I rich, you mean? I purse my lips, but she just smiles and wraps her sweater tighter around her narrow shoulders. My mom comes from money, but my dad doesn't. She paged at Western Chapter in Virginia, but never squired. That's where they met. I turned this over a few times. My parents met after my mother graduated. Dad didn't go to college. I'd never thought about whether she'd met someone at school, dated. I'd always imagined her in a lab. But what did I really know about her life here? Did your mother want you to squire? At first. My grandparents definitely wanted to, but then my parents got together and she realized she wanted a family. We turned down one of the walkways that Nick and I had taken 2 nights ago. She'd never admit it, but I think she wants the prestige, not the war. And your dad knew about the order? Sarah shakes her head. Nah, not until later. He's sworn and pledged vassal, had to, before they could marry. But mostly what he knows is the dinner parties and opera tickets and the formal galas. Not that he's particularly well received at any of them. Why's that? He's Venezuelan, but I pass so people don't realize I am too. Or they forget. They say racist crap around me sometimes. Then what? She shrugs. Sometimes I check 'em, sometimes I don't bother. I say, and neither one of us has to say anything else about that. Does he know the danger? Sarah bumps my elbow so I stop speaking. A pair of students on the way to the 24-hour library, by the looks of it, walk toward us on a path. Right. This is what I signed up for. Following the code of secrecy means not talking about demon attacks within earshot of the general public. Once they pass, she glances over her shoulder to watch them turn the corner. Sorry, what were you asking? Does my dad know how dangerous all of this is? He knows that we can fight and why, but I don't think it feels dangerous to him. He can't see ether, and he's never seen a demon. He knows we have a healer, and he knows that my line hasn't been called in decades, so he probably thinks I'm protected from the worst of it. Mom didn't want me to squire unless I got selected by a high-ranked scion, since they're less likely to be called. The abatement, you know? No, I don't. What's the abatement? She curses low. Fitz is an ass, but he's right. Nick should have educated you. You deserve to know the risks. I stop. Sar. What's the abatement? She releases a heavy breath. When a scion is awakened, all the power from their night transfers to them. The spell of eternity is serious casting, you know? But we're still human. The longer the scions are awake, the more it drains them. After they age out, most don't make it past 35. I struggle to breathe, to speak. William didn't say anything about that. I can't imagine him dying that young. It kills them? Sarah hurries to correct me. Only if they've been awakened. It's why the Legendborn are revered. Holy warriors and everything. I think of Felicity. 6 hours ago she had thought she'd live to her 80s. But now? Can't the scions just not fight? Let some other relative take the inheritance? She kicks a pebble as we walk. Scions can't opt out of their blood, and once awakened they feel this need to fight, directly from their knights. If Tor's called, she'll feel it, and when we're bonded, so will I. Once I take some of Tristan's power through her, abatement will come for me too. My chest is so tight I can barely get the words out. Why would you choose this? I can't answer for everyone, but service is how I was raised, and she shrugs, flushes. I love her. I won't let her fight alone. Before I can ask anything else about the bond of a scion and squire, a shadow descends overhead. Sarah's in front of me in a blink, dropped into a fighter's crouch, hips angled, knees bent, one fist on guard, the other ready to strike. Bree Matthews. Sel takes 3 determined strides towards me before Sarah slides between us. Even though the Merlin is the superior opponent, with a foot of height on her, the pint-sized girl stares up at him, poised for a fight. The steel in her eyes tells me she'd put up a good one. Back off, Sel. I'm taking Bree to her dorm. Not before I question her. It's only when he moves that we notice something's not right. He stumbles, actually losing his footing. I didn't think that was even possible. Sarah stares in disbelief too. What the?
She's not what she seems,
he says imperiously. He dashes around her, but he's nowhere near as fast as he was earlier. When he comes to a stop, he towers over me and brings a hot, oppressive cloud of smoke, charred cinnamon, and leather. The smell is so intense I cover my nose in disgust and retreat. You're blitzed, buddy. Move! Sarah wriggles her arm between us and pushes him away from me. He bats at her hand and misses. The economy of movement he'd always displayed is gone. Every gesture imprecise. Too big. It's the most surreal thing I've ever seen, and after a night like tonight, that's saying a lot. My question is muffled behind my fingers. What's wrong with him? He's ether drunk, she says, as if that explains everything. She pushes against him with her full weight, but Sel sort of drapes his body over her. She grunts in frustration. Must have just come from bonding Felicity and Russ. The warrior's oath is pretty hardcore, and on top of that, he oathed y'all tonight too. Oh. That strange, intoxicated look on his face after the oath of fealty, his bloodshot eyes now, the dark pink of his parted lips, the angry flush on his cheeks. I am not, Sel declares loudly. It'd be funny if I didn't know how lethal he was. Sarah shoves him hard and Sel growls at her. Shockingly, she growls back. It's a small, silly-sounding imitation of his low rumble, but it works. He blinks at her and gives her a confused grimace that is, somehow the extreme opposite of intimidating. You are, she insists, and I'm not leaving you alone with Bree when you're like this. Let's go.
Tonight shouldn't have happened, Sar,
he mutters. His dark brows draw together, as if he's seeing it all happen all over again.
Nothing like that has ever happened before. When the regents find out.
Sarah's tone turns soothing. It wasn't your fault.
That's not what they'll say,
Sel whispers, his hoarse voice almost lost to the wind. His eyes land on me and narrow accusingly. She's Nick's page. Sarah shakes his shoulder. The king's wisdom, pal? Don't even think of laying a hand. Sel scoffs.
He's fucking dormant. No wisdom there. Head so far up his own ass, he wouldn't notice Arthur's call if it bit him there.
His eyes find Nick's sigil on my chest and harden to a golden flint.
If you harm him,
he murmurs, his voice cold, hollow,
I'll kill you, burn through you until your blood becomes dust.
Sel watches the fear flood my body, and his mouth curls into a vicious grin.
You know I will, don't you? You know I can.
Sarah turns, pressing her back against Sel's chest to face me. I've got him. Can you make it back on your own? My feet were already carrying me backward in the damn grass. Now I turn and sprint, while Sel's laughter follows me across the quad. My hands are shaken so badly it takes 3 attempts to get the key in the door. Once it opens, I fall through and shove it closed, as if a door could stop Selwyn. I lean against the wood, chest heaving, waiting, just in case. Bree? I jump, hand pressed to my heart. I seek Alice out in the dim light. She fumbles for her bedside lamp. Do you have any idea what time it... Her voice cuts off abruptly when the lamplight floods the room. What the fuck? Alice never curses. I shield my eyes against the light. Sorry I'm late. Alice leaps out of bed in her pajamas, snatching her glasses on the way. What happened to you? I don't even know what lie to make up right now. What the fuck indeed? Bree? I stop stammering at the tremor in her voice. She's right in front of me, her hands hovering inches from my shoulders, eyes roaming over my face, down my chest and legs. Oh my God, you're hurt. I blink. What do you mean? Her voice is frantic now, panic making it soar. You look like you've been dragged through mud. She clams a hand over her nose. You smell like a swamp. There's holes in your shirt. You're filthy. Your hair is... Maddie, what the hell happened to you? Chapter 17. My mouth opens and closes, like a fish. I want to lie to her, but where are the words? There just aren't any. No words to explain what happened to me tonight. What I chose tonight. Horror dawns over Alice's face. Did someone do this to you? I shake my head. No, no one did this to me. No one human, at least. You can tell me if something's happened. She grabs both of my hands, tears welling up behind her glasses. I'll believe you. Alice has known me for half my life. We are sleepovers and skin knees and first crushes, and always making sure our lockers are side by side. Her tears break me. The sob I've been holding back since the woods finally burst out. I can call someone. The campus cops, No! I shout, mind flashing to Norris, the dean. It isn't like that. I promise. Okay, she says, her eyes darting back and forth as she processes. Okay. Once I'm satisfied she won't call on a vassal without realizing, my head thunks against the wood. Alice rubs my forearms. Let's get you cleaned up. As with William, I let her guide me outside our room, to the communal hall bathroom, my shower caddy tucked under her arm. When we enter, a girl washing her hands at one of the sinks gives us a funny look. Once we're next to the row of empty showers, Alice tugs on the bottom of my shirt. You'll feel better after a shower. Do you need help? She's speaking quietly and clearly, like you do when someone is so freaked out they can't handle complex sentences, and you're trying to calm them down. I realize what she's doing, but I let her do it anyway. It's working. I got it, I mumble, and lift my t-shirt over my shoulders. She's right about the rips. 3 thin cuts across the fabric where the Ekel's claws held me. The door bings open and closed, leaving us alone. Alice leans into one of the stall showers and turns the tap on. While she tests the water, I slip back to the other side to look at myself in the mirror. No wonder she cursed. I look wrecked. My cute bun from earlier is long past cute. It's mostly intact but ruined with the eagle's muck. Dark globs have plastered escape curls to my forehead and the nape of my neck. Glossy eyes, puffy cheeks, bits of dirt on my nose. Most of the slime was on my shirt, but some of it still caked on my arms and caught in my inner elbow. A long red bruise follows the line of my rib cage. I tuck my bra down to hide it. Nick's coin glints on my sternum. I take the necklace off and stuff it into my pocket. Water's ready. Shower stuff's inside? Alice comes around to stare at me in the mirror, opens her mouth to ask another question, but thinks better of it, whatever it was. I'll be outside if you need anything. Once she's gone, I undress as quickly as my rib will allow and step into the shower. The water pressure here is weak, but at least the stream's hot. Ekel's stench wafts around me in a noxious steam until vanilla body wash chases it away. My brain tries to piece together the next steps of a shower and comes up blank. This used to happen at home, In the weeks after my mom died, I'd managed the first step of some mundane task. Get naked and into the shower, open the fridge and set out the deli meat, dump a load of laundry into the washing machine. And the next step would elude me. Like an old mill, my mind would wheel around and around until it picked up the next directive. Hair. My hair is dirty. Yes, I can handle that. I hadn't planned on even getting my hair wet for at least another week or so, but I can't avoid washing my curls tonight, not when they smell like sick and swamp. They'll be clean and gorgeous tomorrow, but the unexpected added time makes me groan. That's another hour and a half at least before I can really climb into bed, even if I skip deep conditioning and styling and throw everything up into a wet pineapple. Alice returns as I part my thick, damp hair into sections. Okay in there? Yeah. I just realized I need to wash my hair. Damn. Yeah. Silence. She doesn't leave. I'm okay with that because I want her company. Not just anyone's. Alice's. She must be thinking the same thing because from the other side of the shower curtain, I hear her say, Okay if I chill in here? You seem pretty rattled. I had the same idea. Jinx then. I rinse my hair out and start on conditioner, proud that I know the next step without having to think about it. There's another step I need to take tonight too. Hey Alice. Yeah? I'm sorry about the query. On some level I knew you'd go if I wanted to, and I guess I just decided that was okay. I know the dean called your parents, and I can't imagine what they said. I'm just sorry for my part in it, and sorry that I yelled at you, and tears well up in my eyes, and my hands are too sudsy to wipe them. Damn it. Said those things? That was unfair and wrong. Alice sighs too. I'm sorry too. It was my decision to go to the quarry, not yours. I shouldn't have jumped on you about your classes and being here. I was just angry and worried. A pause. Which is what I am right now, by the way. Worried on the way to terrified. I dunk my head under the faucet, pull water through my clumpy curls with shaking fingers. Section again. Apply shampoo. You gotta tell me what happened tonight? I knew she'd ask, but the question still rocks me. I have to press both hands against the shower tile to stop the tremors. I'm clean in the physical sense, but I still feel dirty. Bree? I squeeze my eyes shut, but the images I tried to bury flash by too quickly. The sharp rise of Nick's chest when William pushed ether into his body. Sel in a dark, bitter rage, ripping the arms and legs off the dead eagle and throwing them into the woods. The way the hounds' bodies just dissolved after a while. The memories threatened to suffocate me, just like the ones from the night my mother died. I can't. Another pause. The shampoo runs into my eyes, stings. Trust me, please. I ask so quietly I'm not sure she can hear it over the water. It gets harder to breathe. The hot tears of after-Bree burn behind my eyes. Fine. She doesn't sound angry. But she leaves without saying goodbye. Or goodnight. The door clicks shut, and that something inside me breaks again. A rush of air leaves my lungs like I've been holding my breath for hours and hours. Then my skin burst into flames. I slap my hands against the walls, the tile floor, but nothing stops the bloom of red climbing from my fingers to elbows. Blood-red fire ignites at the tips of my fingers and races to my elbows in a loud whoosh. Even under the water, the blaze grows brighter and wraps around my elbows like glowing vines. The fire scalds my skin without burning, flickers over my nose like wild butterflies. Spots in my vision bleed from tiny black dots into swirling obsidian pools. I fall to my knees, hands splayed across the tiles, heart pounding against my rib cage. Mage flame. That's what this is. It's not silver blue like Cells, or the Legendborns, or green like the Hounds, but it's still mage flame. Knowing what it is doesn't explain why it's here, why it's the sickening raw color of a fresh wound, why the flame feels like it's coming from inside me. The only beings I've ever seen leak flame from their bodies are demons. Cell already thinks I'm Shadowborn. If he sees me like this... Oh, God. I whimper. There must be other explanations. It's my body's delayed reaction to the oath. It's Cell's ether still lingering on my skin, turned sour from my resistance. It's something the Equal put in me when he opened me up. Any could be true. Or none. The bottom line is the same. If I can't explain what's happening, then I have to find a way to control it. Because if I can't control it, you know I will, don't you? Kill you. And you know I can. I squeeze my eyes shut, find my barrier, shape it into every image I've ever used to contain After Bree and her explosive, dangerous rage. And then some. A wall made of brick, made of steel with bolts the size of my fist, a blockade a mile high, tall enough to contain a giant, strong enough to hold back a god. A bank vault with 2-foot-thick bulletproof doors, unbreakable metals, uncrackable surfaces, and unscalable heights. I push all of them behind me. No fissures, no seams, no way in or out. I shove and heave and cry until I'm safe behind my wall. And when I open my eyes, the flames are gone. Chapter 18. When I wake up, my head is clear. I'm tired, but I feel like myself. I slip my satin scarf off and tug on a few damp curls, let the shiny strands wrap around my fingers, then pop back into place. My arms look normal again. Familiar. Ordinary. Except what happened last night was not ordinary. I review Nick's explanation in my head. Ether is an element in the air. Mage flame is a byproduct ether creates when it's called into a solid state. Awakened scions and Merlins can call ether for various uses. These things I've witnessed, but I've been so busy learning about the Order and what they can do that I haven't really taken stock of what I can do. Sight, resisting mesmer, and as of last night, Oaths. The more I learn about Oaths and their role in the Order structure, the more I agree with Nick that I shouldn't advertise that ability. But these are passive, quiet things, easy to hide. What happened last night was not a quiet thing, and if it happens again around the chapter, I don't know if I'll be able to hide it. Rule 4. Never, ever, let anyone see ether pouring out of my skin like burning blood. My phone rings. I frown. It died at the lodge and I don't remember plugging it in last night. I charged your phone for you. Alice is across the room, dressed and sitting at her desk. Saw it was dead. Got you breakfast too. She points her chin at a paper bag on my desk. As soon as I see it, it's all I can smell. Biscuits. Still hot. You got me Bojangles? Charlotte offered to pick it up. We stare at each other in uneasy silence. Gonna answer that? Yes. I reach for my phone and almost immediately wish she had let it stay dead. Hi, Dad. Brianna Irene. Explain yourself. I grab the Bojangles. The thick scent wafting up from the inside of the paper makes my mouth water. Buttermilk biscuit. Oh, Jesus, take the wheel. I should have called you. I forgot there's just been a ton going on. It's not just any biscuit. It's a bowberry biscuit. Thank you, Lord. Bless you, I mouth to Alice. She smiles and sits down at her desk, looking very pleased with herself.
Oh, really? Like what?
Started hanging with some kids.
And how's that going?
Every question leads me right to my doom. I just know it.
Fine.
Fine like getting sent to the dean's office fine? Like ending up in the back of a squad car fine?
It was just a warning.
Alice raises a brow. Disapproval from 2 directions. I angle my phone away and whisper, "Don't you have class to go to or something?" She smiles. "I'm free until 10. My father continues in my ear. "You say you're gonna call me back, but you don't. Then I find out you were out late at some party?" I sit back in alarm. "What party?" "Right. The fake party that Nick and or Sel made up for my mesmer." "Right. That party." I'm resigned to getting in trouble for things I didn't do, because I have to hide things I did. Wait, how did getting in late last night? That shocks me. The only way he'd know about that is if Alice has been keeping me updated, and thank God for that. If I had to rely on you to tell me, who knows when I'd find out the truth. I'm too shocked to respond to my father. All I can do is stare at my friend. "You told him?" A cold spear of resentment drives through me from head to toe, but it fades when she throws her hands up and screeches, "You scared me!" at the same time that my dad admonishes me with, "Don't you get mad at Alice now. That's a good friend you got there." Ganging up on me. The both of them. Now I know why she decided to sit through this call. "What has gotten into you, damn it? You doing drugs?" "What?" "No, I'm not doing drugs." I stare meaningfully at Alice, who has the grace to grimace. My dad's done leading me to the edge. He sounds done, period. "Then what is going on, kiddo? Talk to me." Alice must hear his request because her face goes expectant, just as I imagine his has. A sigh. This I can't deal with on top of everything else. There's no way I tell either of them what I'm up to at the order. Not after last night. I'm sorry, I've got a lot going on. I promise I'm okay. Except not really. Mage flame pouring out of your skin isn't really okay in either of these 2 worlds I'm in. A lot like what? My dad wasn't letting me off the hook. Think, Bree. Dean McKinnon hooked me up with this peer mentor. Perfect student kid. He's supposed to check in with me all the time. My dad grunts. "The dean did say he was going to see to it you'd get on the right track with some sort of model student type." The best lies are always a little close to the truth. Nick's dad went here, so he's some sort of UNC royalty. He got me into one of those old invite-only student groups. Big house, rich kids, like debutante cotillion type stuff, but for college students. Except instead of learning which fork to use, we learned to fight demon hordes. Across from me, Alice raises a brow. My dad grunts again, but he doesn't pursue it. Instead, he shifts gears. "Bree, I've tried to give you space since Mom died, but I think that was a mistake. It's time I step in." A ripple of anxiety runs down my spine. Step in? Step in how? "You're going to counseling. I've set it up with the campus help. They got you in quick since you're a minor in the program." My heartbeat picks up. "I'm not going to therapy." I can tell by the surprise on Alice's face that she didn't know about the therapy part. "Oh, you're going." His voice is as stern as I've ever heard it. "Or you're coming home." He lets that sit, then says, "Well, I'm waiting for an answer." I search for an excuse, but none comes up. "Fine. Twice a week." My hands squeeze into fist. "Twice a week. Starting today." "Starting today?" I shout. "I have classes, Dad. Homework." He is unmoved. "Every Wednesday and every Friday, young lady. I send Dr. Hartwood your class schedule. Get this.
I was reading through the counselor profiles on the website and saw she got her undergrad degree right here at Carolina. Got her on the phone and asked about the timing, and sure enough, she was there when your mom was. I gripped my cell phone tighter. The doctor knew Mom? Alice straightens, interest plain on her face. My father's voice softens for the first time on the call. Sure did, kiddo. Said they had a few classes together, believe it or not. Thought that was real nice, so that's why I picked her. That, and she's a black gal. Not too many of us on that website. Wow, I murmur. My brain churns through the possibilities. Someone who knew my mother while she was here. Someone who may have a clue about how she got on the Order's radar. He takes my silence for worry. If you don't like her, we can switch. No, I want to meet her, I say, and flash Alice a thumbs up. She relaxes more than a little bit and gets up to gather her school binders and books. It'll be good for me. I wait until Alice waves goodbye to go through the deluge of notifications from last night. 4 calls and a voicemail from Nick. 11 texts, also from Nick. I start in on the bilberry biscuit and listen to the voicemail. He sounds slightly out of breath. B, tonight was... I guess I just wanted to check in. I'm glad you're safe. I don't even know where to start. Call me, please. Or text, whichever. Not very specific, but maybe he was in the infirmary with listening ears nearby. The texts are more of the same. He had tried to find me. He had been worried. He'd called me B. I suddenly feel sheepish, like reading his words and letting them wash over me like this is embarrassing. Alice is gone, but I'm sitting on my bed feeling exposed and warm and fuzzy and good for no reason at all. Maybe that's why his last text sent at 2:32 a.m. is so alarming. You need to forfeit. I've been away for way too long and things are worse than I realized. I'll find out what happened to your mother. I swear it. After all I've seen, I'm tempted to take him up on his offer. But then again, if his people are at war, where will my mission fall on the priority list really? My fingers fly over the screen. I'm not quitting. I watch him type. Stop. Start again. Stop. Then. Thought you might say that. I grin. He texts again. The chapter's hosting dinner at the lodge tonight at 6. They want all the pages there. Come by an hour early. There's a room where we can talk. In private. That no reason at all heat swims through my chest. Yeah, no problem. Sure. We need a private place and the secret society semi-secret house to talk about our super-secret infiltration and reconnaissance partnership. Perfectly reasonable. Patricia Hartwood texts me as soon as I arrive at my first class. Hi, Bree. This is Dr. Hartwood. Your father arranged for us to meet regularly starting today. What do you think about meeting somewhere on campus? It's a beautiful day. That sounds good. Where? How about the Arboretum at 2 p.m. after your plants of the Piedmont class? Seems appropriate. The Arboretum after botany. Adult texting humor is the worst. Okay, is all I can muster. But inside, I can't wait to meet her. What if she's the key to helping me unravel the mystery of my mother? Alice was right. Plants of the Piedmont really is a slacker class. The TA sat in the corner and played around on his phone, while we watched the 55-minute-long, super-dated educational video he insisted would help us prepare for next week's test. Then he dismissed us early for no reason in particular, so I arrive at the Arboretum before our appointment time. The Arboretum is much bigger than I'd realized. The herb garden sign says that it's home to more than 500 species and cultivars. My mother would have loved it. As I walk, I imagine a younger version of her coming here for visits between classes, taking secret clippings and tucking them away in her purse. I turn a corner and stop daydreaming,
The black granite table sits in the middle of a quiet grotto, and underneath it leaks a steady stream of mage flame. It's thinner than the thick ribbons that had coiled around my arms in the shower, and much, much lighter. Pale yellow instead of rich crimson. The table sits in the middle of the circle of dark brown and black soil and mulch. Underneath, bronze figurines reach their hands high to the thick granite tabletop, as if holding its weight in the air. The figurines are staggered in rows that disappear under the slab, giving the impression that there are more bodies lifting the table than the eye could ever see. Steady wisps of ether stream between their arms and legs and waft over the damp earth like golden mist. They put that table here for folks who want to read, study, or rest, and yet I find it difficult to sit here and do anything else but get sad. The voice comes from a hidden corner of the grotto. A stunning black woman with graying locks sits on the stone bench, a late lunch spread out on the empty space beside her. A brightly patterned shawl with alternating burgundy and yellow tassels lining its edges drape her shoulders. Her eyes are the color of warm, rich earth, and her oval face is a deep brown. She peers at me from behind a set of bright yellow horn-rimmed glasses. I can't tell how old she is, of course, because black women are magical like that. She could be 40 or 60, or some number in between. Are you? Dr. Patricia Hartwood. A wide smile spreads across her face. It makes me feel lighter, brighter. You must be Bree. I study this woman as if examining her face, really leaning into that simple act could somehow bring me closer to my mother. Like maybe there's a new piece of her hidden away in this woman's eyes, a crumb of life still preserved in someone who knew her in a way I didn't. I find I'm desperately, uncomfortably hungry for whatever she can give me. She looks back calmly, as if she knows exactly what I'm thinking. My eyes find the table again. Why does this make you sad? Take a closer look. I walk between two of the stone seats until I'm less than a foot from the slab. When I crouch, mage flame billows into warm clouds around my ankles. The figurines aren't identical, like I assumed from far away, but they have several things in common. Natural kinky hair, broad strong noses, full lips. Black folks. They're all black folks. Black folks raising the round slab like hundreds of atlases, holding the world. Some of the men wear long shirts over pants. Others are bare-chested, their bronze muscles straining across stomachs and biceps. Women in skirts lift the impossibly heavy weight. Their feet are buried beneath the mud and mulch, and yet they push. My voice is quiet and breathy. What is this? The Unsung Founders Memorial. Carolina's way of acknowledging the enslaved and the servants who built this place, she says, her voice wavering between pride and disdain. We get this memorial and it's something, I suppose. It was a class gift. Not unimportant, but how can I be at peace when I look down and see they're still working, you know? I do know what she means. This type of knowing is an expensive toll to pay. I can't forget the knowledge just because the price is high. And yet sometimes we have to tuck the reminders away today in order to grow power against them tomorrow. Dr. Hartwood draws herself up on the bench. But that's not what this session is about. I stand, but it's difficult to disengage from the memorial, now that I know what and who it represents. It's hard to turn from its strange mage flame, too. Why would ether collect here? I make a mental note to ask Nick about it. I finally tear my eyes away. I'm guessing my dad told you all about me. He's very proud of you. Her smile reminds me of my mom's. Laugh lines at the edges, lipstick that matches her shawl. He told me you were bright, and more than that, wise. A snort. Wise? I got in trouble my first night here. I'm not wise. Not a trait one can claim or dispose of themselves,
I'm afraid. Suppose so. I'm surprised at the easy way my own drawl slips out. Talking to her feels familiar, like home, like reunions and fish fries and potato salad on picnic tables behind the church. I haven't felt like this, let my mouth move like this since I came to Carolina. I sit down and she offers me her hand. When our palms touch, a low and steady hum of electricity courses up my arm to my elbow. It's nothing like Sel's gaze. It's warm, like spiced cider on Christmas, hot syrup over pancakes. Nice to meet you, Bree. She actually refrained from the platitude, an adult who definitely knows my mother is dead. I'm stunned. I stammer. You too, ma'am. Patricia, please. Dr. Hartwood if you must. I'm not one for ma'ams. Patricia waves her hand dismissively. Save that for the aunties who demand it. I laugh and she grins back. I haven't been around an auntie like that since my mother's funeral. So you my shrink? Psychologist, counselor, therapist. I like those best. You've been living on campus for a few days now. How do you like it? Demons, ether, nights, homework, a boy who makes me feel dizzy. It's fine. Patricia's brown eyes seem to dig through my skull like a drill covered in velvet. Friends? I came here with my friend Alice, but we had a bit of a rocky start. Patricia nods sagely. Common. For students who room with friends from high school, many find that the new environment challenges old relationships. That's an understatement. I've met a few people in classes and events. Oh, you know, events like secret feudal rituals. Tell me about Alice. How rude would it be to tell her the only reason I'm here is to find out what she knows? We've been best friends since we were little. We applied to EC together. We went off campus to this thing at the Eno Quarry, which I assume you know about, and we got in trouble. We fought about it, did the silent treatment thing, but I think we made up last night, mostly. I'm still kind of pissed that she called my dad, but I sorta get it. Patricia's eyebrows have raised a fraction. Were you aware that it was against the rules to go to the quarry? Something occurs to me and I sit up straight. Does my dad get reports on what we talk about here? She shakes her head. Everything is confidential, unless you express a desire to harm yourself or others, or describe abuse, either past or ongoing. In those cases, I'm required to file a report with the university police. I say. In that case, yeah, I knew it was against the rules. Did that give you pause? Not at the time. You went anyway. Why is that, do you think? I was upset. I just wanted to go somewhere, do something. What type of something? Even though I don't want to answer, I think about the restlessness I'd felt at the cliffside before Sel found me. The pressure under my skin. The desire to explode. I don't know. Patricia doesn't believe me. She reminds me of my mother in that way. There was a reason I went behind her back to apply to Carolina. If I'd asked and she said no, she'd have read the defiance on my face. Let's shift gears. Fine by me. I'd like to talk about your mother. An eager sort of panic flutters in my stomach at the back of my throat. My dad said you knew her? I did, she says warmly. Not well, but I liked her very much. Suddenly, swallowing is hard. I thought I wanted her to talk about my mother. Why does it feel bad now that she is? Oh. Do you know why I asked to meet you here, Bree? Her question takes me by surprise. Not really. Is this a trick question? Apparently my answer takes Patricia by surprise, because she blinks and sits back. These gardens are abundant with root energy. Are you not a wild crafter like your mother?
Chapter 19. Shock, fear, hope, emotions war in my belly. What's a wildcrafter? For the first time, Patricia looks rattled. Wildcraft is shorthand for the branch of rootcraft she practiced. The type of energy she could manipulate is found in growing things. Plants, herbs, trees. As a student, she spent hours here in the gardens and... Her face folds into a sympathetic frown. I'm so sorry, Bree. I thought this would be a comforting, familiar setting to you. I thought you knew about her. I almost fall off the bench. How many times in a week can one have their world spun and fractured and put back together again? 1 dozen? 2 dozen? After Bree presses against the walls that restrain her, against surprise and secrets in another moment of my life that breaks the world open a little further. My skin feels prickly and tight. I shut my eyes and shove it all back before panic steals my senses. My mother manipulated energy? Yes. Questions tumble against one another like dominoes. What type of energy? What is rootcraft? Does everyone keep secrets here? Patricia recovers her composure. She taps a polished nail on her lower lip, her eyes darting back and forth in thought. I'm not sure that I should say any more. Suddenly, I'm so impatient and indignant I could shake her until the answers fall out, scream until she shares what she knows. I grip my teeth. Why not? She hesitates, but meets my eyes. I don't think it's my place. Why? Did she tell you to keep this from me? A thought occurs to me. Did my dad? She spreads her hands over her skirt. I didn't know Faye very well, and we didn't keep up after graduation. I didn't even know she had a daughter until your father called me today. Didn't even know she passed. And I doubt your father knows about any of this. Most often, the craft follows from mother to daughter. What? I shoot to my feet. Bree, I'd like you to calm down. Why would I be calm about this? My mother had a secret life and she never told me. Why didn't she tell me? I don't know why Faye made the decision she did. When loved ones die, there are always questions like this, with answers we can only guess at. Confusion and anger flood me in a hot rush. And are those questions always about magic? We don't call it magic. We? My fists ball at my sides. I just met you and now it's we? You and my mother? Patricia's lips thin. My mother was a botanist, a scientist. 5 minutes ago I thought any manipulation of plants she did happened in a pharmaceutical lab. And now you're telling me she lied to me. A fine line appears between Patricia's brows. Thank you for sharing how all of this makes you feel. You're right. I owe you more than what I've said. Please sit. Whiplash. Just like that, you've changed your mind? A smile tugs at her lips. I find that in my field, emotional agility comes with the territory. My breath comes in shallow pants. My fists refuse to unclench, but I sit. Do you know what auras are? A vision of the red mage flame washes over me in a hot rush. Was that an aura? Was it not the mage flame at all? Patricia's attention sharpens on my face, but before she can ask a follow-up, I wave a hand in a vague circle around my head. Colors around people? Mostly right. Auras are your personal energy, reflecting the state of your spirit. What do they look like? From what I understand, they look like a faint sort of fog, or thin mist. That mage flame had roared up my skin, all fire and anger and blood. Not an aura, then. While an undergraduate here, I had a friend named Janice, who was a reader. Someone whose branch of rootcraft allowed her to see people's auras, emotions, intentions, abilities. One day Janice saw me and your mother talking outside class, and later Janice told me that your mother knew the craft. So, I asked your mother to practice and fellowship together. She was very polite, but she declined. She seemed so uncomfortable by my offer that I never mentioned it again. I wasn't offended. I thought maybe she had had her own community. We tend to keep the craft private, but I thought perhaps she kept a stricter code. Rootcraft is taught within families, and different families have different approaches. Still, I'm surprised that your mother never told you what she could do. There's no air in my chest. Where is all the air? My mind is blanking, shutting down. Bree? Patricia leans forward into my field of vision. Take some deep breaths, close your eyes, and think of something or someone that made you feel safe in the last 24 hours. I follow her instructions, and my mind travels to eyes, storm dark and blue. It takes a few breaths before I open my eyes again. The panic is still there, but it has trouble taking hold. I believe what Patricia's told me. After all I've seen here, it would be foolish to think there's no more to learn. But of all the secrets I thought I'd uncover, I didn't think my mother's life, and the magic she wielded, would be one of them. Wildcrafting, plant energy manipulation? What danger would there be in sharing those abilities with others like her? Did she believe Patricia was dangerous? That seems unlikely. Patricia left her alone. The Order's militancy is more than enough reason to keep a low profile on this campus. But if that was her reasoning, then that means she knew about the Order and the Merlins long before I was born. So did a Merlin know about her? My instinct says yes. Why else would one be at her deathbed 25 years later? Patricia stands to wrap her shawl around her shoulders. Traditionally, your mother would teach you all of this. For you not to know when your mother knew about her own abilities means she's withheld this information for some reason. And that means, ethically, I need to consider what it means to tell you what your mother did not. Perhaps it's a therapist in me, but I would like to respect her wishes. I think we should stop for the day. We'll meet again on Friday, and I'll give you my decision. No! I'm on my feet, heart pounding. I need you to tell me everything. I have to know. She pauses, frowns. You have to know what? What can I say? Telling anyone that I suspect the Order was part of my mother's death could put them in danger, much more so if they use ether. And if my mother hid parts of herself from Patricia, then should I hide my abilities too? I choose the safest thing to share and phrase it carefully. I know about ether. Patricia lets out a harsh breath, and I know immediately that I've said something wrong. Where did you learn that word? I can't say. Patricia gives me a shrewd, measuring look. She knows I'm hiding something. Like mother, like daughter, I think. I respect and value confidentiality, so I will not pry about what you know, or how you know it. Instead, I will aim to earn your trust, but I must tell you that the practitioners, she says the word as if it tastes rancid in her mouth, who use the word ether, are not your mother's people. Her people? I ask. Her people. Our people. We are the descendants of those who developed the craft, and we do not call the invisible energy of the world ether. We call it root. Now that we're best friends again, you want to get dinner together? A girl from my classics class wants to meet up. Alice wrinkles her nose. It's Italian night at Lenore, whatever that means. After finishing classes for the day, we've been lounging on our respective beds, phones in hand. I'm not sure what Alice has been doing, but I've been opening my messaging app compulsively, as if Nick has texted me and the app is simply refusing to reveal it. Maybe this time. Maybe this time. Maybe now? It's not embarrassing if no one sees me doing it, right? I start no fewer than 7 different texts but erase each one before sending, Because what if I do text him and he doesn't text back? More importantly, what would I say? I decide not to mention my meeting with Patricia to Nick. Not until I know more, and even then, I'm not sure what I should share with him. Or anyone. If my mother knew about the order, its claim on magic, and its tendency to put magic users on trial, or worse, it only makes sense that she'd have hid her abilities on campus, just as I'm doing now. If what Patricia said is true, then calling my father won't be of any use, because my mother kept this part of her life from him. So far, only Nick knows about me and what I can do, not counting the red flames. Maybe I should keep it that way. Utterly confused, I toss my phone out of reach and flop back against my pillows to stare at the ceiling with a frustrated sigh. Knowing that my mother was on Carolina's campus 25 years ago, doing exactly what I'm doing now, keeping things secret, hiding parts of herself from other people, makes me feel closer to her, and simultaneously like I never knew her at all. Who was she really? "Bree?" Alice asks, pulling me away from my thoughts. "Italian night?" "You know what Italian night means," I say, and sit up snatching my phone again, because apparently I'm committed to being ridiculous. Soggy, overcooked cafeteria spaghetti in runny sauce. Sad lasagna that's been sitting under a warmer for 2 hours. It's either sad pasta or the food court. Which do you want? The dormer window of our top floor room is cracked open. The whoops and cheers of the Wednesday night party crowd reaches us from the sidewalk below, according to Charlotte, who stopped by our room on her way out. "Wednesday night is the new Thursday night, and by the way, nobody goes out on Fridays." "I can't go anyways," I mutter, and my stomach twists on yet another lie. "That student group I mentioned? They're hosting dinner tonight at their house." Across the room, Alice sits up. "What's this group called again?" I'm ready for her question and keep my voice as calm as possible. It's one of the secret societies. Alice's eyes grow wide. "I've heard of those. Can you tell me which one?" "No, sorry," I say. "I'm so sorry, Alice." She pouts. "I was hoping to get tapped by the Order of the Golden Fleece, but someone told me they don't go for EC kids. If that doesn't work, then Di-Fi it is." Di-Fi is Carolina's Student Debate Society. If Alice joins them, we'll both be in historic student orgs. The only difference is that she can list her membership on her resume. Lying to Alice after last night and this morning makes me feel like a complete asshole. Maybe this is why Sel is the way he is. Angry and grumpy and accusatory. And maybe this is another reason why Nick doesn't want me to be involved with the Order. All the lying, the strain of being on campus and living 2 different lives. A sigh. Nick says I gotta keep it secret. Keep it safe. "Did you just Lord of the Rings me?" "Nope," I grin. "I just Fellowship of the Ringed you." Her face takes on a sly expression. "Why do you say his name like that?" "Say whose name like what?" The ends of her mouth lift. "Your voice got all funny when you said Nick. It's the same exact way you used to say Scott Finley's name." "I did not say Scott's name in any particular way. She did not have to do me like that. I was 11 when I had a crush on Scott Finley, the baseball player. Best friends in their deep cuts." Alice points at me accusingly. "Lying liar who lies!" My heart clenches, even though I know she's joking. She rushes over to perch on the end of my bed. "What's Nick look like?" We'd only started talking again, for real talking like best friends, since the morning. But the warmth spilling from her brown eyes fills my cup in a way I hadn't known I needed. With my mother's secrets and lies looming since the session with Patricia, and the memories of last night rising up like a nightmare every other hour, sitting with my best friend and talking about a cute boy is beyond refreshing. And like nothing else in my life right now, easy. Still, I can feel my cheeks burning. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and... Alice prompts, waving her hand for more. Laughter escapes me in a freeing rush. This feels so good. Words stream from my lips before I can think of them too carefully. And he looks like a gladiator, like those oddly hot dudes on the side of the pottery from ancient Greece. Tall and athletic and... Nick, pointing me to safety with his sword. His eyes harden with both fear and focus. Heroic. Ah! Alice collapses onto her side. See, that's the good stuff, even if gladiators are Roman. I poke her knees with my toe. How about you? Any ladies catch your eye? She swats my foot. Nice try, but your deflections don't work on me. I'm immune. Let's talk about how you have a crush on your peer mentor, like the person who's supposed to be teaching you all about school and tutoring you on how to achieve success after your brief descent into delinquency. Crush is the wrong word. I just met him. Bree. She grabs my ankles with both hands, with a face drawn in mock solemnity. She declares, "This is like a book, or a TV show where everyone has great hair and is way too old to play a teenager. You are literally a walking rom-com right now." Alice. I kick until she lets me go and hops up with a grin. "I've got to go meet Teresa," she says, walking backward and pointing at me. "But when you get back tonight, you're telling me everything, Bree Matthews." I smile even though I can't tell Alice everything. Not ever. Not if I want to keep her safe. Chapter 20. When I knock on the door to the lodge that night, it's Evan who answers. A grin splits the redhead's face. "There she is, the page who finally bought back our knight-errant out of the woodwork." Knight-errant? He moves aside and I step through the door, shaking out my umbrella. It started drizzling on my way over. "Yup," he says, taking my umbrella and dropping it to the bronze holder in the foyer. "That's old-timey for a knight who does their own thing and wanders around and stuff." "And that's Nick?" He smiles rakishly. "Not anymore." "Evan, you're a frat boy by day and a squire for an ancient order by night. How do you keep up with it all?" "Magic," he says, and bows with a flourish. I laugh, but then I think of Alice and my split life. No, for real. How do you lie to Charlotte every day about who you are and what you do? He winks. "Lies are easy when you're fighting for the right cause." I consider my own lies and cause, and the person who's lying to Evan in the entire chapter on my behalf. "Do you know if this knight-errant is here?" "Who's the knight-errant?" An amused voice interjects from the top of the stairs. "There he is!" Nick fixes Evan with a mock glare from where he's leaning on the balcony railing. "Quit harassing my page, Ev." Evan backs away, hands up. "Of course, my liege." Nick groans. "Yeah, you can stop with that my liege crap anytime you want. Come on up, Bree." "Evan, stay put." Evan closes the door with a loud laugh that echoes around the foyer. Nick is waiting for me at the top of the stairs, and I absolutely blame Alice Chin for where my brain goes as I walk up to meet him, because all I can think about is that he looks like a rom-com daydream come to life. His hands are stuffed in his pair of dark-washed jeans, and he's wearing a blue Henley that brings out his eyes. Eyes that roam over me, too, with a soft, unreadable expression. When I reach the landing, he tilts his head to the left. "This way." While the exterior is a castle, and the first floor interior a manor, the second floor, soaked in reds and browns and yellows, is truly the source for the lodge's name. Restored pine floors hold notches and whorls from the original trees, and the heavy brocade fabric lining the walls in between the doors makes the floor feel warm and residential. Someone's music is bumping loud enough to make the sconces shake, A door opens, and Felicity and Russ emerge, their quiet giggles filling the hall. When the pair notices us approaching, Felicity's face flushes to match her hair. "Oh, hi!" She waves with one hand while batting at a clingy Russ with the other. She looks adorably flustered, while Russ is openly beaming. I don't know whether to feel sympathy or laugh. Nick doesn't miss a beat. "Felicity, how are you feeling?" Russ leans in, nuzzling her neck. "Yeah, Flick, how are you feeling?" Her eyes grow wide as saucers, and she shoves him away. A bit too hard. He flies back so high he hangs suspended in the air for a second, before landing in a crouch on the other side of the hall. While she gasps in horror and apologizes, Russ laughs uncontrollably, barely managing a response. "That enough answer for you, Nick?" "I can answer for myself, thank you." Felicity marches up to us with as much dignity as she can muster. "I'm fine, Nick. Thank you for asking, just not—" She glances back at her squire, who's on his feet with a wide grin. "Totally used to the strength yet." "Me neither," Russ calls, striding over to us. "And Lamarck has a temper, we've discovered," Felicity adds. "Not my favorite inheritance in the world." "Are y'all okay?" Nick raises a brow. "Not fighting each other, are you?" "No," Felicity brushes. "Not exactly." Nick opens his mouth, sees Russ's barely suppressed laughter, and his cheeks tinge pink. "We'll see you downstairs for dinner." "Yup." Russ loops an arm around his scion's shoulder. The two of them descend the stairs quickly, and Nick gestures to keep walking. We stop at a room labeled 208, and he produces a key from his pocket. "I never use it, but my father keeps this room here for me." "Why don't you use it?" He shrugs, pushing the door inward. "Living here would send a certain message." I begin to ask what he means, but the sight of his bedroom, and the realization that that's where he wants to talk, temporarily shorts my brain. The room is large enough to comfortably fit a full bed, a dresser, a chest of drawers, and a trestle desk without sacrificing open floor space, which is more than I can say for my dorm. I wonder if all the rooms in the lodge have a similar layout, with similar furniture. The ones occupied by other members probably aren't decorated in sailor-themed blue and white stripes, with an anchor-shaped rug at the foot of the bed. Lord Davis has definitely taken a trip to Bed Bath & Beyond. Nick closes the door behind me. When I step farther inside, I realize our rooms have something in common. They're barely lived in. There's nothing about this room that feels like it belongs to anyone, much less Nick. When I turn to say as much, I find myself engulfed in his arms, his fresh laundry and cedar scent folding around me in a warm cloud. His hands are so large they span the whole of my spine. Heat from his palms radiates out from where he clutches me. Face tucked into my neck, he mutters. "That thing was gonna kill you, right in front of me. All I could think about was that it was my fault for bringing you in." The worry and guilt in his muffled voice makes tears prick at my eyes. Without my permission, my arms wrap around him too. "Funny story," I say, trying to lighten the mood. "I've been blaming myself for bringing you in." When he laughs, the muscles in his back flex under my fingers. "Yeah, well, I said it first." I grin into his shoulder. My no reason at all responses suddenly feel completely justified. Nick lifts his head. His eyes roam over my face, my healed cheek, my torso. "Are you sure you're okay?" His left hand hovers over my side, fingers lightly touching the cotton material covering the now deep purple and black bruise on my ribs. Then, he seems to recognize how close his fingers are to other parts of me, so he steps back. Our arms fall awkwardly to our sides. I'm floored that he knew to check for injury there. that he'd been paying so much close attention to where the ekel grabbed me, and I'm drawn to the 2 strawberry-colored thumbprints staining his cheeks. Bruised, I mumble, still warm and confused. Just bruised. His voice comes out a tiny bit hoarse. Good. Yes. Right. I clear my throat. How's your head? He rubs at the back of it. Feels like I bumped it? That is both an unbelievable and normal response, isn't it? This is both an unbelievable and normal situation. His eyes twinkle. We stare at each other, wrestling with this moment that feels both new and unfamiliar, both what we asked for and something we didn't expect. Nick's eyes are the waiting color of overcast skies. I turn away first. So, this is your room? Why did I say that? We already covered that, Bree. I claim no responsibility for the decor. I was wrong. This room isn't entirely lacking in Nick. There are a few personal items pinned on the corkboard mounted over his desk. When I move closer, I see that one is a picture of an elementary-aged Nick in front of the red wolf habitat at North Carolina Zoo. His hair is white blonde, and several teeth are missing from his smile. A junior high academic achievement award is pinned down below. The last item is a picture of Nick at 11 or 12, Nick's father, and a smiling blonde woman, who must be his mother. The woman has his eyes and smile, even if Nick's grin is mostly metal bracelets in this photo. They're standing in front of a large hill under a clear blue sky. Arthur's Seat, Nick informs me. Dad took us to Edinburgh for the summer vacation. Couldn't resist the photo op with his sky-on sun. You look happy. He tilts his head as if processing the idea. We were. Then. You never talk about your mother. His smile turns down on one end. Another day. He studies me like he did the first night we met. That feels like forever ago. But it's only been 48 hours. And in another 48 hours, I'll know more about my mother's magic. And maybe my own. We need to talk. I raise a brow. About the fact that you're a descendant of King Arthur? I'm not the descendant. I'm one of many. Why didn't you tell me? I ask, irritation flaring. Heat flashes through his eyes. When could I have? When exactly, Bree? In the 10 minutes before we walked into the oath? In the 2 minutes before Sel attacked you? I cross my arms. Yes. He glares at me, his jaw ticking. Inhales, then breathes out his nose. They tell you about the lines. I saw the wall. Who? William. And what else did William tell you? I know about Comlon. His gaze hardens. Then you know why I want you to forfeit. I already told you I'm not quitting. I blink, startled by the look on his face. We made a deal. And last night changed the deal. If Comlon is truly near, then becoming a squire, mine, William's, Pete's, it's too risky. You won't be able to just bounce afterward because we'll be at war. He grabs me by the arms, inclining his head to meet my eyes. People die during Comlon, Bree. Panic flutters in my chest like a caged bird. No, this is the only way. This year, right now. I never should have agreed to this, but I wanted to help you. His fingers tighten where they hold me. Becoming a squire during peacetime is one thing. Once I reclaim my title, I plan to step in, get you out before you're expected to take the warrior's oath. But now, the order is on high alert, and I know Sel. He could be ordered to bond you to your scion right away, and I can't let you do that. I pull out of his grip. I can see the word in his eyes even if he doesn't say it. Abatement. Nick doesn't want me to suffer the consequences of bonding, doesn't want me to die before my time. The affection and fear on his face, all for me, makes my head swim. But there's determination there, plain in the sharp angles of his brow and jaw. Right now, he's giving me the choice to walk away. But now that I know who he is and what he could become, I know that choice could be taken from me. I search his gaze, wondering, would he do that? Have me thrown out? Would I let him? Another tact first. I can resist the oath. Maybe you can, but your Scion will know, so Sel will know. He'll send you to the Regents. And you can order him not to, or we'll find the information another way. Or maybe I take the oath and just let it happen. I throw up my hands. I know about abatement. His eyes widen like I've uttered a word not spoken in polite company. That's what I'm willing to risk to find out the truth. He begins to protest, but I cut him off again. The decision became clear as soon as I said it aloud. She'd have done the same for me. After a long, measuring look, he finally nods. I don't like it, but I understand. The tension in the room dissolves some, and I can breathe easier. Maybe Comlon won't come after all. William said Arthur hasn't called the Scion in 250 years. He hasn't needed to, but that doesn't mean he won't. He runs a hand through his hair. I wish things were different for you. Do you have any idea how many Scions and squires wish they could just walk away? Like you did? Nick's jaw tightens. Then he visibly forces himself to relax. I realize I've been watching him do a version of the same progression since we met. Anger, restraint, resignation. No one, not even the Regents, thought I'd be called. My renouncement was symbolic, political, a child's protest, and it will take symbolic and political steps to restore the kingdom's and the table's faith in me, to own the title in full. Before last night, the odds had been in Nick's favor. 200 years since anyone in his line had needed to step up to the plate, or had the power to. I see it now. The desperation in his face is for me, but it's for himself too. The road ahead is long and the bridges burned. What happens to you if... He sits on the room's window seat with a sigh. If I'm called and awakened, I'll inherit Arthur's strength and wisdom, and I've been trained for that moment since I could walk. If a Shadowborn army is rising, I won't let my friends fight it alone. And the abatement? His face turns grave. My father says focus is death's most precious gift. Death doesn't give gifts. Tell that to a Scion. I nudge at his foot, and he shifts over so we can share the seat. You don't want to lead? He answers without meeting my eyes. Never have. Don't want the glory? I lean into him. Don't want to be a king? He turns to me then, eyes serious. Bree, if I get all of that, it means Comlon is inevitable. I don't want the world to need a king. Chapter 21. 10 minutes later, we descend the stairs with a prickly sort of awareness bouncing between us. Yesterday, we entered the great room in agreement, but we each had limited information about the nature of our situation. 24 hours later, Nick's world is heading to war, and I'm preparing to unravel my mother's history. As our paths continue, will we still find common ground? When we reach the foyer, the sounds of dinner reach us from the vast dining room around the corner. Clinking, cutlery, chairs scraping the floor, voices. I look back to find Nick watching me. My own uncertainty echoed on his face. We could be. I nod. We're good. His mouth quirks. I don't know why, but suddenly, the front doors open, and humid light rain sprays across the tiles. Outside, 3 women stand in deep conversation, shaking their umbrellas on the patio before entering. They're dressed in head-to-toe country club chic. Blouses, cardigans, capris, spotless white tennis shoes. Their pale, perfectly contoured faces light up when they see Nick. As I live and breathe. The woman on the left wears a neck scarf, the deep yellow of the line of Owain. Is that Nick Davis? The tallest woman, a brunette, speaks with a low rasp. The first woman elbows her and she corrects herself. Excuse me, Skyon Davis. Nick inclines his head, addressing them all in turn. Rose member Hood, Edwards, and Schaefer. What brings you to the lodge tonight? He steps back to let them in. The tournament trials are closed, as you know. It takes a second, but I recognize their last names and facial features. These 3 are the mothers of chapter members, Pete Hood, Skyon of Owain, Ainsley Edwards, a second-year page, and Vaughn Schaefer, from my page class. Rose member Schaefer's eyes twinkle as she enters. She acknowledges me with a polite smile and a wave, then offers a sly glance to Nick. We heard a rumor you returned. Elena, please. The Edwards woman waves a manicured hand adorned with nails, the dark orange of boars. The Order of the Rose always supervises catering during the trials. Still addressing Nick, she extends her umbrella toward me, handle first. Take this and dry it. Now, tonight's meal. She stops speaking when I don't follow her instructions, and turns, fully looking at me for the first time. Did you not hear me? Indignation and rage burn through me like a furnace. I heard you just fine, I mutter through clenched teeth. She inhales sharply. Where is your supervisor? This is Bree Matthews, my page. Nick takes the umbrella himself, hard steel under his placid tone. She is not a servant, Virginia, nor will you treat her as such, not in my presence or otherwise. The other women detect Nick's quiet anger and say nothing, but Virginia Edwards is not done. Her nostrils flare at Nick's admonishment, and a teenage boy's use of her given name, and the reminder of his authority. Your page. Her gaze darts from point to point as she processes this information. My face, hair, t-shirt and jeans, how close I'm standing to Nick. Skyon Davis. I would expect you to select a page from the vassals to your line, as is tradition. I value Page Matthews' abilities, Nick says, his face impassive. And your expectations belong to you. She stiffens. What does your father think of this? Surely he must. His father is thankful that he has returned. We turn to see Lord Davis entering the room using a wheelchair. Nick makes as if to assist him, but Davis waves him away. And pleased that the Order of the Rose is here once again to support this year's tournament. Lord Davis. Vaughn's mother dips her head, as do the others. My son had shared that you'd been injured in battle. Don't you worry. I'll use braces by the weekend and walk without aid by Monday. Ether works fast, but we old folks just don't heal as quickly as the youth. Children? Lord Davis turns to us and gives me a wink. Why don't you join the chapter in the dining room? I'll guide our guests to the kitchen, where our hired catering staff dropped off the meal. The Order of the Rose? I hiss as we walk,
Still fuming, Nick grumbles. A woman's auxiliary founded centuries ago, when they couldn't page squire or scion. Mostly ceremonial now, away from mothers or former pages to support chapter events. All I see are obstacles. Women who want their children in my spot. White women who assume a black girl in the lodge is a servant, not a member. Certainly not someone who outranks them. If Virginia treats me like that, how does she treat the caterers? My skin crawls. Then something strikes me. Did you say women couldn't be scions? I thought the spell followed the bloodline, no matter who was eligible. It does. Nick's jaw tightens. But for a time, men didn't care what the spell wanted. They'd eliminated daughters to force it to the next heir. I stop walking and stare at him, my stomach twisting in horror. He pauses at the dining room entrance. 1,500 years is a long time to operate. The order was never above the world's brutality. It still isn't. That's disgusting. That's what happens when you lead with fear and greed. Bree, over here. Greer waves me over, the Lamarok coin winking on their red bracelet. Saved you a seat. Nick tilts his head. That's our cue. Still reeling from his revelation, I follow him into the room. Nick makes his way to the Legendborn table where scions, squires, and Sel sit. I slide into the open chair between Greer and Whitty at the pages table, grateful to be between people I know. Whitty digs into what looks like a flank steak with fresh rosemary while Greer passes me an enormous white stoneware dish of scalloped potatoes. I was worried you dropped out. Nope, not a quitter. A cheat, then? Vaughn calls from across the table without looking up from his plate. As soon as the words leave his mouth, silence falls across the table. The twist in my stomach tightens into a cold knot. Not a cheat either. Vaughn stabs a particularly bloody piece of beef and only sits back to look at me after he shoves it into his mouth. His eyes are the same brown color as his mother's, but where hers offered kindness, his delivers spite. Then why'd you stay behind with the Legendborn last night, even though we were given direct orders to return to the lodge? What'd you think you'd do? Impress a scion by showing off during a fight? That's not what happened. Other pages have fixed me with their own stares. Some curious, some accusatory. I froze. I tried to run back to the lodge, but the Ekel got to me first. Right, Vaughn sneers. Then why are you spending time alone with the scion of Arthur? Getting a pep talk? Giving him a helping hand? I freeze, stunned at his implication. Blood rushes in my ears like an angry ocean, but not loud enough to block out the snickers of the veteran pages beside him, ones I don't know. Ainsley and the 2 third-year wrestling twins, Carson and Blank. You think I can't even say it. What he thinks I'm doing to buy Nick's favor. Vaughn points his knife at my chest. I think you let that coin around your neck go to your head. Put down your knife, Schaefer. Whitty's usually slow draws low with warning. Nick can spend time talking to his page. Ain't no harm there. His page, not his squire, Vaughn spits. He brought her forth, but that doesn't mean she's going to make it through to the trials. And even if she does, that doesn't mean she'll be selected. I know that, I grit out, fingers digging into my thighs. Good. Vaughn gestures at the rest of the pages as he speaks, his voice charged. Because a lot of us here have waited and trained our whole lives to become a Legendborn squire. And we're not going to let some affirmative action bullshit fuck up our chances. The table quiets as everyone waits for my response. Some of the pages look away. Some stare me down. Others sit, jaws open and silent. Vaughn's smug mouth is half twisted into a snarl. I want to smash the damn scalloped potatoes in his face.
I want to scream that preferential treatment for vassals and rich kids is exactly how they got into the door. But Nick says I should disappear. Stay off the vassal's radar. Keep my head down to make it through to the tournament. He was foolish to think that was ever possible. For bigots, it doesn't matter how or why I'm truly here. The fact that I'm here at all is wrong enough. I'm going to make it through to the tournament. I'll do what it takes to finish my mission. But I'm not going to disappear. And I don't want to keep my head down. Instead, I'm going to give Vaughn a glimpse of who I really am and show him exactly who I'm not. With my heart thundering through my chest and my throat tight, I answer him, and anyone else at this table who thinks as he does. You're a bigot and a bully, Schaefer. You insult me because you think you know what I'm capable of, but you don't. I must make you nervous, though, for you to expose your insecurities about your odds of success in this tournament. My insecurities? Vaughn growls, halfway to his feet. Yes, I bite out. And your carelessness. You've just questioned in public the judgment of the scion of Arthur himself by suggesting that he bought his page forth without good reason. I grin and look Vaughn directly in the eye. Our future king doesn't owe you an explanation, and behaving as though he does displays insubordination, disloyalty, and fear. Not power, not strength. In fact, I pity the scion who chooses you as their squire. That is, if you get chosen at all. A beat of silence. Then Vaughn launches himself over the table. Carson catches him before he reaches me, just as I thought he would. Vaughn strains as Carson whispers in his ear. The curious gazes of his allies turn from me to him, as I hoped they would, and a dark flush consumes his features. A heartbeat passes. 2. And Vaughn drops to a seat, violence in his eyes. Not over, Matthews. No, it's not. If Vaughn wasn't my enemy before, he is now. But right now I just can't bring myself to care. Whitty breaks the silence, his voice casual as he asked, Would you pass the Brussels sprouts, Ainsley? Ainsley scowls and passes the bowl across my chest without saying excuse me. Conversation resumes around us, and dinner starts up again. But underneath the table my hands are trembling. A light smattering of sparks falls across the bridge of my nose and cheeks. Across the room, no one at the bustling, loud, laughing scion table has noticed what just occurred on our side of the room. No one except Selwyn Kane. The king's mage sits with his chin in hand, gazing at me with a contemplative expression, like he'd been watching and listening to the entire exchange with Vaughn. Could he have heard us through all the chatter and clinking silverware? Greer surprises me by grabbing the steak tongs, then my plate. Do you eat beef? Yes, I nod, still dazed. Why are you being so nice to me? They shrug. If the world is simple, certain people will never be inconvenienced, never need to adapt. I disrupt those people, and you do too. You've been doing it since you walked in the door. I like disruptors and rhythm breakers. We should start a club. I spear a slice of steak. Are there t-shirts for this club? They laugh. Beside me, Whitty leans forward, and I realize he's still wearing that same comfortable, old-looking camo jacket. In a sea of button-downs and polos, he's disrupting a few rhythms himself. I think we should get matching hats, y'all. Greer looks at my hair and then gestures to theirs. Tonight, it's thick double fishtail braids that extend from their crown to the bottom of each shoulder blade. And cover up these gorgeous coifs? Get out of here with that trash idea, Whitlock. You see how they treat me, Bree? He tusks. Rude. Just as people start drifting to the dessert table, Lord Davis enters the room. Nick stands at his father's side, and all eyes turn to them. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your well wishes.
Our healer, Skyon Sitterson, believes I will be fully recovered before the weekend. All around me, members brush the pads of their fingers in circles for the shh of approval. Unfortunately, it is premature for celebration. As I'm sure you all know by now, last night our 4th rank Skyon, Felicity Caldwell, was called to service by her knight, Sir Lamorak. And it is true that the 5th rank Skyon of K was called last week at our sister chapter in the north. Last week? Fitz shouts. Why didn't someone tell us? Quiet nods of agreement. I understand your frustration, Davis says. The regents wish to keep this awakening quiet, since it has been more than 50 years since a 5th rank Skyon was called. The truth is, there have been increased Shadowborn attacks at all chapter campuses, more gates opening, and more partial corp crossings. Last night's fully corporeal echo made it plain that the Shadowborn are gaining strength, and may be coordinated. There is even talk of sightings of the line of Morgaine. There are a few whispers around the room. Beside me, Greer clenches their fist. Meanwhile, I'm blinking in confusion. What the hell is the line of Morgaine? We must prepare for the callings of Tristan, Lancelot, and Arthur. He looks up at Nick, pride playing on his face. Yet some men say in many parts of England that King Arthur is not dead, but by the will of our Lord Jesu into another place. He gestures for Nick to finish the quote. Nick's brows knit at the performance, but he complies. And men say that he shall come again. And men say that he shall come again. Davis repeats the words like a gospel. La morte de Arthur. Mallory, a man who knew our cycles of war, who knew of Camlan. He looks at the chapter and addresses us all once more. The regents have decided that in order to prepare the round table for worst-case scenario, we need to accelerate this year's tournament at all chapters. We cannot wait months for Skyons of any rank to select a squire if they have not done so already. With that in mind, we will proceed with the first trial after tonight's meal, and conclude the tournament with the selection ceremony in 6 weeks' time. As soon as possible, all squires and Skyons will be accounted for and bonded. A few chairs scoot on the hardwood. More nervous glances and low murmurs now. I make brief eye contact with Nick, who is already looking my way. Then I find William, leaning against the back wall. Pete, who I don't know, looks nervous beside Evan. Could I really oath myself to any of them? The warrior's oath is one of our most sacred vows, forever tying together Skyon and Squire. Awakened pairs face death, be it on the battlefield or the abatement. I tell you this, pages, because this year's tournament and this year's Squire selection are unlike any that this chapter has seen before. He pauses, templing his fingers. What may come to pass in the next few months is something our order has not witnessed in 250 years. I must ask all pages to think deeply right now on your commitments here and elsewhere. I, for one, will not blame you should you decide to serve the mission in other ways. And so please stand if you would like to forfeit your place in this year's tournament. Uneasy murmurs in the room now. Some of the third-year pages and the one fourth-year, the ones who have been around the longest, share nervous glances. Finally, the fourth-year boy, Craig, stands, shame and fear on his face. A third-year girl wearing a Gawain green necklace stands and forfeits. So does the small first-year boy, Lewis. The number of competing pages drops from 15 to 12. Once they depart, the room is heavy with a single thought. Camlan is coming. Chapter 22. Nick guides me through the forest behind the lodge, with a hand wrapped over each shoulder. Thankfully, the rain has stopped.
A thought strikes me a minute after we start walking that sends me into a quiet panic. We don't have to take another oath tonight, do we? If the red flame comes back with everyone around? No, you're all done with oaths as a page. I release a slow breath. But why did Sel mesmer us again? Last night was part of ritual symbolism, part security. We can't allow the unoathed to wander on our grounds, but tonight is the first trial. Every competing page is mesmered so that no one will see the trial site and get an early advantage. He pinches my shoulder affectionately. Slow, then a turn. Humidity hangs in the air from the rain, and my heels sink into the forest soil. Why mesmer the veteran pages, though? Didn't they do the same thing last year? Nope. The 3 aspects tested by the trials are immutable, but the tests themselves change year to year. Slow. Okay, easy. 1 foot in front of the other. I wish I could see what he has me walking over. It feels bouncy and extremely unstable. What's the line of Morgaine? Caught that, did you? I'm here to be sneaky and learn things. Whoa, stop. One of his arms loops tight around my middle, steadying us both on whatever unsteady surface we're standing on. The close smell of him, laundry, cedar, a slight tang of sweat, and the rocking sensation under our feet makes me dizzy. Not good, Bree. Focus on the task at hand, and not the nice boy who smells nice too. After a moment, the world stops tilting. Okay, that's better. He gives my hip a squeeze. You good? Yep, I say in a voice that's about 2 octaves too high. 'Kay. He grasps each of my biceps. 1 step at a time. Keep your right foot tucked in. Yep, just like that. Where were we? Oh, right. The line of Morgaine. Exodus 22:18. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Okay. That's essentially the Regent's take on the line of Morgaine. After the Shadowborn, their order enemy number 1. Sometime in the 1400s, things went downhill with a certain sect of Merlins. I don't know much, except that they didn't like the Regent's way of doing things. They also didn't want to wait around for a scion of Arthur to be called, and risk that scion would rule the order just as poorly. Some stories say they even started attacking order members, using mesmers on lieges to influence the lines and vassals. Eventually, that group of Merlins splintered off from the order and rebranded, called themselves the Line of Morgaine. And a lot of things changed after that. How the Merlins are trained and oathed, how the regents manage their assignments. The Morgaines are the primary reason the regents have zero tolerance policy for anyone using ether outside their purview. I mull on this. The Line of Morgaine are Merlins gone bad. There's something else bugging me about Nick's story, though. Something much more immediate. If the regents found out about me, would they treat me like I'm from the Line of Morgaine? I feel him shrug. Probably. There are tests they would do during your trial, but it doesn't really matter. All rogue ether users are treated the same. Here, we're getting off the bridge. Yes, it was a bridge, don't freak. And turning down the path now. A gulp. How high of a bridge? What did the Morgaines do after they left? After the splinter, they went underground as far as I know. On their own, the Morgaines lost access to the training and ancient texts the Merlins used to develop their abilities. Without that, they weren't nearly as powerful as Merlins were, and couldn't be. They became a cautionary tale more than anything. Are the Morgaines organized enough to have their own missions out in the world, like Merlins? Damn. Nick knows where I'm headed. The Merlin at the hospital could have been a Morgaine. I didn't even consider that until now. Is it possible? He blows out a puff of air. It's not impossible. And you're sure you don't remember anything else the cop might have erased? I chew on my lip. I've tried to remember more from that night dozens of times, but no other details ever appear. I don't even remember the officer's face. Not really. Just the shape of his mouth, his eyes, and the sound of his casting. Nick and I discussed the possibility that I'm missing more than I know, but we just can't be sure. So far, I've recalled everything Sel tried to mesmer away. No, nothing. How would I know if they were a Merlin or Morgaine? You wouldn't. We know they have the same abilities as Merlins, but when they stopped administering oaths, he stopped short again. Starts. Without oaths, the order falls apart. Only a Merlin would be able to tell you whether that officer was a Morgaine or a Merlin, and even then they'd had to have been there. I'd say we could ask Sel, but he loathes me, I mutter, and think of Vaughn, along with everyone else on Team Anti-Bree. Nick's fingers flex around my arms. Someone bothering you? I think about whether I can stomach sharing what happened at dinner with Nick right now. If I could process his response and mine, go there again so soon. In the end, I say, nothing I can't handle. People think I'm gunning to be your squire, and I guess using my feminine wiles to try and convince you to select me. Silence again. Nick? Sorry, my brain shut down at feminine wiles. Nick! I stop, which is a bad idea because he runs right into me, and I can feel the press of him against my back, his shoulders shaking with laughter. He steps away after a second, and I swat where I think he is in the darkness. My hand hits air, then lands on his chest with a hard thwack. He's still laughing, but he traps my fingers between his, and before I can say a word, drops a soft kiss on my knuckles. That kiss steals my breath. I don't even think he notices. First of all, are you saying you're not gunning to be my squire? Insulted. And second, nope, sorry, this hand is mine now. I hate that other pages are targeting you because of me. And third, I don't know what your feminine wiles are, but I'd be willing to assess them, to see if they could indeed seduce me enough to make me bond myself to you. Forever. I freeze with my hand on his chest, clasped between his fingers, while my mind stumbles and trips over what he just uttered. Bree, I was just kidding. Do you want me to be your squire? Nick squeezes my fingers and sighs. After a moment, his lips brush over my knuckles again, but this time his mouth lingers, moving against my skin as he speaks. You need to decide that on your own. And then he releases me. When he speaks again, his voice is hoarse and low. I'm gonna go check and see if they're ready for the pages at the trial site. Be right back. Then he's gone through the brush, each rhythmic footstep like a heartbeat in my sensitive ears, until they fade away entirely. I stand there alone in the woods for 5 minutes, maybe more, rubbing my fingers over the places that Nick's mouth touched, when I feel his eyes on me. I know you're there. Sel's coat flaps in the night air, but I don't hear him land. Sensed me, did you? Common trait of the Shadowborn to detect other ether users. His deep, smooth voice bounces around me, on my left, my right, ahead. Nicholas's interest in you keeps you safe, for now. However, you would do well to remember that getting closer to Nicholas also brings me closer to you. You'll either slip and expose yourself, or I will expose you. I can smell his ether signature, whiskey sharp and a hint of burnt cinnamon that sends a shudder down my spine. He notices my response and chuckles from somewhere above me. I hate that I don't know how long he'd been nearby. Did he watch me and Nick? Listen to our conversation? Suddenly, I'm furious. First the racist shit at the lodge, and now this Merlin bully. Words escape me in an angry stream. You keep on threatening me, but in the end you don't do jack. You can't touch me because I'm your king's page, but you taught me anyway because it makes you feel important. I can imagine the beating your ego's taken, being ignored by the very scion you swore your life to. Shocked silence, from both of us. Then his voice is at my ear. There it is, the self-righteous rage of demonkind. Pathetic. Not as pathetic as you. I pause, just in case he tries to rush me or something. But he doesn't. I can't even tell if I'm still facing in the right direction. Undaunted, I keep going. Let's say you go over Nick's head and report me to Lord Davis, or the regents. They'll put me on one of your trials, ask for you to prove whatever it is you think I am. And that's the thing, Merlin. You have no proof. Silence. Then, is that so? Yeah, that's so. I'm bold now, and running with it. My dad had a dog like you once, when he was little. His family lived out in the sticks and that dog raised hell over cars driving down the road, howled at every stray cat. Made it a useless guard dog, so his father gave it away. If you run your equal hunch up the chain without evidence, the regents will question your ability to do your job. And that's a risk you can't afford. You don't want to be that old country dog, do you, King's Mage? Silence. Then a low, slow laugh in the darkness. You have a silver tongue, mystery girl. A pause. I feel a sudden urge to tear it out. My pulse leaps in my throat. Lucky for you, I'm used to being baited. A whoosh of air, and then his voice finds me from overhead. Maybe another time. The moment he leaves, a fine tremor starts at my fingers. By the time Nick jogs back to me through the woods, both hands are shaken, my chest tight with fear. Okay, I think they're ready for you in the arena. I nod, swallowing around a gigantic lump, and the tongue I'm still thankful to own. Hey, what's wrong? I give a wobbly smile. Your King's Mage stopped by for a little pre-game inspiration. He still thinks I'm a demon and threatened to out me, but this time I told him off. Now he wants to rip my tongue out of my head. Nick makes a frustrated sound. That's why I didn't feel him. You can feel, Sel? Lifelong perk of the King's Mage oath. He can feel when I'm in mortal danger, and I can feel his murderous intent. It's how I knew he was close before he attacked you last night. I shiver, remembering the sensation of Sel gripping my ankle in the darkness. Should I be relieved that you didn't feel his desire to murder me? An awkward pause. Yes? Wow. Yep. He takes my hand and tugs me forward. Wait, did you say arena? It's abundantly clear that Sydney despises me. As soon as Tor paired us together, she shot me a glare searing enough to cause third-degree burns. Sydney doesn't seem to care much for Vaughn, so that's not it. To her credit, she turned to me point blank and told me exactly why she doesn't like me. I'm here to win this thing, and I don't trust anyone here. Fair and direct. Can't fault her. Unfortunately for her, she's going to have to trust me tonight, because the only way either of us moves forward to the second trial is if we do it as a team. If I fail tonight, so does she, and then she's out. Eliminated, we both are. Which is why I'm not going to fail. Sydney immediately took point at the top of the small ridge and ordered me to stay down in our ditch of our base, standing guard over our 3 once-born victims. Any signal? I whisper. Nothing yet, she bites out, without looking at me, annoyed before anything has even happened. I test the weight of the mid-sized stuffed mannequin. It must be about 150 pounds at least. I pull it up over my shoulders, balancing on my heels, and stand up in the squat, the way my father taught me. My knees shake and I get the mannequin up in the air without dropping it. But could I run with it? The arena is a flat strip of land that cuts through the forest behind the lodge. At some point, it had been cleared to make way for those huge transmission power lines, but now it's just a grassy, open highway between two dense woods, a football field from one side to the other. There are pages like us stationed 50 feet apart on either side, hidden by trees and bushes, tucked into ditches, and somewhere on a high ridge sit 9 scions and squires with a clear view of the trial to come. Lanterns give us just enough light to navigate the arena, illuminating the starting points for each team, and across the field, where we need to end up if we want to win. Sydney taps her thighs nervously with one of her daggers. The shiny blade is as long as my forearm, and razor sharp. She'd come prepared tonight, with 2 holsters already strapped to her thighs, so she hadn't needed to collect a weapon from the pile Russ and Evan had deposited in front of the 12 pages. As soon as they'd given us our options, they'd left to join the rest of the Legendborn observing the trial. We'd been given free rein to choose from swords, daggers, long quarterstaffs, flails, even a bullwhip, but no hints as to which item would serve us best. I'm no weakling, but I'm decently strong and have good stamina from Bentonville High School track and field. But I'd never handled a weapon in my life. I was half scared of chopping my own arm off, so I'd chosen the short, heavy wooden staff that Whitty called a cudgel, and strapped it to my back with its leather harness. We weren't given any armor of any kind. There! I let the stuffed mannequin fall to the ground with a heavy thud and crawled to Sydney. Where? Still mesmered, Matthews? Use your eyes. The King's Mage is right there. She jabs a finger at one end of the arena. Selwyn, in all black, blends into the navy skyline, but I can just make him out by starlight, standing in the middle of the arena. Without warning, Selwyn throws his arms out wide to either side of his body. His fingers curl up against the air, pulling ether out of the night sky in heavy, rhythmic waves. A small silver-blue mage flame tornado forms in one palm, then the other. They grow taller and taller until the open mouths of the funnels stretch 10 feet over his head. We shield our eyes against the pulsing brightness. I look back just in time to watch him thrust both palms toward the other end of the arena, sending all that ether roaring straight down the middle. The sharp smell of charred cinnamon reaches my nose, enough to make me cough. I knew Sel was strong, but nothing I've seen him do prepared me for this. Flames snake through the air, twist, melt, flow into 6 broad snarling shapes that grow short stubby legs. Translucent fur rises in a long ridge. Spines. Ether solidifies into dark blue beady eyes, extends into short snouts, sharpens to crystalline points at the end of long, deadly tusks. Hellboars, I whisper in horror. Hellboars the size of damn bison, Sydney mutters, her eyes narrowing on the glowing creature across from us. It kicks at the dirt, but unlike Sel, its hooves make tearing sounds, ripping up grass in great chunks. 2 pages per team, 3 teams run at a time. One goal: make it to the other side with all bodies, living and fake, in one piece. In 10 minutes or less. But they're not real. They'll gouge us just as badly as if they were. Us? She twists around to assess our 3 rescue victims. And them. I look at our weighted cargo and their stitched burlap skin with fresh anxiety. We're assigned to the second group of the 3, so maybe we can watch for strategies. And mistakes. A whistle splits the air and nothing happens. A breeze snakes through the trees. My heartbeat hammers against my ribs. The arena is still. Vaughn and Spencer leap from their base and take off like rockets. Each boy carries a sword in one hand and a mannequin over a shoulder. Their hellboars squeal and thunder after them. Whitty and Blake run next. Blake leads, twirling his quarterstaff with deadly precision. The spinning distracts both boars, and Whitty makes for the other side, mannequin in tow. Down the field, Carson twirls a long-handled flail, keeping both boars at bay. Greer follows, the 2 lightest mannequins slung in a fireman's carry. Sounds pierce the night, rotating weapons, whirring, shouts, squeals, grunts, each the sign of a potential victory or injury. Vaughn and Spencer are closest, and I love nothing more than to watch Vaughn lose, so I study their attempt more than the others. The boars are still hot on their heels, until the boys zag sharply in opposite directions, nearly slipping in the wet grass. The constructs split up too, pivoting to follow, but their hooves slide in the dirt, kicking up mud and soil. They hit the ground hard, and screaming. The boars get to their feet, as if on cue. The boys heave their once-born victims off their shoulders. The mannequins hit the ground with a heavy splat. At first I think they've planned to fight the boars while their victims are out of harm's way. But Spencer doesn't draw his sword. Instead, he sprints back toward the base, his boar on his heels, and slides into the ditch to safety, leaving Vaughn to face both boars alone. "Coward!" Sydney hisses with disgust. Spencer's boar reaches the lantern boundary, then turns back. It can't go any further. It moves toward Vaughn, who already has used his sword to leave 2 gaping slashes in the sides of its companion. It's only when Spencer's boar has almost reached Vaughn that the boy's true strategy is revealed. Spencer's head pops out of the bushes. He emerges carrying the smallest mannequin in a fireman's hold, then sprints straight across the arena. "Not a coward," I whisper. "He's their runner." I have to admit it's smart. They use Vaughn, the stronger fighter, to distract the 2 boars, while Spencer, the faster of the 2, completes the first third of the task. Back on the field, Vaughn's slowing down. The boars have him pinned on both sides. He gets in quick slashes, 1, 2, before darting back, barely escaping a snapping jaw. Spencer's quick. He drops his mannequin in the far base without stopping, then runs back the way he'd come. He scoops up one of the heavier abandoned victims at the halfway mark, pivots to run it to the other side. Vaughn shouts for help. Spencer's victim drops again. He runs to his partner's aid, grabbing his blade on the way. Spencer leaps high, his sword pulled back for a thrust. On the descent, he sinks his blade deep into one of the boar's spines. He yanks it free and jumps back in one motion. The boar's guttural scream echoes up the ridge, crosses the field, and makes my teeth grind. Ether streams from its wound and turns to dust, like silver embers over a bonfire. The dying construct drops to its knees. Spencer charges again, this time spearing the beast between the eyes. As Spencer runs to his partner, the boar melts into a silver puddle, then explodes into a sea of sparkling ashes. Spencer and Vaughn make quick work of the remaining hellboar. In 2 minutes, it's on all 4 knees, keening pitifully. In unison, the boys spear it through the skull. Cheers echo through the ridge as they gather the remaining 2 victims and run them to safety. A whistle echoes from above. The first team has finished. 3 minutes, someone shouts, a warning to the others. Greer and Carson are almost done. 1 boar is down. Greer has deposited both mannequins. They draw 2 daggers as they run back onto the field. Carson's flail twirls so fast all I can see are the spiked ends of the maces over the top of the final boar's head. But Whitty and Blake are struggling. Somewhere between dropping off their first mannequin and their second, Whitty lost a dagger. They're surrounded, standing back to back. Blake's staff arcs up, connecting with the boar's skull, sends it to its knees. It's a heavy blow, but it's not a killing one. A chilling scream rips through the night, and I search for the source, panic fluttering in my chest. I fear the worst for my friend, but it's not Greer who's in trouble. One of the boars has Carson pinned beneath it. He kicks and punches with all that he has, but his weapon is yards away. Greer runs, leaps, and hovers in the air. They land on the second boar's back, spread their arms wide like a bird, and plunge a dagger into each lung. Carson scrambles backward just as the construct explodes, and bright dust sprays his face. Some of it lands in his gasping mouth. When I turn back, Blake and Whitty are just finishing off their second boar. All 3 teams bring their final victim to safety. The first round is over, and we're up next. Chapter 23. Ainsley and Tucker are the first team that takes to the field, holding only their weapons. They dart out before the rest of us, determination clear on their faces, and swords held high. They plan to take out both hellbores first, while unimpeded by mannequins. It's a mistake. There's a reason everyone else's strategy included distraction. The boars are big, heavy, easily confused beasts. They are unable to make quick pivots or turns. But at a straight charge, they are nearly unstoppable. We watch helplessly as the pages go down in under 60 seconds. At the last moment before impact, Ainsley shifts left. The weight of the sword takes her off balance. She trips. She scrambles to her feet and the boar knocks her to the ground. She chokes out a blood-curdling scream. Am I going to watch her be devoured? Gouged to death? And the boar explodes on top of her. The second boar is a foot from gorging Tucker through the middle. Then it explodes mid-chase. The arena freezes. The only sound is Ainsley crying on the ground as shiny particles rain down on her body. Paige Edwards needs medical assistance, Sel says coolly. She and Paige Johnson are disqualified. Then he turns to the rest of us and shouts, The clock is still ticking. Sydney and I explode out of our ditch, and so do the other pages, Celeste and Mina. How much more time do we have? 8 minutes, maybe? 8.5? I have to focus. I have the heaviest mannequin over my shoulders tucked against my weapon. My only thought is our agreed-upon goal. Delivery. Behind me, one of Sydney's daggers whistles through the air. A deep thunk. The boar chasing me hits the ground. The earth shakes. I don't look back. She planned to kill it in one strike, and I have no doubt she did. The mannequin is heavy, but once I get momentum, I almost forget it's there. And suddenly I'm on the other side, heaving it up and over my head like a sack of potatoes. I run wide back to our base, hoping to stay out of the other boar's sight. I know Sydney is saving her other dagger. We can't afford to make her use it on me. Out of the corner of my eye, I see her, dancing and weaving away from the monster. No, can't look. One goal, delivery. I skid into our base and hoist the next smallest mannequin, just like we planned. Move the heaviest first while I'm fresh. Save the lightest for last when I'm spent. I'm halfway across the field when I trip over Sydney's first dagger, abandoned in the grass. The mannequin and I go flying. It lands 3 feet in front of me with a loud thud that draws our boar's attention. Sydney's quick. She yells, waves, jumps to distract it. But of course, our remaining boar has a scrap of focus. Its beady eyes find me, and it charges. I flash through my options. Too far from the other side of the arena. Can't stand my ground. Can't use the mannequin in defense. Can't carry it and outrun the boar. I grab Sydney's knife and shoot to my feet, shouting at her, Get it to safety! I hope she knows what I mean. I sprint back to our base, but arc wide so that the boar after me will curve too, and avoid trampling the lifeless mannequin on the ground. Behind me, thundering hooves pound the earth. My thighs and lungs are on fire. Still, I push harder. I can hear its breathing, heavy grunts through a wet snout. I veer left again to buy myself time, but the change in direction is too sharp, too fast. Something pulls painfully in my left knee. I keep running and fling myself into the ditch. My shoulder clips a pine tree. Bark digs into my arm. But the frustrated squeal behind me lets me know I've made it. I'm safe. When I twist back on my knees and look up, the boar is pawing at the ground and snorting in my direction. I hold my breath and watch as its heavy head begins swinging back and forth. Searching. I'm less than 6 feet away. Why is it... It can't see me. Its eyes are weak. A twig snaps beneath my right foot, and its ears flick forward, its snout lifting in a slow, searching pattern. But it can hear me. It has a good sense of smell. Great. Did Sydney do what I asked? Did she grab the mannequin and get it to the other side? I don't bother looking behind me. I know the smallest mannequin is there, still waiting to be rescued. How much time is left? I hear shouting and pounding feet to my left. Celeste and Mina are still in the arena, still working. My boar is pacing now, stubbornly waiting for me to come out so it can gore me. I've got to do something. Okay, think. I have Sydney's dagger, but I don't have her throwing skills, or aim. I have my cudgel still strapped to my back, but at this angle I don't think I have enough power for more than a hard poke to the chin. I look around, to my side, then up. I shove Sydney's dagger handle into my mouth and start climbing the oak tree beside me, before I decide whether it's a good idea or not. All I know is that I know trees. I've climbed them since I was a kid. Trees are good. I step up on the large burl overgrowths on either side of the oak, gripping their bulbous shapes as well as I can with my sneakers, and wrap my hands around to find the next burl, hoist myself up. The boar's head lifts to follow me, but I'm gambling that he can't see me very well, and just knows that I'm moving. The limbs are too far up to do me any good, but I stop about 10 feet up, with one arm in a death grip around the trunk, precariously balanced on a burl just wider than my shoe. The boar has backed up now, just a few feet from the tree line. It's hard work getting the cudgel out of its leather strap in one hand, but I manage it quickly, and hold the still buckled weapon away from me, and the tree, waving it a bit to get the boar's attention. It stops moving. Its beady eyes follow the emotion eagerly. This is a bad idea. 1, 2, 3. I toss the cudgel off to my right and grab the dagger with my free hand, while the creature does just what I hoped. It shifts its bulk toward the falling cudgel. Away from me, its head dips down to inspect the staff, and I shove off from the tree, launching myself forward onto its back, dagger pointing down. Gravity drives the sharp blade into the creature's shining neck. Not me, but the blow works just the same. The animal squeals and bucks, tossing me in the air like a rag doll. I hit the ground with a jarring thud and curl into a ball, ready for the heavy stomp of hooves. But it never comes. My head pops up just in time to see the boar, my knife still lodged deep inside, crumple to the ground. "Run!" Sydney screams. She's going for the mannequin. I scramble to my feet and sprint to the other side of the arena. We both have to get there in time. Sydney slides down into the ditch right behind me, mannequin over her shoulder just as the whistle goes off. We're the only team from our round to pass. Sometime during my flying squirrel impersonation, Celeste and Mina let the two of their mannequins get gored. When we emerge from our side of the arena, the Legendborn cheer from their observation spots in the woods. I feel dazed but exhilarated. Sydney doesn't smile at me, exactly, but she nods in my direction before she walks off to join Vaughn and Blake and the other 4 pages who have passed. They stand together, congratulating one another. The 4 who didn't are in varying levels of shock and devastation. Mina's wiping tears from her face while Ainsley rubs her back in slow circles. Celeste and Tucker are in a heated argument. From the snippets I hear, they both blame their partners for their eliminations. I stand between them, unsure where I fit in. When I glance his way, Sel is looking up the hill where the Legendborn have begun stomping their way through the trees to meet us. His brows are knitted together in concentration, his head cocked to the side, as if listening for something. "Nick! Nick!" When Victoria shouts, Sel is already moving toward the sound. He flashes by me so quickly that I hear the wind crack around his body before he disappears into the tree line in the shadowy blur. We're all running to follow. The tree stands so thick up the slanted hill, it's hard to see what's happening, but we can hear it. Something is tumbling through the trees like an enormous bowling ball, cracking trunks in half like giant pins. That something is coming closer. The sounds are getting louder, and then it bursts through a pair of pine trees, sending bark and splinters in every direction, and spills out onto the arena floor, stopping us all short. It's a massive, full-corpse serpent, its scaled body as big and round as a tractor tire. It pulls half of its body up off the ground until it towers 20 feet above us, blood-red eyes the size of my fist blazing down on us. The glowing creature opens its jaws to release a shrill, nightmarish hiss that scrapes against my eardrums. A hell snake, my mind supplies. with a body wrapped tight in its glowing tail. "Nick!" I scream for him, but it's no use. It only takes a second to see that he's enveloped head to toe in a coil of muscle, only the pale hair on the top of his head visible in the hell snake's grip. The awakened Legendborn gather ether as they run, forming glowing swords and daggers. I catch a glimpse of Felicity and Russ, casting armor on themselves as they dash forward, but the quick shadow shape of Selwyn Kane speeds out of the trees and leaps onto the snake before anyone else has reached it. While the serpent writhes, Sel scrambles up its body, using its scales as handholds. He mounts its head as the creature thrashes back and forth, its forked tongue flicking out like a glowing whip. Sel had no time to form a weapon, but his entire body is wrapped in thin, swirling clouds of silver-blue ether. He pulls back with a roar and thrusts both of his arms into the snake's eyes, burying them into the sockets up to his elbow. The creature screams loud enough to shatter glass. Its big body spasms so hard anyone else would have been thrown, but Sel holds tight and only pushes his arms in farther. Viscous fluid erupts in his face. After a final shudder, the hell snake goes stiff and falls forward, releasing a gasping Nick right as its head hits the ground. Chapter 24. I stand in front of Nick's door for what feels like forever, but it's probably only been a few uncertain minutes. I don't know why I'm hesitating. He could just be sleeping. He should just be sleeping. And if that's the case, I'll just go home and sleep too. See him in the morning. No, I know why I'm hesitating. It's because it's late, the lodge is quiet, and he might not be sleeping. And being alone with him has started to feel intense. I gaze hopefully down the hall, as if someone might appear and rescue me from the Schrodinger's cat of conscious boy scenario I find myself in. But it's empty and unhelpful. The only signs of life on the floor are the scattered few glowing lamps on some of the teak console tables between residence doors. On the other side of the door, Nick is recovering from yet another attack that could have killed him. That's what I should focus on. That's what I need to focus on. I take a slow, deep breath and open his door, slipping inside and easing it closed behind me. Nick is asleep on the top of a comforter in loose clothing, flannel pants, a soft t-shirt. His arms lie straight down at his sides. The fine strands of his hair are partly matted on one side, partly strewn across the pillow, like he'd just been blasted by a gust of wind. He's flushed, too. Each of his cheeks bears a slash of red. I walk closer, my arms clutched tight in my middle. He's recovered from the broken ribs that William treated. His steady breaths say he's out of danger, and his lungs are fine. But the slight pull at the corners of his eyes says he could still be in pain. Did William give him something to make him sleep? I hope so. I start to turn to let him rest, but jump when Nick whispers behind me, "Who's creepy now?" I turn back to the bed, where Nick has started to push himself up his pillow. He winces but waves me off when I move to help him. "I'm okay, I'm just stiff." I look him over with a suspicious eye. "If I stay and talk to you, will William yell at me?" Nick laughs, but the sound is cut short when the breath catches in pain. "William will yell at us both, probably." He rubs a hand over his chest and swallows thickly. Watching the motion sends my mind flying back to the arena. I shift my weight from one foot to the other. I heard Sel say to the others that he thinks this attack was planned too. Not a coincidence. That the Shadowborn sent a creature that would be able to subdue you quickly and take you away. His eyes go distant as he nods. My father said the same in the infirmary. The regents have called a meeting. My dad is going to take another day to recover and then fly up to the northern chapter to speak with them and the other viceroys. I watch him pick at the gold anchors embroidered on the comforter, almost like he needs something to do, something to keep his hands busy. "Sel's in charge while he's gone," William said. "Unfortunately." After Nick had been recovered alive but injured, Sel took him straight to the lodge. The long walk back through the woods had given me a lot of time to think about my mission here, and the danger it was putting both me and Nick in. With every step, guilt dropped into my body, one heavy brick at a time. Sel may be terrifying and cruel, but he's the only reason the Shadowborn's plan to kidnap Nick failed tonight. Sel's role as King's Mage is more critical than ever right now, and his suspicions of me are taking his attention from his job. It's worse, too, because those suspicions are unfounded. He's wasting energy on me, when after tonight, there's no doubt that Nick's life is in danger. The Order is an army, and the Legendborn are its soldiers. Could I really keep going in this tournament and become William or Pete's or even Nick's squire if my only intention is to gain the title so that I can find out what happened to my mother? This afternoon with Patricia, finding the truth had felt like the most important thing in the world. Important enough to lie to my father, lie to Alice, and lie to everyone at the lodge every time I showed my face. My mission still feels important and necessary. But how can I rest knowing that someone may have taken my mother away from me? That might not have been an accident at all. But whether or not Camlin arrives, whether or not someone in the Order killed my mother, Nick needs a real squire, not a fraud. For the first time, I wonder if maybe Sel's right, and I am born of shadows. Or maybe those shadows aren't who I am, but I keep finding my way to them anyway. Nick huffs. Earth to Bree? You're just standing there, zoning out. It's making me anxious. He pats his head. His eyes hold a hint of their old mirth. You can sit down, you know. I won't bite. I stare at him, then really stare at him. Someone I care about is alive but hurt. Someone I like very much is right here in front of me, asking me to sit with him. It dawns on me that if I ignore that, or forget how important that is, then I truly will make the shadows my home. I take a deep breath and step forward, pulling off my shoes and climbing onto his bed, and just like that, the nearness of Nick pulls all my focus. His warmth, the bright scent of William's ether, mingling with the detergent smell of fresh clothes, his half-lidded eyes that follow me as I move toward him, and watch me as I get settled. It's all too much all of a sudden, and my entire body knows it. I lean back, a tiny fraction. Of course, Nicholas notices. He presses his lips closed to fight a grin, and the expression somehow makes his already handsome face more endearing, more inviting. Nervous, Bee? No, I say, and raise my chin a fraction to feel and appear convincing. I'm not sure it works because he makes a soft, curious sound. Do I make you nervous? He tilts his head to the side in a query, but it causes his matted hair to flare up comically. I cringe and laugh. You look like a rooster. It takes everything in me not to stretch up and press it down. A rooster? He tilts his head the other way, sending his hair flopping again. I blow out a laugh just like he wants me to. And he smiles. I can't help it. I lean forward on my knees and smooth his hair down. Once the soft strands lay flat, I notice how carefully Nick watches me, how still he's gone. His eyes are slate blue, with dashes of gray, his lashes fine strokes of paint against his skin. I wonder if he's holding his breath too. I start to pull back, but he catches at my wrist with one hand and passes his thumb, calloused and warm over the inside of my palm. The motion tingles and tickles until his thumb presses down and sends an arrow of heat from my hand to my toes. My heart beats so rapidly I'm sure he must see it, feel it through my palm. Thank you. For what? I ask. This close, Nick's laundry and cedar scent is rich enough to make me dizzy. There are other smells that I pull in with a silent breath. Green grass on a warm summer day, the slight bite of metal. His eyes travel an unhurried route over my face, from my brows to my nose. They flicker to my mouth, and back up to my eyes, and just like that, my breath is gone again. "For still being here," he says, his expression a mixture of wonder and gratitude. "Even after the Hellhound, and the Ekel, and Felicity being called, and our Sarfafoon. I never thought we'd be this close to Camlin, but I'm glad you're with me." His eyes lower. He shakes his head. "When we first met, some part of me trusted you. I don't know why, I just did. Despite my guilt, I think of how in so many moments since I've met him, my own trust has risen inside to meet his. Sure and steady. Call and response. Maybe Nick's thinking of that too, because he caresses my palm once more and takes a ragged breath. "How about now?" he whispers, his voice rough. "Now?" I breathe. Something heady and dark pulls in Nick's eyes. "Does this make you nervous?" The last boy I kissed was Michael Guston, in 9th grade in the corner of a school dance. I remember being terrified, and after the too wet, too sloppy ick of it, disappointed. But that was 9th grade, and Michael. This is now, and this is Nick. I don't feel nervous. I feel desire, batting against my ribs like a caged bird. I feel hesitation. I feel overwhelmed. Then I feel mortification when I realize that Nick, with his sharp, perceptive eyes, has seen it all. He smiles, small and secret, and brings his free hand up to cradle my jaw, sweeping his thumb over it. His eyes follow the movement thoughtfully, before they rise to claim my gaze again. He squeezes my wrist, and then lets me go. I lurch backward on my knees, my cheeks heated, the ghost of his hands on my skin. I'm grateful he's busy adjusting his pillows and not looking at me. I have a feeling he's doing it on purpose, giving me a moment to collect myself. Once he finishes, he settles back against the headboard and folds his hands in his lap. "Will you sit with me?" he asks pleasantly. And just like that, the air between us feels lighter, easier, like nothing unusual had happened at all. I'm impressed, despite my still racing heartbeat. How does he do it? How does this boy navigate my emotions like a seasoned sailor, finding the clear skies and bringing them closer, when all I'm able to do is hold fast to the storms? He waits patiently for me to decide, his eyes soft and open. Finally, I nod and crawl up to the headboard, making myself comfortable in the space beside him. We sit like that for a long time, until our breaths rise and fall as one. I must have dozed off, because I jump when I hear the lodge's front door slam downstairs. The room is black. For a moment I forget where I am. Nick presses a hand to my knee and says in a groggy voice, "If it's bad, they'll come find us." The digital clock above his door says it's close to 1 a.m. I should go. If you leave now, Sel will know you're still here, and yell at both of us, he says reasonably. Stay. I can't really argue with that. Plus, now that the adrenaline has fully left my body, I'm beyond exhausted. Still, I pull out my phone and text Alice to let her know where I am, and that I'm okay before putting my phone on silent. When the screen goes black, we sit in the darkness, listening to the voices downstairs until the house becomes quiet again. I start to wonder if I should find some pajamas and sneak into one of the spare rooms to go to bed for real. I reach up to my hair and tug on my bun. I'd hate to sleep without my satin pillow. Maybe Felicity has a scarf? Before I can slip off the bed, Nick starts to speak, his voice low and disembodied in the pitch-black room. Most Scion parents can't wait until their child is old enough to begin training. I know my dad couldn't. My mother, though. When I look back, it was obvious that she was terrified. You don't have to talk about this now, if you don't want to. I do want to. I reach for his hand in the darkness, and he squeezes my palm. My mother was raised in a vassal family, and she paged right away but never tried for a squire title. Marrying a scion of Arthur was the next best thing, her parents figured. My dad was never called, but scions of Arthur still hold a lot of power. When I was growing up, she and my dad fought a lot about my future, about my dad's training regimen. I couldn't go to regular school. He homeschooled me so that he'd have more control over my studies. I was 8 when my dad started bringing other lieges around to train me. He told them not to go easy just because I was a kid. Because really, I wasn't a kid. I was their king. And they didn't go easy, that is. Nick pauses, and I can hear him swallow once, twice. I'm scared that he's crying and I don't know what to do. I press my shoulder into his and hope I can send my warmth and strength over to him. When he starts again, his voice is thick with memory. It's not the broken bones or the bruises, the black eyes or concussions that kept me up at night. Those were healed by a scion of Gawain. It's the look in my mother's eyes when I'd come inside, like the side of me was carving holes into her heart. They'd fight most of those days. He takes a deep breath in the darkness, and I take one with him, because I want him to know I'm here. One night, she woke me up and told me to grab my things, that we were leaving. She'd had enough of watching her son get beaten. We made it about a mile out of town before these black cars surrounded us. Dad comes out of one of them and he's frightened and angry, more upset than I've ever seen him. I think he was scared we'd both been kidnapped by the Shadowborn, and that's why he called the Regents for help. He'd never imagined his own wife would take his son from him. A Merlin I'd never met took my mother away without letting either of us say goodbye. His voice has gone cold with rage, quiet with sorrow. Dad broke down in tears when they drove off because he knew she'd be punished. I think he tried to stop it, but the Regent's word is final. The training stopped for a while. He started me at a private school, stopped talking about our rank, our bloodline. The next time I saw her was a few weeks later, at a park near our neighborhood. My dad and I were getting ice cream. Mom walked by and I ran up to her and gave her a hug, told her I was glad she was back. But she wasn't back. She smiled, but then she held me at arm's length and asked who I was. A choke on my next breath. Tears burn at the edges of my eyes. I spent years researching Merlin's mesmers, trying to figure out how to break what they'd done. Extracting a mother's child from her psyche is mesmer work only a master in Merlin could do. When we met and you told me you'd broken Sel's mesmer, I thought maybe I missed something. His voice trails off in a heavy sigh. That's what I'd seen in his eyes the first night at the lodge. Hope. I'm sorry, I murmur. He squeezes my thigh. Not your fault. He inhales sharply, returning to the memory. Anyways, after we ran into her, Dad moved us out of town within the week. To protect me, I think. Not long after that, Sel came to live with us, and another Merlin brought us here, to perform the king's mage oath. Sel was a little kid, pledging his life to protect me, and all I could think about was how much I hated the Merlins for being monsters, and how I didn't want this strange boy in our house. I wanted my mother. I blame my dad for calling the Regents that night, but in the end, it was Arthur who drove my parents apart, and I'm so angry with him, Bree. Angry with the 6th century ghost. He laughs bitterly. I was so furious at all of it, that I thought if I just stopped training every day, stopped hanging out with everyone around here, William, Whitty, Sar, everyone, that I could make it so Arthur wouldn't even want to call me. I left this world, the people, the politics, the rituals, so that maybe he'd think I was unworthy and leave me alone. And now that I think it might be real, he huffs out another hollow laugh. I've pushed it all away for so long that sometimes I'm not sure I'd be able to hear Arthur if he did call. I wrap my arms around his chest and squeeze until he drops his cheek onto my head and squeezes back. I don't mention Sel saying the same thing when he was ether drunk, about Nick not being able to hear Arthur's call. I hate that Sel, in his own fit of fury, might have been right. I wake up to the sound of Nick showering in the room's bathroom. My phone says it's 7:30, early enough that I can still make my first class. I sit hand smoothing down my unwrapped, slept-on curls in apology, and notice a small basket of toiletries on the nightstand beside me. Soap, a washcloth, a comb I'll never be able to use, and a small toothbrush and a tiny tube of toothpaste. I can already hear Alice's squeal of delight when I tell her about Nick's efforts. I may not be able to tell my best friend everything, but I can at least tell her about sleeping in Nick's bed and waking up to a literal gift basket. I grab the toiletries and head downstairs to one of the hall bathrooms, hoping against hope that no one saw me emerge from Nick's bedroom. 10 minutes later, Nick finds me and insists on walking me back to my dorm. Dew and fog have settled over the grounds of the lodge overnight, and the quiet of the morning falls thick and heavy around us. Nick shakes his head, eyebrows drawn tight as soon as we step away from the building and toward the tree-lined gravel road and trail that leads back to campus. What? Every time I come here, people look at me like I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I cross my arms as we walk, and a memory comes to me. My mom used to say, fake it till you make it. Maybe that's what you gotta do. Fake it till you make it. He chuckles, and the warmth of it fills my chest. Thanks, partner. Oh, I'm not your partner. I jerk a thumb over my shoulder, back toward the lodge. I think Vaughn wants that gig. Ugh, that dude. He rolls his eyes. He keeps asking me to spar. It's all very bro-y. Is that a word? I giggle, imagining Vaughn, the asshole, chasing Nick down with sparring swords, begging him to practice. I really don't want him as my squire. Nick's eyes widen hopefully. Any more thoughts about... I hold my hands up. As we saw last night, I don't have a clue how to hold a sword or a bow or an arrow or anything. I'd be horrible. We train you, Nick grins. I've seen you move. You'd be incredible. Oh, really? I cross my arms, narrowing my eyes. Yeah, really. His laugh is a soft rumble in the quiet morning air. Maybe I like watching you move. I open my mouth, but no actual words emerge, so I just shake my head and turn away. He stops in the road, catches my wrist, and tugs until I have to angle toward him. Don't do that, he chides. Do what? Shadows play across his face as he draws me nearer, like last night in his room. He presses his thumb to my palm, and just that bit of pressure ignites my insides, sets my heart racing. That thing you just did, the thing you do, he says, his eyes filled with humor and a shadow of hurt. Tell yourself I'm just teasing. It's okay to be nervous, but don't dismiss the idea that I like you, B. I make a strangled, sort of indignant sound. I'm not nervous, I'm just... He tilts his head. Just what? I blink, in shock because he's really expecting an answer, isn't he? A lot of things. He hums in amused agreement, his lips tight in a suppressed smile. You are. I agree. And I'm not used to feeling this way.
What way?
I feel the heat rise in my cheeks and look away, just as Nick flashes a soft, knowing grin. He trails his fingers up my forearms to my inner elbows, making me shiver. His right hand skirts past my elbow to my bicep, over my shoulder to the rest of my collarbone, his thumb swiping along my jaw.
I had a thought about you last night.
His voice is quiet, almost meditative, as he watches his thumb on my cheek.
About being Arthur Scion and how on some level I never thought I'd really have to deal with it, you know. Not really. My dad didn't. Granddad didn't. A Dormant Scion has clout, but no real say in the order. I never thought about how his powers might feel and what I might do with them until...
His eyes flick to mine. My breath hitches.
Until the eco took you.
Oh, sure, I joke, my voice trembling only slightly. His face is so close I can smell the shampoo he used this morning, see the fine lashes against his cheek. I'm scared to want him, but I want him anyway. My next words come out breathy and faint. Damsel in distress, activate your hero mode. The passion in his voice, the breathless force of it is enough to make me shiver.
You're not a damsel to me, Bree. You're a warrior. You're strong and you're beautiful and you're brilliant and brave.
He presses his forehead against mine, his eyes squeeze shut, and takes a slow, ragged breath.
And I'd really like to kiss you right now.
Oh? I squeak, and immediately wish I thought of something more to say. Anything more. He chuckles, his clean, minty breath already intimate against my mouth.
Oh no? Or oh yes?
He pulls back to meet my eyes, and there's affection and something more flickering in their heated depths. It's the something more that sends an arc of electricity through my body. The second up, he tilts my chin and presses his mouth against mine, warm and soft. I've read books, watched movies, whispered secret wishes to Alice in the darkness of bunk bed sleepovers. I expect this kiss to feel awkward sort of good. I don't expect each gentle brush of Nick's lips to shift, grow insistent and set me on fire. The distant sounds of early morning birds fade away when Nick's fingers smooth up the column of my throat, angling my face so that our mouths connect more fully. My fingers clutch at his t-shirt, pulling closer until I am all feeling and no thought, my heart pounding with his, the heat of his chest against mine, the strength of his thigh pressing into my own. Someone gasps for air, then we find each other again. I make a sound in the back of my throat that should be embarrassing, but Nick consumes it with a low hum against my mouth, drawing me forward until we're flush. In that instant, I feel two sides of our familiar dance, the call and response of trust and loyalty, intermingling until they become a melody, a beautiful truth that circles in the wind, swirling against my mind, growing louder until everyone and everything must hear it too. I don't know what our kiss is becoming, just as his lips ghost over my jaw, just as his fingers feather over my sternum. We hear someone's feet crunching down the gravel road behind us. Nick? That you? Russ. I instinctively freeze, but Nick lifts his head, a frustrated groan rising from his chest. Another voice nearby. Who's that?
Oh, God.
Evan, too. Whoa! At some point, we rotated, so that my back is toward the way we'd come, and Nick is facing Russ and Evan's disembodied voices. Thank the Lord, too, because I can duck my face into Nick's shoulder and catch my breath, instead of die of mortification in front of frat boy Evan Cooper. Evan crows. Okay, aw, shit, get it. He's wheezing with laughter. Is this a good morning kiss or a good night kiss? Russ calls, the sound of a grin all over his voice. Are we coming or are we going?
Kind of busy right now, guys.
I can't help but feel a little thrill at the steel underneath Nick's hoarse voice,
"Oh, we can see that." Russ laughs at his own joke while Evan says, "Sorry to interrupt, my liege. Please proceed with thy gentle tonguing." They both laugh a long time at that, and even I crack a grin into the soft fabric of Nick's shirt. They walk around us, whooping and jeering the entire way down the gravel road toward campus. As soon as they get out of earshot, Nick's eyes pulling me tighter into the circle of his arms. "You okay?" I nod into his chest and press my ear to it. We stand there in comfortable silence. After a few minutes, both our hearts slow from a rapid gallop to a steady thump. My lips still tingle and the fine hairs on my arms were alert with want, but I sigh into it all rather than act on it. For the first time in a long while, I let myself enjoy a moment of warmth and safety without wondering if it's real. Chapter 25. "Tonight!" Alice's voice goes near supersonic in my ear. "Yeah," I say as I stroll through campus. It's a gorgeous day, and I navigate the brick pathways with a smile on my face. On Wednesday, it was surreal to walk among thousands of Carolina students who had no idea what really went on in their school. Now it's Friday, and that secret feels like nothing at all. Reality sure does change after a kiss like that. After he'd walked me home yesterday morning, Nick and I had been texting each other constantly. I pretty much wore a permagrin the entire day. This morning, he sent a text asking me to go out with him and the other Legendborn tonight. I said yes, and then, like any good best friend, texted Alice. She called me back right away. I only have a few minutes to talk before I meet with Patricia, but I have to agree with Alice. Melting on the phone with my best friend about any Nick plus lip topics is worth a quick phone call. "Where?" "Some bar downtown? A beer garden? I'm not sure." She laughs. "You mean you don't care?" "Not really. I don't. I'm buzzing and eager to see Nick again." "Okay, so is this a date?" I turn down a narrow walkway while I think about her question. Is it a date if there's like 20 other people around? "Well," Alice starts. In the background, I can hear the murmur of voices and the shh sound of the wind. She's on her way to class somewhere near mid-campus. "I think it is if you act like it is. If it feels like it's just the two of you, then it's a date, no matter who else is around."
How are you this wise?"
"I read a lot of books. Next question. What are you gonna wear?"
Patricia waves at me from where she's sitting, against one of the campus's ubiquitous low stone walls. I wave back and hope she doesn't misinterpret the blanket of terror that has just taken over my expression. I hadn't even thought about what to wear on a date.
"Bree!"
Alice cries. I'm a few feet from Patricia now, and not a second too soon. Gotta go, Alice.
"No! My parents are picking me up this afternoon, so I won't be there to be your glam squad. Do I need to call Charlotte? She's got cute clothes."
Bye, Alice. She grumbles but says goodbye. It's a bummer that she won't be around tonight. I make a mental note to at least text her a selfie before I go. Sorry about that, I say to Patricia, and tuck my phone into my messenger bag. No need to apologize, Patricia beams. Her burgundy lipstick matches today's shawl. Thank you for meeting me here. I look past her to take in our meeting location for the first time. I hadn't thought much of the cemetery during the campus tour. It was common for old towns in former colony states like North Carolina to have historic graveyards in the middle of a modern development. I certainly hadn't imagined I'd visit it during what was supposed to be a therapy appointment. I did kind of wonder why you'd bring me here, not gonna lie. I'd be worried if you hadn't. No quizzes this time, she says, tugging her shawl tighter. I brought you here because I've decided that I'd like to help you, and I believe this is the best place to start. Without waiting for my response, she starts toward the entrance of the cemetery, which is really just an open gap in the low wall. Graveyard. Her pace is surprisingly quick, considering how much shorter her legs are than mine. I have to take a few quick steps to catch up. Indeed. The sky is bright, Carolina blue overhead, and the old Chapel Hill Cemetery, part green lawn, part wooded preserve, is probably the most beautiful graveyard ever. It feels like a hidden park, a respite away from the throngs of students bent over their phones on the way to class, professors chatting on the way to the campus coffee shop. Bits and pieces from the campus tour come back to me as we walk. When UNC was founded in the late 18th century, it began with one building, my dorm, Old East. Only a few years after it opened, a student died unexpectedly and was buried on an empty tract of land not far from the thin center of campus. As the campus expanded, the university marked the perimeter of the cemetery with informational placards and a low rock wall built sometime in the early 1800s to separate it from the rest of the grounds. So this is how you're going to help me understand my mother? Patricia huffs a bit as the path winds upward, past an enormous crepe myrtle. I don't know very much about your mother, Bree, so understanding is a tall order. But I know about root. So the cemetery is where you'll teach me about root? It's the starting point, she repeats enigmatically. The root of root, if you will. She chuckles at her own joke, and I give up on pressing her. The carved headstones we pass at the edge of the cemetery were made of polished, reflective granite. The engravings look freshly cut, even though they are 10, 20, 30 years old. Some of them even have fresh flowers. Most grave markers are simple, flat stone squares with metal nameplates. Some are taller, solid rectangles atop stone slabs. There's even a courtyard of mausoleums, for some rich family probably. But as we get closer to the middle, the markers are getting older, changing shapes, mildew-stained obelisks, thinner tombstones with 2 and 3 sets of names on them, long names, births and deaths in the early 1900s and late 1800s. Patricia walks us past older gray headstones onto a narrow path that leads to another section of graves. This cemetery is managed by the town, and everyone buried here was associated with the university or town in one way or another. Like deans and professors? She hums. Originally, it was used to bury students who died while enrolled in faculty. That's the oldest section. The first was a young Di-Fi boy buried in the late 1700s. 5 more sections were added after that, a mix of faculty and staff, town philanthropists and donors, famous alumni and the like. We come to a stop at an ancient-looking stone wall that runs the width of the cemetery. Notice anything? I thought you said no quizzes. She tilts her head, her mouth folded in a secret smile, and it reminds me that Patricia holds all the cards here, and they're the cards I want. I scan the way we've come. We've been walking on dirt paths pounded flat and hard and made smooth over time by many feet. They serve a dual purpose. They silently direct visitors to avoid walking directly on any of the graves. But they also separate sections of the cemetery. Beyond the boundaries of the cemetery, cars whoosh by toward the football stadium. But other than that, the only sounds are birds and wind. The bell tower erupts in the Westminster quarters. When it ends, a lone bell tells us it's 2:15. I stare at her, confused, but take another look at where we've stopped, walking. On the other side of the stone wall is a grove. There's only a few stone markers here. I point to the back corner, shaded by a low tree. A few tombstones over there, it's barely filled. Oh, it's filled. This wall marks where the segregation begins. All the black folks are buried in these 2 sections. She tips her head toward the grass beyond the wall. My stomach twists at her words. This is not what I imagined therapy to be. This is not what anyone's therapy looks like, I'm fairly positive. She wraps her shoulders in the shawl and continues. Some were enslaved folk, owned by faculty and kept on campus to help build and maintain the school. Some were servants or freed folk after slavery ended in this part of the Confederacy. She sighs, nodding her head at the grass over the wall. That memorial over at Arboretum is the pretty acknowledgement, the polite one. But the blood? The blood's buried here. Why aren't there any... A swallow. Suddenly wanting nothing else but to run from this place. This place feels too close to home, too horrifying. Almost all are unmarked. People used field stones or wooden crosses, whatever someone could afford, or was deemed worthy. Some graves still have a bit of yucca or periwinkle, or a tree you can tell was planted deliberately, she says, pointing at plants scattered throughout the grass. Families and community members did that, I suspect. In the 80s, folks used this section for football game parking, so who knows what was destroyed then. They did a preservation study not long ago using radar of some sort. Found almost 500 unmarked graves in the ground in these two sections, and the one on the other side of the wall. But a medium could have told them that. She smiles, a bit of canny mischief sparking in her eyes. She walks through an opening in the wall and steps gingerly into the grass, turning when she realizes that I'm not following. I'm staring at the earth beneath our feet. 500? Yep. I swallow. Do I really have to walk on the grass? I could be walking right over someone's grave. You will be. Patricia turns away with a smile. But we'll acknowledge them. Thank them. I huff and let a loose, long breath, then follow her footsteps, imagining maybe she knows where the graves are and has avoided them for us both. We stop at an unmarked section of grass. This is where two of my ancestors are buried, Patricia says simply, as if she were just sharing where one could find a glass in a cupboard. This is where the cups are. Here is where to find the mugs. She sits down cross-legged in her long skirt. I instinctively step back, but she regards me with a raised brow. Sit. I kneel carefully. The freshly mowed grass is warm and spiky on my bare legs. I sit cross-legged in front of her as she opens the velvet pouch she'd been carrying and sets out a few stones on the ground between us. A bright green one shaped like a small, gnarled fist, a purple and white stone with a few rocky points, amethyst, I think, and smoky quartz. To my surprise, Patricia arranges a few other items in front of us, items I'd never thought to bring to a grave. A smaller pouch with a bit of fruit in it, a plate with cornbread, and an empty mug that she fills with tea. I don't know who my ancestors are, past my great-grandmother anyway. Patricia shrugs. Lots of black folks in the States don't know their people more than 4 or 5 generations back, don't know names before the late 1800s, and why would they? We didn't exactly inherit detailed family records when we were freed. She keeps arranging her offerings, not looking in my direction as she does. I'm filled with a sour sense of betrayal, akin to the feeling I felt looking up at the order's wall. I never even met my grandmother. Patricia's head tilts toward me, her expression curious. You never met your grandmother? I bristle. No. She died before you were born? Yes. No aunts on the other side of the family? Great aunts? No. Frustration sparks in me, like a match has struck in my sides, turned them into fire. Suddenly my skin feels too tight all over my body. The fine hairs on the back of my neck lift. My vision blurs. I don't need to be reminded how alone I am, how lost. Bree, breathe. She speaks softly, but her order is firm. Take slow breaths in through your nose. I hear Patricia speak, but her voice arrives from far away. I do as she says until my heart slows down, but my throat is still the size of a straw. I have to clear it twice to get any words out. So what are we doing here? She smiles. Do you trust me? I blink. That's usually what someone says when they're about to do something weird to somebody else. She grins. I can handle weird if you can. I think about all that's happened in the last week of my life. I can handle real weird. Then we'll proceed. She draws herself up tall and folds her hands in her lap. As you know, there's an invisible energy all around us, everywhere in the world, that only some people know about. Some of those people call it magic, some call it ether, some call it spirit, and we call it root. There is no single school of thought about this energy. Is it an element, a natural resource? I think it's both, but a practitioner in India or Nigeria or Ireland may not agree. The only universal truth about root is who or what can access it and how. The dead have the most access to root, and supernatural creatures have next to the closest connection. But the living? The living must borrow, bargain for, or steal the ability to access and use this energy. Our people, root crafters, borrow root temporarily because we believe that energy is not for us to own. She waves a hand over her stones and food. We make offerings to our ancestors so that they will share root with us for a time. And then, after it's returned, we thank them for being a bridge to its power. This is the unifying philosophy of our practice. Beyond that, families have their own variations, their own flavors, if you will. So it has always been, and so it is. You said you don't know how my family practiced. I don't. And in your circumstance, it seems your family's way is gone. All I can do is introduce you to the craft as my family understands it, using my way of sharing its truths. It makes sense, but what do you do with root? As Patricia looks at me, a soft, fuzzy warmth falls across my cheeks and nose, like sunlight uncovered. Take my hands, and I'll show you. Once I take her hands, there's a heartbeat of sensation. Her skin is warm, dry, and soft, before the world around us twists, then disappears.